Niin, nyt me taidetaan sitten olla täällä vihdoinkin. Ja hei vaan, Hanakkiiri, joo. Eli hetkinen, pitäisikö mun pistää ei, ehkä on parempi etten pistä alaspäin. Noin. Monikohan katsoja jo menetettiin sillä, että kokeillaanpas pistää vielä tonne ryhmään ainakin semmoinen huomautus, että no niin. Mutta joo, meillä on tässä. Tulee näitä mun vanhoja kommentteja enää sitä laittaa. Mä kyllä näen ne täältä, mutta mitäs sä täällä toit laitellut, että joo minä niin päivit hieman ajoissa kuin hieman myöhään paikalla ja en tahalleen täällä kirjoittele vaan muuten vaan ja innolla mitä ostanut lempistriivepäivän vitosen jälkeen ja sitten just nää hehkutusta 10-5 ja terveys kaikille JNE. Kyllä mä ne tuolla näen, mutta tosiaan chatissa eivät taida enää näkyä. Kuuluuks muuten toi koneen hurina miten pahasti läpi, niin että se on vähän semmoista, mitä mä nyt en tällä hetkellä kyllä mitään ahda, kun koneen tuulettimessa vissiin on vähän paskaa ja kun se nyt pyörii vähän vaativammalla teholla, niin se niin kuin pitää sitä tuommoista ääntä, mutta kun ei sen kertaalla jo korjattavaksi, mutta en viittis viedä uudestaan, kun jos se on sama juttu, niin kyllä toi Bobvikin sen osas hoitaa, jos vaan jossain vaiheessa tänne eksyisi paikalle, mutta sanottakoon myös sitten, tähän nyt alkuun kuuluu jonkun verran. No sille tosiaan, jos se häiritsevästi vaan kuuluisi, niin se olisi hyvä. Pitäisikö mun muuten, otas hetkinen, mä ja säätää valaistusta vähän sen. Lähinnä sen verran, että pistän nyt tuon hyvin harvoin käytössä olleen jalkalampun päälle, joka pitäisi kyllä siivota ja katsoa, onko siitä edes niin tarpeen. Ainakaan meillä ole ihan niin, olkaa nyt jo vähän liiankin braitti. Siis tässä vähän pikkasen alaspäin. Kun mietin, että vaan ettei tuo mun toinen naamapuoli olisi ihan noin varjostettu. Mut semmoiseksi se taitaa nyt kuitenkin mennä. Ja no tausta mulla on aika kirkas, että varmaan siksikin. No mutta mitä sen kuvallaan tuo kai katsomaan, että
mun piti nauraa sulle.
vai niin?
Voi luoja, kasa taas tulevan 10 tunnin striimi.
No vähän pitääkin jo varoitella varmaan, no tällä hetkellä näin akkiireita tästä. Kyllä varmaan tulee 2 vuotta, mä en usko, että mä jaksan kaikkea tätä puhua, mulla menee kurkku ihan kuivaksi jo nyt teki varmaan, mutta niin no.
Kai sä meinaat sen laittaa, niin.
Ai niin, se muuten. Meinasin melkein unohtaa.
No niin.
Pitäisikö kysyä Akkirilta ensimmäisenä innokkaana paikalla, että otetaanko tämä alkuun vai loppuun?
Big boy.
Näytään vaikka sitten tiisaus, että meillä on tällainen mysteeriboksi unboxattavana today. Niin kuin otsikkokin sanoo, niin itse asiassa mulla oli otsikossa kirjoitusvirhe, mun pitää muistaa korjata se nyt. T puuttuu tuolta. Noin. Mutta niin, koska Akki on ensimmäinen innokas paikalla, niin kysytään vaikka häneltä, että otetaanko unboxaus alkuun vai loppuun? Ja sanotaan tässä niin vähän kannassa myös vastausta odotellessa, että että live-formaatti on taas periaatteessa vähän muutettu, että pelikerä nyt käydään läpi kyllä joo. Itse asiassa muuten muistaa, mun pitää tähän skenaarioon lisätä vielä toinenkin juttu. Mä tein nyt uuden skenen tätä, niin kokoelmaa varten, niin ettei mun tarvitse olla aina
ruumis, ei kun siis unboxaus.
Et mun ei tarvitse olla aina muokkaamassa näitä asetuksia sitten, kun vaihtaa ne 2 eri live-tyypin välillä. Mutta niin siis
Loppuu mieluummin.
Loppuun mieluummin. Okei, no tosiaan se taitaa tulla ehkä myös ns. Puoliväliin, koska tosiaan ehkä tätä kaikkea käydä läpi, mutta otetaan se viimeistään puoliväliin, koska tähän on unboxaus luvattu. Mutta tosiaan niin formatissa ideana on nyt siis se, että paitsi näytetään pelit digitaaliset ja nuo niin fyysiset, mitä täällä myös on paljon mutta sitten on myös vähän niin kuin kaikki muukin kokoelma on kertynyt figuureita, muutama kirja, mangaa, sarjakuvaa, sen sellaista mahdollista oheiskäisää, mitä muutakin mahdollisesti tulee. Plus sitten myös lopussa erikseen niin kuin segmenttillä tarkoitus osoittaa semmosia pelejä ja elokuvia, ja mitä on tullut katsottua kautta pelattua läpi ja niistä puhua. Ja myös niiden kohdalla niin sitten olen ajatellut, että niitä höpöttäessä niitä pitää chatiluvun hetkellisesti minimaalisena, koska olen ajatellut ne leikata tästä ja tehdä niistä ja sitten mahdollisesti omat videonsa, mihin sitten ehkä pistän vähän niin kuin ehkä muiden tai vanhan formaatin ystävien houkuttelemiseksi vähän jotain taustamusaa ja kuvia, mitä tähän en nyt ala laittaa, ettei sitten tule vaan semmoista, että klikkailen ees taas joidenkin hahmojen kuvia, mistä puhun joidenkin pelien kohdalla ja tämmöistä, mutta kuitenkin siis niin kuin tämä on idea, tämä on suunnitelma. Ja koska unboxaus on päätty laittaa loppuun, niin ajattelin, että lähdetään näistä nyt kaikista muusta krääsästä.
No ei varmaan joo.
Nyt ensimmäisenä liikkeelle, ja no itse asiassa sanotaan Akkirille taas aktiivisena ainoana paikalla olijana toistaiseksi, niin myös semmoinen valinta mahdollisuus tähän, että ensin niin kuin kirjat hitto kun nyt yski. Tämä ei ole itse asiassa vasta kipuyskä, kun on yhden striimin alussa meni vaan vähän juomaan väärään kurkkuun, mutta niin aluksi figuurit vai kirjat kautta sarjakuvat?
Figu.
No sinä sanot figun, katsotaan mitä Akkiri sanoo.
Akkiri sanoo figu, muuta tulee bänni, eiku. Sika.
Oletko sä muuten...
Sä laitat just kyynärpää tossa frameissa tohon eteen, kun mä annan napille pusu. Näkyy tolle jälkeenpäin tossa, kun mä katson samalta tästä striimiä tosta sun kännykästäni.
Akkiri, herätys. Eikö sinä sano mitään?
No, täyskö siinä testejä?
Kirjoita sarjakuvaa tekana. Okei, no niin.
No se on 1 vastaan 1. Kato, mä sanon figuut, Akkiri sanoo sarjakuvat.
No pitäisikö muusta sanoa, että presentoijan ääni ratkaisee, eli minun.
No joo, antaa mennä.
Mitä mä äsken meinasin sanoa? En kai sinänsä mitään tärkeää ainakaan unohdin jo.
Hyvä luoja väärää, mitä sulla kakkaa.
No otetaanpa tästä nyt vaikka niin... Tai... Mitenhän nää olisi järkevä saas tähän vähän tilaa. No otetaan vaikka ensimmäisenä hyvin löyhästi peleihin perustuvat kirjat ja nämä sitten tuohon viimeiseksi. Niin ensimmäisenä mä mainitsinkin, että mä olin tämän ennakkotilannut, koska nyt sattui niinkin hauskasti, että julkaisupäivä oli mun syntymäpäivä hänäni, ja no muutenkin tää aihe kiinnosti ja samoin myös kirjoittaja, eli Ville Mäkipellon kirja Sensuroitu, joka siis kertoo niin kuin tuossa alhaalla lukeekin, niin Raamatun muutosten vaiettu historia, eli tässä siis kerrotaan Raamattuun erinäisenä aikana tehdyistä erinäisistä muutoksista. En ole lähtenyt tätä vielä lukemaan, eikä tämän takia ole myöskään katsonut Ville Mäkipellon videota Top 10 muutoksia Raamatusta, koska koskettelee kaikki kerrotaan täällä, ja haluan sitten mieluummin lukea tästä kirjasta. Suunnitelma olisi lähteä tätä lukemaan sitten, kun toivottavasti jossain vaiheessa lähiaikoina saisin vihdoinkin kunnolla luettua sen kirjastossa lainassa olleen Draculan. Mutta sitten tässä on myös toinen hauska juttu. Hetkinen, täytyy katsoa, että peittelen tuon kunnolla. Eli kun tähän sai pyytää omistuskirjoituksen, niin mä pyysin tänne hyvää syntymäpäivää kirjoituksia. Tuossa nyt on sormella vetetty mun oma nimeni, vaikka Akkira ainakin en tietää, mutta for future reference. Eli sai tämmösen tähän kirjaan nyt sitten vielä ennakkotilaajana. No sitten on... Tästä itse asiassa puuttuu yksi, jonka mä vein nyt töihin luettavaksi. Mun piti vähän niin kuin jättää se, mutta sitten en huomannut. Eli Persona 4 mangat, numerot 9 ja 10. Mulla on tosiaan myös numero 11, mutta se on tällä hetkellä tuolla töissä odottaa lukua. Ja mulla oli tämä 9 hyvin pitkään tuolla justiinsa työpaikan kaapissa ja mietin, että mä jaksaa tätä koskaan lukenut. Sitten kun lopulta luin, niin muistin sitten sen, että miksi näitä mangoja kannattaa lukea, koska vaikka nämä nyt käy läpi sen ihan täysin sama story, niin näissä on kuitenkin on pieniä omia lisäyksiä. Nyt en enää kyllä muista, mitä näitä hassuja juttuja näissä mahdollisesti oli erilaista, mutta no esimerkiksi sekin edelleen mua huvittaa, miten se päähenkilön nimi Hachikun, hi. Yeah, actually that was what I was going to say. I was gonna tell Jaffa that she should invite you, since I remember you said you were excited for this, but welcome aboard. I'm mostly gonna talk Finnish in this, but if you see something that you are really interested, just say something and I'll elaborate in English, if you wish. oh yeah. The one with the drag show. niin se on ainakin yksi niin lisä, että toi oli vähän eri lailla tehty toi drag-kisa, varsinkin You oli all in niin siinä jutussa, kun taas itse pelissä se oli niin semmonen, että niin kuin, onko pakko tyylinen. No mutta joo, niin seuraavaan. Nämä 2 seuraavaa tarttui tuolta Tampere-kupliista mukaan, koska sehän itse asiassa mainitsi itseään nimenomaan sarjakuvamessuna, vaikka siellä oli sitten kaikenlaista muutakin, just cosplaytä siellä oli paljon ja aivan saatana paljon ihmisiä. Sitten just Headhunter-storin kautta figuuria ja puolen kuukautta figuuria, pelejä ja muutakin just näitä anime-kauppoja siellä oli paikalla, mutta sieltä tarttui mukaan Nikke Knatter, että on siis ihan tämmönen suomenkielinen versiointi. Mä en ole vielä kattonut mitä tarinoita täällä on, mutta sen jälkeen kun mä tajusin joitakin vuosia sitten, että Knatterton on itse asiassa alun perin sarjakuva ja näitä on suomeksikin julkaistu, niin olen miettinyt, että näitä haluaisin joskus nähdä tai lukea, ja nyt kun tämmönen sitten osui siellä käteen, niin totta kai tämä piti sitten mukaan nappaista. Tosiaan ehtii vielä lukea, mutta tämä on kyllä aika lyhyt, että tämä varmaan lukee aika nopeasti läpi ja näin, ja eihän ne Knatterton piirretyn tarinat erityisen pitkiä olleet, mutta ihan hauska tämmönen pikku lisä ainakin tässä. Kävitte siellä nice. Joo, se kyllä vähän oli just, että me oli meidän onni ja me päättiin mennä niin aikaisin, koska sitten kun me oltiin oltu siellä pari tuntia ja kello oli 12, niin sen Tampere-talon änki niin saamarillinen määrä porukkaa, ettei siellä mahtunut mistään kulkemaan. Sitten toinen sarjakuva löytyi sieltä Tampere-kuplista, joka oli mulle kyllä ehdoton hailutti. Tämä mun ehdottomasti pitää lukea jossain vaiheessa, koska tästä kyseisestä sarjakuva-storylinesta tehty toi Marvelin animaatioelokuva on paitsi varmaan mun lempi Marvel-animaatioleffani, mutta myös varmaan yksi mun lempi animaatioelokuvien kautta aikaan, eli Planet Hulk. Kovasti yritin vähän etsiä ja kysellä, jos sieltä olisi löytynyt World War Hulkia, eli tämän jatko-osaa, mutta tämä tämmönen niin kuin paksu albumi, joka sisältää niin kuin sen koko storylinein, tai pitäisi ainakin sisältää, niin tämmöisen ja tosiaan löysin. Tämä periaatteessa käy siis läpi täsmälleen sen saman storyline, jos joku on nähnyt sen elokuvan, niin käy läpi ihan täsmälleen saman tarinan kuin se elokuvakin, mutta sitä elokuvaa oli pikkasen niin kuin on tehty ehkä vähän, pitäisikö sanoa kai sitten perheystävällisemmäksi tai tuolla, esimerkiksi jos joku muistaa sitten semmoisen hahmon kuin Meek, semmoinen musta ötökkä, joka oli siinä vähän semmoinen pelkuri ja tolleen. Tässä se on semmoinen tosi hurja ötökkä ja itse asiassa World War Hulkin lopussaan paljastui, että Meek itse asiassa niin oli vähän paha tyyppi, että se jäi puuttumatta yhtä tämmöiseen sabotaasiin, mikä tämän kirjan lopussakin tapahtuu, joka käynnistää sitten Hulkin halut hyökätä maapallolle World War Hulkissa, niin Meek oli itse asiassa aika paha poika itse asiassa. Muutenkin mä oon ymmärtänyt, että tämä on vähän yksityiskohtaisempi ja brutaalimpi tämä sarjakuvaversio, eli tämä mun on ehdottomasti jossain vaiheessa luettava, ja oli tosi iloinen, että tämä löytyi, eikä älyttömään hintaakaan, koska joskus mä muistan yhteydeni katsoa tätä, vissiin lähinnä kyllä niitä yksittäisiä sarjakuvia tai World War Hulkia eBaystä, ja näistä on pyytty varmaan jotain 5-8 kymppiä, ja tämä kyseinen albumikokoelma tämä niin maksoi 15 €, niin ei yhtään huonompi siinä mielessä ainakaan. Sitten on 2 Dragon Age-kirjaa. Näistä tämä toinen Stolen Throne on mulla ollut omistuksessa hyvän aikaa, mutta nyt sen tulin lukeneeksi tuossa viime vuoden loppupuolella. Ja tykkäsin kyllä hyvin paljon, että kun mä siis rakastan Dragon Age Originsia vielä tänäkin päivänä, ja tähän sijoittuu aikaa ennen sitä peliä, että tämä kertoo sen ensimmäisen pelin yhden pahiksen, on Tern Logainin, ja sitten sen Fereldenin referensoidun, no ei ensimmäinen kuningas, mutta sen itsenäistymisen jälkeen ensimmäinen kuningas, eli Maric, niin tämä kertoo sen Marickin ja Logainin tästä itsenäisyyssodasta Orleita vastaan Fereldenin vapauttamiseksi. Ja tässä oli aluksi vähän niinku semmoista meininkiä tässä kirjassa, että vähän silleen, että perus semmoista fantasiamenoa nämä päätyi vähän niin kuin näkemään tämmöisiä Greatest Hitsia ja Dragon's Universe, nämä törmäsi Darkspawneihin ja Grey Wardeneihin, no lohikäärmeitä ei, mutta Flemethin kanssa ne jutteli. Itse asiassa tästä jäi puuttumaan yksi sellainen tidbitti, mitä mä tiedän, että hänin tuossa Dragon Agein pelin loressa on sanottu, että toi Logain, toi Flemeth olisi joskus paistanut Marikille, että Logain tulisi joskus pettämään sen, se tarkoitti tapahtumia Dragon Age Originsissa. Tässä sitä ei vielä tapahtunut, se luultavasti tapahtuu tuossa jatkokirjassa, mistä näytän kohta uudestaan, mutta se mikä tässä oli mulle kaikista yllättäväntä oli se, että loppupuolella tässä oli semmoinen todella jännä twisti, että tässä oli ollut semmoinen elfi-vakooja, joka oli kyllä vakoillut niin kuin siis tämän Orlein hyväksi näitä Fereldendiläisiä vastaan, mutta ja sitten myös onnistunut vikittelemään Marickin, mutta sitten lopuksi oli vissiin vähän niin kuin kuitenkin kääntänyt selkänsä Orleille, mutta sitten kun Maric sai Logainilta kuulla, että hei mun vakojat niin kuin näki, kun tää sniikkasi ulos tuolta ja meni tapaamaan jotain orleislaista paronia, että se on pettui, niin Maric sitten vähän niin kuin vahingossa päätyi tappaa sen, ja no sitten sen jälkeen Maric aika häikäilemättömästi kävi tappamassa yhden Orlein johtaja, mihin sota periaatteessa tämän mukaan sitten niin kuin päättyi. Että se jätettiin kuvaamatta semmoinen niin kuin Riverdalein taistelu, mistä niin kuin toi Logain ilmeisesti sai silloin aikaan semmoisen suuren maineensa, mutta se, mikä siinä lopussa oli kaikista vaikuttavinta mulle, oli se, että se näytti sen, että vaikka Logain oli pitkään vaikuttanut vähän semmoiselta, että semmoinen vähän kylmä, vähän semmoinen niin ne vähän semmoinen niinku, että jättäkää mut rauhaan, mutta sitten kuitenkin, että teki mitä pyydettiin ja vähän niinku ehkä oikeasti Marickin kaveri, niin tässä lopussa paljastui, että se oli kalkuloinut koko sen homman, että Maric tappaisi sen elfin ja sitten siten siitä niinku tulisi semmoinen kuningas niin kuin se haluaa. Et se oli oikeasti hyvin alusta asti tosi kylmäverinen ja kalkuloiva tyyppi, niin se oli aika pysäyttävä paljastus, varsinkin kun sen Marickin tuleva kuningatar toi Rowan, joka oli alkanut ihastumaan Logainin yhdessä vaiheessa, niin kun se tajusi, että ei saatana, toi on kylmä jätkä, niin siinä olisi kyllä kylmät väreet meikäläis ei siellä pystyy, että huh. Sitten on tosiaan tämä seuraava kirja, eli The Calling, ja tämän pitäisi jatkaa suunnilleen siitä, mihin toi Stolen Throne jäi, eli tässä Ferelden on itse enäinen, mutta sitten mitäs täältä juonisynopsissa sanotaankaan, että niin Maric päästää Grey Wardenit takaisin Fereldeniin, mutta sitten niin kuin ne kuulee, että joku näistä Grey Wardenista on painut Deep Roadsiin ja solminut liiton näiden Darkspawnien kanssa, ja siitä sitten lähtee tämä juoni liikkeelle. Ottaisin, että jossain kohtaa tässä kirjaa sitten Flemeth kertoo Maricille just siitä, että Logain tulee vielä pettämään sen, mutta tätä en ole lähtenyt vielä lukemaan. Ai, selaatko sä nyt sitten sen nopeasti läpi vai?
Tää on tylsää.
No, mut siinä oli sitten... Laiskasaku. Mitäs täällä? Käyty jo läpi. No, tässä käytiin läpi muutama kirja ja sarja kuvaa. Et ole vielä missannut paljoa. Varmaan niin kiinnostavimmat näin niin pelaamisen kannalta oli nämä Dragon Age-kirjat, mitkä just tehdin käydä läpi. Ja no sitten itselleni tämmönen highlight oli tää Planet Hulk-sarjakuva-albumi. Mutta sitten mennään figuureihin. Ja otetaan ensin vaikka tämmösiä ei niin yllättäviä juttuja. Eli Persona-figuureita on kertynyt lisää.
No, onko tää nyt kanon, että Nanako kuolee tässä?
Ei se siinä kuole. Siinä pelissä se voi kuolla, mutta ei se tossa kuole.
No, ilmeet on kyllä vähän sen mukaiset.
Siis niitä vähän niinku kerrotaan, että se ei niinku ehkä selviä, mutta kyllä se sitten selviää kuitenkin. Se on vähän niinku semmonen, tai siinä niinku siis siinä pelissäkin niinku se voi hetkellisesti kuolla, mutta sitten se tulee kuitenkin takaisin, että niinku makes it through. Mutta sitten jos sä teet pelissä tiettyjä valintoja, niin se kyllä voi ihan kokonaan kuollakin. Se niinku on se kaikista huonoin loppu, että Nanako kuolee, Teddy katoaa johonkin ja sitten loppuvuosi vaan skipataan siihen, että sä oot lähdössä ja Dojima on vähän niinku silleen, että niin se näyttää niinku sitä, että se olisi tolpillaan, mutta selvästi huomaa, että se on vieläkin tietysti shaken ja sitten on tosi semmoinen surkea tunnelma, kun kaverit on sulle vähän, että no moikka, ehkä nähdään taas.
Eli toisaalta sanoen go fuck yourself.
Persona-figuuria onoon. Niin siis ono vai pitäisi olla jonoon vai? Ono. No ensimmäisenä näistä Futaba. Tässä itse asiassa kävi semmoinen huvittava juttu, että mä vahingossa ostin tämän figuurin kahdesti, koska mä olin muistaakseni löytänyt tämän puolen kuun peleistä.
Joo.
Ja sitten me tehtiin niin yhteisosto Mandrakesta, semmoisesta
Ei ollut
japanilaisesta.
Mandrake, se oli yksi toinen kauppa.
No japanilaisesta kaupasta kuitenkin tehtiin yhteistilaus ja siellä mä nyt tietysti yritin etsiä persoonafiguja, ainoa järkevä hintainen oli Futaba. Sitten kun se tuli, niin se olikin tää sama, mä en ollut muistanut, tajunnut sitä. No se meni sitten sen sijaan kierrätykseen ja yhdelle tuottajan kaverille, että ei se täysin hukkajuttu ollut kuitenkaan. Mutta niin tää on tää Futaba on tää perus Oracle muoto, että se on ihan perus standifiguuri. Laittaa vaikka tuonne. Futaba.
Hei Akkiri, ei.
Varmaan semmoistakin matskua löytyy.
Lähetäänkö etsimään, kuinka nopeasti mä löydän, jos mä lähden nyt etsimään?
Voisin luulla ehkä hyvin nopeasti, mä en tiedä.
Sitä vähän minäkin.
Mä en oo vitosen edes yrittänytkään matskua löytää. Mutta
joo, älä hei, please, kerro kaikille nyt kuitenkaan. Sitten seuraava.
No sitten seuraavaksi. Tämä varmaan saattaa olla Akkirille kaikista. Matsukin says nice. Are you familiar with Persona? Do you know anything about that character? Or personal characters in general? Niin, mutta tää on Akkirille varmaan kaikista mielenkiintoisin. Eli hänen lempipersonastaan löytyy vaihteeksi hahmo, nimittäin Aegis. Ja tää on vielä tosiaan boksissakin. En tiedä, otanko tätä edes boksista.
No toisaalta on läpinäkyvä tuo boksi, periaatteessa voisit pitää sen, mutta kun tuo pop-up raidin, niin...
Niin ei tää ole kovin kummonen laatikko silleen kyllä. Niin ja ei niin arvokas, että no, sitä nyt voi vielä miettiä. Mutta niin tää oli vähän niin kuin että tämä ja seuraavaksi näytettävä. Okay. You just think it looked nice, okay. Niin, looked nice. Futana ripa.
Hei, ei, Saku, ei.
Mut niin, tämä tuli löydettyä tuolta puolen kuun peleistä myös yhdessä seuraavaksi näyttävän figuurin kanssa. Ja se oli vähän niin kuin se, että no se nyt on kolmonen, joka mulla on se kaikista rakkain, mutta Aegis on kuitenkin aina ollut siisti hahmo, joten miksi ei. Plus mulla ei ole Aegisista aikaisemmin yhtään mitään, niin...
No se Aegis on mun mielestä söpö, joten win-win.
Niin Aegis on kyllä ihan söpö ja se on vissiin myös suosituimpia, koska se oli siinä Arena-pelissä, joka oli crossoveri 4 kanssa. Niin. Ja ei mua haittaa, jos se tulisi jossain myöhemmissäkin, kun se vanhene, kun se on robotti, niin miksi se vaikka tulisi takaisin joskus.
Ovo.
Ja sitten on taas Persona 5 toinen hahmo, eli Queen. Ja tää tosiaan tuli samassa syssyssä ton Aegisin kanssa, ne oli siellä vierekkäin ja oli niinku silleen, että no Persona-figuran kerrankin löytyy jopa hahmoista, josta semisti välihitän, niin sitten otan nämä sieltä molemmat. Ja no Queen on mulle vähän niinku muutenkin semmonen hahmo, että no tää ite Queen niinku tää just kun tää tappee, niin tää on ihan cool, mutta sitten ite hahmona Makoto, niin se on vähän semmonen niinku semmonen se tylsä semmonen kunnon hikkeoppilas, se on siinäkin omat puolensa, mutta se on ehkä, ei ole ehkä se mun top tämä waifu niin sanotusti, mutta kyllä sekin onkin ihan jees. Mitäs se Akkiri siellä sanoo? Löytyispä Persona-figuja, eipä löydy. Ai sultako ei löydy ollenkaan? Mitenkäs nyt silleen?
Sun pitää Exekaan jutella, että se myy sulle ne figuurit hyvään hintaan.
Ne saat aikaisin 100 selu.
Ovo. No, teitä maksat siitä vaikka 30.
40 luulisin ainakin.
No Huntilan älä please.
No yritinkin heittää huuhuifylän läpänä tommosen
niinku.
Sitten niin figuuri, joka oli vähän niinku semmonen, että en ollut varsinaisesti oikeassa ostaa, mutta jotenkin tän luukki vaan puhutteli niin mua. Eli Mortal Kombat 11 figuuri Malefic Spawn. Ja niin Spawn on niinku mulle semmonen, että mä olin Ysärillä jonkinasteinen Spawn-fani. En mä kyllä koskaan juuri niitä sarjakuvia lukenut, mulla oli niitä yksi, mutta en mä silloin tainnut edes osata lukea, kun mä sain sen. Äitissä mulle joskus yritti lukea, mutta...
Netistä ei löytynyt.
Weird.
Hämmentävää.
Kyllä
sitten tuo repidit puolen kupeles left and right.
Niin kyllä puolen kuun sivuilta ainakin tällä hetkellä luulisin, että löytyisi ehkä tuosta Aikista ja Makoto ja ainakin Crow löytyy. Sen mä tiedän, kun sen näin niillä myynnissä siellä kupliissakin. Mutta niin tämä Malefic Spawn, niin mä olin jonkinlainen Spawn-fani Ysärillä. Luin paria sarjakuvaa vähän niin kuin sille tai selailin läpi. Tykkäsin sitä ekasta leffasta silloin aikanaan, nykyään ei ehkä niinkään. Se animaatiosarja on edelleen kyllä aivan mahtava, jo pelkästään siksi, että Keith David on Spawnin ääni. Ja Keith David itse asiassa on Spawnin ääni tässä Mortal Kombat 11.
No, Keith David on niin ihanaa.
Ja mä en yhtään kyllä tiedä, että onko tää Malefic. Tämä on vissiin joku semmonen sen kostyymi, tää niin kuin vaihtoehto se, että mitä oli Malefic nimi tosta tietää, en tiedä, mutta tää jotenkin vaan niinku tän luukki puhutteli mua, kun se oli Spawn-figu OK hintaan, niin se tuli nyt sitten otettua. Tuonne vaikka noin.
Joo, varmaan joo.
Sitten vähän pienempi kaveri, joka itse asiassa on jo näytetty, että tästä ei tarvitse hirveästi puhua. Tää on ollut tämmönen, mitä kistat on tiputelleet, tai haiku on tiputellut lattialle koko aika, se jostain sitä ei visti vihaa tätä, eli Kazuya Amiibo, jonka...
No kissat vihaa tota jostain, siis varsinkin haiku.
Ja sähän taisit ostaa tän mulle.
Niin ostin.
Mitäs? Ja no Amiibot nyt kaikki varmaan tietää mitä nämä on, ja tää nyt on kun Kazuya valittiin Tekkenin representatives tohon on niin Smash Ultimate-veittiin, ja sitten kun tämä tuli vastaan, ja kyllä Tekken ja Kazuya on sen verran cool, että kyllä tämä piti hyllyyn napata, vaikka tällä nyt paljon ei näisen Amiibo-functionilla varmaanhan tee, mutta kivan näköinen hyllyssä se nyt on ainakin.
Mä ajattelin, se olisi ollut Jin tai Heihatsu, mutta Kazuya on ollut joka Tekkenissä.
Paitsi 3.
Ai niin, kun se 3 lähti eduskuntaan.
Niin 3 aikana luultiin, että se on kuollut.
Kissat on oikeassa!
Niin 3 aikana luultiin, että se on kuollut, kun Heihatsu oli heittänyt sen tulivuoreen.
Lyl!
Niin se
Mutta se olisi voinut olla Jin sitten ehkä mieluummin, koska kaikkihan nyt on pelannut tyyliin 3. tai 4. eteenpäin kuitenkin. Niin,
tai sitten just Heihatsu, joka on ollut ihan joka ikisessä, että...
niin Heihutsu.
Vaikka sen, tai se on silleen jännä, että sehän on 5. pelattava hahmo, mutta sen appearance on non-canon, että canon storyn mukaan se oli knocked out koko 5. ajan ja heräsi vasta 6. aikoihin.
Aha, muuten joo. Äiti tänään opin, että Leo
yliarvostettu hahmo. No sitä se ehkä voi vähän olla. Mitä mä oon ite Kazuyassa niinku...
Varsinkin yli 6. 7. Saakeli.
Niin mikä mulla itellä Kazuyassa vähän throw off yhdessä vaiheessa, kun mä luin, että se on 50, mutta eihän se näytä lähellekään niin vähän. Tietysti nyt Tekkenistä tommoista fantasiaa, tommoista hömppää, ettei sillä niin väliä. Jotenkin se oli vähän niin kuin että 50 äijä, että...
No plus sillä on demoni sen sisässä.
Niin sekin tietysti kyllä.
Se on aasialainen. Ei siis sano sitä silleen, mutta kun mä oon sellaisen chartti, että on niinku schoolgirl, on semmonen söpö niinku petit. Sitten on niinku teenage, eli on vähän muotoja, niinku, siis se on niinku tytöistä. Sitten oli niinku ns. Se aikuinen, eli niinku 30-50. 50 on semmonen milfi, tieksä. Sitten oli 60-70 oli kysymysmerkki. Sitten siinä oli niinku, oliko se 80 eteenpäin, niin 80 siis eteenpäin, niin sitten se oli semmoinen tommittainen mummo, joka olisi niin...
No niin, ja sitä taitaa vähän animes mennä, joo.
Plus Heihutsu, kun kattoo, niin totta. Kuinka on Heihatsu muuta, muistatko
siis sehän nyt, tai no pitäisikö vielä tässä vaiheessa sanoa line of makeissä, että vähän niin kuin että uskon kun näin kasissa sitten, mutta sehän 7 pitäisi olla kuollut lopussa. Mutta olisiko se ollut joku 70 ainakin?
No jos Heihatsu oli itse...
Niin jos Kazuya on 50 ja Heihatsu, jos se olisi ollut aika nuori saadessaan se joku parikymppinen, niin kyllä se 70 voisi olla tai vähän yli ainakin. Niin.
No kun mietin, että jos Heihatsu on niin vanhan kaavan miehiä niin sanotusti, niin se olisi voinut olla yli joku 18, kun se olisi saanut, niin, tai käynyt pyöräyttää sen.
Niin.
Eri asia, kuinka vanha se vaimo oli.
No vaimokinhan oli demoni lopulta, että...
Niin, no joo.
Niin. 12. Kasi tai näyttää sitä Jin tai Kazuya ottais kunnon, niin nehän matsaa siinä jo. Muutenkin sitä niinku 7 lopun perusteella vähän niinku itekin luulisi, että niinku, tai vähän niinku semmoinen ymmärrys, että 8 nyt olisi vähän niinku semmoinen, että kun 7 eliminoi Heihachin, niin sitten 8 sitten eliminoisi, että olisi Jinin ja Kazuyan lopullinen yhteenotto ja vähän niinku tämä Devil Gene storyline vihdoinkin niinku loppuisi ja 9 sitten mahdollisesti aloittaisi ns. Vähän niinku puhtaalta pöydältä, että, mutta saa nähdä. Mä en olisi yhtään yllättynyt, jos vaikka 8 kuitenkin tulisi, että Heihachi tuleekin takaisin vielä tai jotain, mutta... No
se on vähän niinku tuossa FNAFissahan on se yksi hahmo, sitä, oliko se Purple vai kuka se nyt oli, niin siis se on yli kuollut joku, niin kuin meidän ajasta kattoen, niin kuin joku 40 vuotta sitten. Se on joka kerta tullut takaisin, se on poltettu, se on laitettu semmoisen spring lock trap-asuun, niin kuin, että periaatteessa on puristunut kuoliaaksi. Sitten se oli vissiin haudattu elävältä jossain vaiheessa. Se tulee joka kerta uudestaan kuitenkin henkiin.
Toi kuulostaa itse asiassa vähän Freddy Kruegerilta.
Mä
muistaakseni joku 5. leffa, missä siinä on semmonen kohtakin, että Freddy niin alkaa leikkaa sen omia sormia pois, niin se, että they tried to bury me, they tried to burn me, ja mitä kaikkea sen luetteleekaan niitä siinä.
Jos muuten toi on päällä?
No kun mä yritin saada vähän niinku valaistus mun toiselle puolelle naamaani, että en muuten olisi laittanut, muutenkin jos toi pitäisi musta edelleen pyyhkiä se.
Toi on oikeesti, kun viimeksi hohkas punaisena toi.
Jos sen alkaa hohkaa, niin täytyy sammuttaa se.
Joo.
Mut niin, no niin, itse asiassa kun persoonallinen on oltu, niin jatketaan sillä vielä lisää. Eli kallein mitä tuolta kupliista tarttui niin mukaan, eli tämmöinen ja mun lempipersonalifiguuri, eli Persona 4 Nendroidi.
Minä pakotin ostamaan.
Ei nyt ala sanomaan hintaa, mutta tää oli kuitenkin melkoisen hintava ostos, mutta tosiaan kun...
Yli 100. Ei
ollut yli 100 kuitenkaan.
80.
No kai se voisi sanoa, että 80 joo.
Tuohan perushinta Nendolle. Se mun Polnarefhan maksoi tyyli, olisiko se ollut 85. Mun Polnareff, Nendo.
Okei.
Ja se on normihinta Nendolle tommonen.
No mä niinku silleen muuten olisi ehkä tätä ostanut, kun tää on vähän tämmönen cutesia, en nyt niin tiedä, mutta Jaffallakin kun on Nendroideja, niin kai sitä lopulta ajattelin, että jos minäkin, ja kun kuitenkin harvinainen 4 figuuri, mitä ei näin niin paljon löydy, niin...
Niin kuin mä oon sanonut sulle, niin kuin mä silloin eilenkin, vai oliko se tänään puhuin? Eikö se oli eilen, kun me lähdettiin viemään lahjaa sille mun kaverille, niin kun sä sanoit, että silloin kun me tavattiin, ja sä olet puhua Personasta, ja sit sä harmittelet, että onko Personasta ei koskaan löydy figuureja, no ihan tyhmää, kun haluaisin 4 kaikki mahdolliset figuurit, niinku uvu. Ja nyt, kun niistä löytyy, niin nyt sä oot silleen, no en mä nyt tiedä, kun ne on aika kalliita, ja sit kun tunne niitä tulee joka tuutiselle, päätä nyt mies!
Josuke-figu näytelee vähän sassiin. Ei ole, mulla on kyllä Josuken toi... Ei Persona-figu, mutta ei itse Josukea. Sitä ei taida pahemmin edes ollakaan.
No, missä se on?
Niin se
Niin.
Personako. No haetaanpas se näytille sitten.
No mä muistan edelleen vielä se, kun sä piipitit, että kun ei löydy Personasta figuja, minä haluan, no pitää ottaa kaikki mitä saa, ja nyt kun sä saat, niin en mä halua. Siis tää jätkä.
Vähän nyt miettimään enemmän sitä rahan käyttöä nykyään kuin silloin vielä.
Niin, mutta huomaat sä, että nää tulee just silloin, tiiäksä, kun sulla olisi sitä rahaa, mutta sä et uskalla käyttää sitä.
Ehkä vähän sillä. Mut joo, ei tosiaan Josukea ole, ja en muista olenko nähnyt ainakaan hirveämmin siitä figuria, tai sitten noista semmosia pieniä cuteseja tai tyyliin Josuke Dragissa. Tai jotain näitä tämmösiä, mutta on tässä nyt kuitenkin ainakin tää Jiraiya, tää Persona-figuuri mulla, että on edes jotain sinne päin.
Niin jo tää. Tuo härskin näköinen.
Näkin sen, kun se oli siinä sen Shadow-muodossa. Se oli vähän niinku toi, mut sillä oli semmonen ilkeä grinni ja 4 jalkaa. Ja...
Tämähän on sammakko muuten. Kato noi sormet ja sit nois, mä en tiedä, onko noi silmät vai mitkä noi, mutta on tähän sammakolta.
No niin muuten.
Sammakkopoika.
Viekö sä tän takaisin? Viet.
En.
Käski mun hakee, niin viet. No, odottakoon se tossa sitten.
Sinähän et minua käskytä. Minä olen nainen tässä suhteessa. Ei, kun se on
Persona 3 figuja haluaisin, mutta en löydyä paljon netistä. No edelleen kato nyt, jos noita aikisia vielä puolenkuun pelien sivulta löytys. Ja kyllä...
Pysähti.
Ja kyllä eBaystä ainakin pitäisi, hinta nyt sitten en tiedä miten on, mutta kyllä eBaystä ainakin löytää pitäisi vähän
jos
se.
netistä uskaltaa, niin Mandarake vai Mandarake, mikä se nyt olikaan.
Niin Japanista, jos ei pelkää tulleja ja tolleen, mutta luotettava mesta ainakin, että... Bossi myös on kai sammakko. Niin just se Josken se bossiformi. Niin on silloin 4 jalkaa ja se, joo, onhan se vähän ehkä semmonen sammakololoinen kyllä joo.
Sammakkopoika.
Kyllä joo. No sitten kun oli, no tämäkin jos on jo näkynyt aikaisemmin, heikutteli tätä muistaakseni just tuossa viimeisessä Persona-streamissä, mutta sitten on myös Juun Figma-figuuri. Ja,
pakotin senkin ostamaan.
Ja tää nyt oli... Niin,
no toi oli tosi hintava.
Niin tää oli hintava, tää oli jottavasti niinku right up my alley, että nää Figmat on muutenkin aina hienoja, niin pitihän tuon sitten hommata.
Hetki, miksi sillä on toi tommonen ilme? Tommonen kauhistunut ilme.
En nyt tule mieleen mitään spesifiä syytä, mutta kyllähän niinku semmosia...
No tossa ainakin on yksi.
Varmaan ehkä toi joo.
No itse asiassa sun pitää näyttää toi.
Niin joo, täällä takana on vaan tämmönen kuva, mistä Akki ainakin nauttii, kun tossa näkyy toi Juu Aikisin German suplexaamana suoraan niinku niskoilleen tuolla. Niin. No siinä oli Personat. Otetaanpa sitten seuraavaksi vähän tämmöstä erilaista cutesimpaa juttua. En muista, onko nämäkin saattaneet jo vilahtaa jossain vaiheessa, mutta kun tuottaja kun on innostunut keräilemään Squishmallow-pehmoja, ja mä olen löytänyt tähän mennessä 2 semmoista, jotka iskeneet munkin astikkaan. Mä olen ne ostanut, että on tämmöinen musta Rainbow Unicorn kissaotus. Mikäs se nimi on? Kaylee. Tämmöinen. Ja sitten on tämmönen musta lepakko-otus nimeltään niin...
Tuossa puolella.
Aldos. Ja sitten on niin, kun me oltiin käymässä viime vuoden puolella Tampereella, en muista mikä meillä mahtoi olla silloin pääsyynä. Olisiko vaan haluttu käydä puolen kuupein Turumi tolleen. Niin
mun mielestä Dragonissa ei ollut.
Ei ollut Dragoni, ei. Emme Dragoniin menty lopulta vissiin edes.
Ei kun meillä oli korona silloin.
Niin, meillä oli korona, niin joo, niinhän se meni.
Niin, me ei sen takia edes päästykään sinne.
Aivan.
No
niin.
mua edelleen harmittaa ihan hirveästi se.
Kisu ja lepakko, joo. Niin on kuitenkin, kun oltiin syystä X Tampereella ja paluumatkalla sitten niin pysähdyttiin Lempäälän Ideaparkkiin ja siellä on sellainen Swamp-niminen peli- ja levykauppa. jossa myös myydään paljon pop-funkoja, niin sieltä mulla osui silmään pop-funkoja, joita mä en ole pitkään aikaa niin mikä väittää pop-funkoista ja muutenkin niin kuin vähän kanssa niin kuin noin Android, että vähän tommosia cuteseja, että ne ei mun mielestä sovi ihan kaikkeen, mutta sitten tuli vastaan tämä. Ja Zorro on, niin kuin, on yksi tämmönen mun lapsuuden suosikkijuttu, mikä oli kans yksi tämmöisiä juttuja, mikä yhdisti mun aikanaan mun isäni kanssa, koska hänkin tykkäsi Zorrosta. Muun muassa me nämä Antonio Banderasin nämä Zorro-leffat katsottiin molemmat aikanaan yhdessä leffateatterissa. No. Ja muutenkin niinku, Zorrohan on silleenkin, voisiko sanoa tämmönen niinku varjovaikuttaja nykyiseen suosittuun populaarikulttuuriin, koska sehän on ihan canon juttu DC-sarjakuvista, että niin siinä kohtalokkaana yönä, kun Bruce Waynein nämä vanhemmat ammuttiin, hän tuli katsomasta Zorro-elokuvaa ja sehän inspiroi häntä sitten tulemaan Batmaniksi, että tässä on periaatteessa Batmanin esikuva.
Ja mua itse Zorros harmittaa se, että kun on nyt juttuja Venäjän ja Ukrainan välillä, niin kun Zorrohan tekee se Zetan.
Joo.
Ja venäläisillähän on se Zeta niitten noissa niinku tankeissa ja näissä tämmöisissä, että he niinku voittaa, että se on heidän niinku victory tai joku tämmönen.
Eikö se ollut jossain joku niitä Zetoja niinku piirteli jonnekin sinne?
Joo.
Joo, niin.
Niin ne on piirrellyt Zetoja niinku kaikkialle, niinku, että on meidän aluetta tai jotain tämmöistä. En lyö lukkoon siis, mutta tämmöistä mä muistan ainakin, kun sä teit sinne sun takaikkunaan se Zeta, mä sanoin, että äkkiä pois.
Joo, totta. Joo.
Ja sit kun mä näytin sulle se uutisen, sä oot silleen, joo ehkä oli ihan hyvä, että valaisit.
Sitten semmoinen, mikä mulla on Zorrosta kanssa, Zorrosta vähän aikaa sitten tuli kyllä peli, mutta se oli perustuva johonkin ihme, ei semmoiseen kauhean näköiseen CGI-animaatio lastensarjaan. Ja mä oon välillä miettinyt, että pitäisikö mun ostaa se peli siitä huolimatta, koska kuitenkin Zorro, mutta sen arvosanat on ollut huono, se ei näytä kovin mielenkiintoiselta pelata. Semmoinen Zorro-peli, mitä mä oon kyllä miettinyt, koska mä ilmeisesti, toisin kuin mä alun perin luulin, niin se vissi olisi saatavissa myös Eurooppa-versiona, koska Wiillehän tehtiin aikanaan Zorro-peli. Sekin kuulemma kyllä tosi kauhea, mutta näytti edes vähän enemmän oikealta Zorrolta. Fun fact, ostin Swampista ihan ekan Persona-pelin, Persona 4 PS2. Oho, katoppas. Ihan niinku kävit siellä vai niin verkkosivulta tai jotain ostit vai? Sitten maailman kaikista isoin figura ainakin laatikon puolesta, mitä multa nyt löytyy. Tämä tarttui mukaan
Waifu.
Tämä tarttui mukaan Desusta. Tämä tuli osittain sen takia, että kun Headhunter Store oli siellä, niin kuin ne aina on. Ja sillä oli, niin, ja sillä oli mukana Spawn-figuureita ja mulle tuli taas semmonen Spawn-viva silloin. Ja no itse perus Spawni oli liian kallis, mutta sitten löytyi She-Spawni, joka oli vähän sen halvempi. Ja tää olisi tämmönen, että tällä on kaikenlaista accessoria täällä kirvestä ja muutamaa erilaista tuliasetta ja tämmöstä. Niin tää on kyllä. Mua vähän mitään, mä en ihan täysin tiedä, että millainenhan tää story on. Että mä muistan silloin, kun mä olin pieni ja tuli tosiaan näitä Spawn-figuureita tosi paljon, niin sielläkin oli joku, mä en muista oliko senkin nimi, se on She-Spawn, ja et onko tää niinku siitä joku reimaginationi, mutta se oli, niinku se oli pinkki, muistaakseni. Mun
mielestä on tää Spawn ja Angela niinku joltain rakkauslapselta toi She-Spawn.
Niin tosiaan mä en tätä backstorya tiedä, et en osaa sanoa, mutta ja sitten en myöskään tiedä, että tosiaan se She-Spawn, tai mikä Nice-Spawn, niin se nyt olikaan mun lapsuudessani, niin muistan sen, että se oli pahis, että se oli niinku niissä Malebolgian joukossa, mutta tästä sitten en tiedä, onko tämä hyvis vai pahis vai mikä tämä on. Mut siisti näköinen kuitenkin, niin tuli otettu
Lempäälässä tulee mieleen vähän se mun hahmo, se Trelos. Tulee vähän mieleen tosta muuta.
Niin on tukkaa, eli vähän toi pissed off ilme tossa niinku toi.
Ja noi silmät, okei sillähän on sokeet, mutta niinku silleen, että tommoset niinku yksiväriset silmät ja...
Joo, aina tässä muuten jos katsoo, niin täällä on Snipu Kirves, tommonen niinku miekkaveitsisten 2 erilaista rynkkyä.
Nice.
Otaks sinne jonnekin.
Joo.
Niin Lempäälässä käytiin, maksoi paljon, mutta oli hyvä ostos. Oliko se siihen aikaan jo niinku käytetty ja hinta nousu sillä perus PS2-versiolla vai? Suomesta mä muistan vaan 97 animaatiosarjoita muistaakseni katoin joskus maikkarilta. Niin joo. Mullahan, niin kun mä katoin alun perin sitä näyteltyä sarjaa 90-luvun alkupuolelta, jonka tunnari on edelleen ihan saatana hyvä. Kyllä mä sitä Zorro piirrettyäkin katoin ja tykkäsin, mutta sitä kohtaa mulla on myöhemmin tullut semmoiset niin ajatukset, että pitäisikö sanoa, että isältä ehkä vähän tarttunut, että kun siinä Zorro-sarjassa oli paljon semmoista steampunk-henkisyyttä, just yliluonnollista magiaa ja tommosta, niin alkanut jälkeen vähän ajattelemaan, että no steampunk-hank se meininki ehkä vähän sopii Zorroon, joo, mutta niinku taikuus ja tommonen, niin
joo, ei.
Ja sitten se mikä mä oon, no se on ollut ehkä vähän semmonen tyhmä pikku pet peeve, joka mä oon tarttunut muun sen takia, kun katsonut liikaa Nostalgia Creekia ja näitä tämmöisiä, jotka valittaa pikkujutuista ja tolleen, mutta esimerkiksi just ton 97 animaatiosarjan eka jakso, niin se on silleen vähän hölmö, että kun siinä periaatteessa joka jaksossa vähän niinku Zorrolla on taas joku uusi semmonen laite, mitä se aina käyttää siihen päivän pahiksen päihittämiseen, tai no ei nyt aina ollut joku päivän pahis, mutta kuitenkin, niin sen ensimmäinen niinku tää esine, mitä se käyttää, on semmonen niinku ammuttava grappling hookki sen kädestä, niin vähän niinku miksi et sä käytä koskaan ton jälkeen, ja sitten myös toiseksi, että miksi sä käytät tuommoista ylipäätään, koska Zorgonhan tyyliin on aina kuulunut se, että jos se meinaa tipahtaa johonkin, se pelastautuu sillä ruoskalla, eikä sillä grappling hookilla. Plus kun se pelastautuu sillä ruoskalla muutenkin siinä pitkin sarjaa, niin miksi niinku ottaisi yhteen jaksoon vaan tommonen grappling hookki juttu?
Koska kakka.
Ja sitten vielä viimeinen figuuri. Myöskin tarttui muistaakseni mukaanhan tuolta niin Desukon Frostbiteista Headhunterilta, eli nää Robocop. Ja avataan vähän tosta, näytetään itse figuuria. Mulla on ennestään Figma Robocop, jonka mä olen ostanut vuosia sitten muista ensimmäisestä animekoneista, mihin mä päädyin. Mutta nyt kun sitten tuli vastaan tämmönen suoraan leffan mukaan, on tehty minkäs firman, tää itse asiassa on Neka Real Toys. Ja tässä on just tää leffan toi boksi ja figuuri näytti hyvältä ja ensimmäinen Robocop on varmaan kanssa yksi ja mun lempielokuviani koskaan, niin tietysti nyt tämmönen lisä Robocop-figuuri piti hommata. Ja Robocopissa on mulle semmonenkin yhteys vielä, että mulla oli lapsena semmonen niinku ihan lastenlelu Robocop, joka oli vaan tehty sen piirrossarjan perusteella, mistä mä myöskin tykkään, koska nostalgiaa enimmäkseen. Mutta mulla ei ollut koskaan sitä oikein kokonaisena. Niin kauan kun mä muistan, niin siltä oli hävinnyt sen kypärä, mikä sitä lähti pois päästä. Ja mulla oli se aina tämmöisenä, jos niinku tossa näkyy toi sen naama, että minkä näköinen se on ilman kypärää, niin mulla oli semmonen paljasnaama-versio siitä. Ja
It's kinda weird to listen to live streaming language I don't understand.
sorry for that. Should I do one segment in English or something that?
At least few games in English wouldn't hurt.
I could go through like this pile here in English because I don't have a lot to say about those. Yeah, let's actually do that next.
Don't give it to me.
Hetkinen. Uutena peli oli kai ollut ulkona 34 vuotta, ne 5 euroa silloin itse iso raha. Niinku sillä tavalla iso raha. Okei, joo. But well, next up to give Machikun something he'll understand, I'll go through a few movies and games that I've added to my collection, but that I haven't had the time to watch or play yet.
Or test
for various reasons. First up is Disney's Coco. I understand that this is kind of redundant for me to have, since now I have Disney Plus and I could watch this there or at any time, but if I remember correctly, I bought this with 5 euros or something, and I've always since I saw trailers and stuff about this, I was very interested in the art style, because I usually don't really enjoy, or I prefer traditional animation over 3D animation yet still, but something about this, from what I saw, was very appealing to me, but still I haven't watched it, so maybe it wasn't all that appealing, I guess. Then there's something that I bought from Puolenkuun pelit. I don't
Half Moon
Games, but since that's not a real thing, it feels weird to translate that. But anyway, it's a Finnish gaming and anime and various other stuff kind of store. But they also sell anime and some other movies and such. And I happened to find this there, Basket Case, the trilogy, and in case you don't know, and I'm not sure anybody watching knows, because I don't think there's any movie geeks have joined us yet, but I know about the first Basket Case movie. I don't know what the plot of the other ones are, but basically at least the plot of the first one is that there's this guy who is carrying around with a basket, and he's not allowing anyone to watch inside it, and he's not telling him what is in there. But then when he's drunk and somebody asks him, he says that it's my brother in there. And yes, in fact, his brother is this blob of a thing right there. They were Siamese twins, but they were separated, and now they want to take revenge on the doctors who did it. But eventually, the guy falls in love with a girl, and his brother can't stand it, so the brother becomes a killing maniac. So basically, these movies are about a separated Siamese twin blob that's going around killing people.
That sounds like a bad fan fiction.
And well, maybe these are kind of bad or low quality, but since I've heard from the first one, thanks to James.
Sorry.
Thanks to James Rolfe and this was like what, $10 or something, 10 euros, sorry. I just thought, well, might as well I'll get the trilogy so that I can see the first one that I'm really interested in, and if it's not that bad, maybe I'll watch the sequels too. Or if it's really bad, then I'll really watch them, because then they're extra bad. So bad they're good, probably. Ai juma, Green Day biisi. Oh, Green Day has a song named Basket Case. I guess I've heard about that, actually. A song from Green Day called Basket Case. I gotta quickly take off the price tag on this next one, because it's still there. Just wait a minute. Would it be easier? Actually, I'll just take the plastic off. That's way faster. No, ne tipahti, kun se pompahti se patja, niin I don't blame you. The Suicide Squad, and this is the second movie in case you are confused, as I am, because the first movie is called Suicide Squad, the second is The Suicide Squad. That's kind of like with the Fast and the Furious movies. The first one is called The Fast and the Furious, and the fourth one is called Fast and Furious, like without the "da" in any of the titles. Like that's how the hell are you supposed to know that half a few years from now? The same thing happened with the Final Destination movies. There's Final Destination, the first movie, then there's The Final Destination, that's the fourth movie. Like, what the hell? But anyways, I believe this was... I'll have to check if I can quickly find it. Yeah, this was produced and directed by James Gunn, who has just recently taken over the DC Extended Universe brand, and well, it has been kind of mixed messages, because the last few DC movies haven't been all that great, and I guess they've suffered from disinterest from people, because nobody's sure or how the reboot is going to go, what movies are going to matter and what aren't, or if any of them is gonna matter. From what I've heard, this is supposed to be a good movie, far better than the first one, which in my opinion was okay, but I can understand why people don't like it for the most part, because it really wasn't what it was trying to advertise itself as, and it is kind of ridiculous that a bunch of low tier criminals from Batman's Rogues Gallery are gonna stop a world-threatening situation. And this show also it has John Cena as one of the characters, and he got his own show out of this. I do believe that was his first very big role in Hollywood, and set him on a path of success from there on, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro.
Yeah, this one also has the price tag. Let's just open it really quickly. There we go. And this one's based on a classic book, and it also has a I guess kind of famous movie adaptation made by David Lynch that apparently is really hard to follow, but I've heard that this one's a little easier to follow, and it's a lot better because it doesn't try to condense the whole huge ass book into one movie, but Dune. And from what I understand, the book is a classic, a fiction and tale, or it's considered a classic, and there's also a few classical strategy games that are based on the books. For example, Dune 2 back in the day was considered to be often the first real-time strategy game ever made, so that's kind of a huge legacy. Pretty much the reason I bought this was that I've heard of Dune, but I've never watched or read anything about it, but it sounds cool, and it was said that this movie is great, and everybody was hoping it can get a sequel so that it can finish the entire storyline from the book. So since I didn't go watch it in the theater, I thought I'll buy the Blu-ray to give them some support. And also Dave Bautista is in this, so why not?
Bautista.
Next up, well, this one I'm not gonna open, and gladly heard that Dune movie is good. Yeah, I've heard so too. Yeah, I'm not gonna open this one. And this was actually something I was planning to give as a gift to a the monitor on the channel, but since he had it, I thought, well, I'll save myself some shelf space because I had these movies separately before. I actually gave the separate copies to my cousin not too long ago, but 8-movie collection, Friday the 13th, and this contains almost all of the Friday the 13th movies from 1 to 8. It doesn't have 9th one, which wasn't even released to us here in Europe, and it also doesn't have Jason X or the remake or Freddy vs. Jason, but this is most of them, and I have separate copies of the other ones except for 9th one, the final Friday Jason Goes to Hell, because again it wasn't released in Europe, so only the copies I could get of it are American copies that I wouldn't be able to play. I have watched it though, and I really don't miss it in my shelf, since it really doesn't feel like a Friday the 13th movie for various reasons, but I'm not gonna get into that now.
Didn't you get the Jason vs. Freddy from me?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I bought it from Anttila when they were still a thing, because that was really
it when
long.
we started to be a thing.
Yeah, you had it, but I had it too.
Did we get rid of my copy then?
I guess we did.
But then again, it's 2 copies of the same movie, so technically it could be. It's like a Schrodinger's movie.
Like what?
Schrödingeri. Koska se Schrödingerin kissa. Et se saattaa olla mun levy, mutta se voi olla myös sunkin levy.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you had the same movie, and we thought, why have 2 copies of this? So we gave it to someone, or sold it, or gave it on a flea market or something. I don't know.
But regardless, like what I've heard of the movie, it wasn't even that good.
It was actually really good. Well, for what it was, two slasher killers fighting. It is exactly what you expect. It's not like any high class entertainment, but who expected it to be?
True, but still.
If you want to see a machete wielding hockey mask dude fight a guy with a glove with knives on it, then you get exactly what you want. Let's actually skip these ones for now and take the other movies that I have here.
Oh, well.
This one is a VHS tape, and I bought this because Jaffa wanted to have it since she remembers this from her childhood. But Väiskin jouluterveys, aka Box's Christmas greeting in English,
I guess,
or something like that. Or does this actually have the original title right here? The original title is Bugs Bunny's Looney Christmas Tales, actually.
Let's close it off.
And she remembers this one from her childhood, and this was dubbed by the same company that dubbed Silver Her Fang or Hopeanuoli or Ginga Nagareboshi Gin in Finnish, aka Golden Voice. And and she actually showed me one clip of this she found on our TikTok, and from what I heard, yeah, you can definitely hear its Golden Voice for better or for worse. We haven't watched this
especially
yet.
for the Finnish audience in this stream, or whoever watches it like afterwards.
We haven't watched this yet, and I plan to capture this for digital handling if it works. I'm not really actually sure if it even works, but I think it could, and if it doesn't, well, I bought this for like €2 or something. I can buy another one if it so happens that this doesn't work.
I hope it works, because it was honestly part of my childhood, and I really kind of like whenever someone talks about Christmas, I sometimes even quote parts of this in my head, and I'm like, did it go like that?
VHS Pog. Akiri is a old school VHS guy.
But I really like this, even though the whole subtitles, I mean the dubbing is what it is. It's still a nostalgia for me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I guess nostalgia's a big reason, and why I also tolerate the Silver Fang dub more than many others do.
No kuule, nyt sä tämä on perseestä.
Well, that's not from the original one.
Sure,
but
not. It is now.
This next one was from the same seller on Huutonet who was selling in the Bugs Bunny tape too, because he had this offer that get discount when you buy at least 2 movies. So I thought I'd take something that interests me too, and I have a friend who's talked a lot about Akira Kurosawa So I took one of his movies that he happened to be selling called Run, and well, basically since it's Akira Kurosawa, I guess this is a black and white samurai movie, but other than that I have no idea because I've not watched this yet. Ah, Laiska-Saku likes VHS too, nice. Well, then there's few games that I haven't played yet, and these things have price tags on them too, god damn it. At least these ones come off more easily.
Oi! Am I worth of 10 euros?
Well, maybe not you, but your sock.
No, expensive ass socks.
Well,
honestly, the socks we saw at Toijala's ABC, I kind of want those.
yeah, but weren't those like 12 a pair or one of some of those?
Yeah, but I still want them.
maybe next time we go to Tampere.
Which might be in a few months.
Well, anyway,
Thank God HypeCon is in like... hang on. 3 months?
About?
Because it's in June. It's 3 months, yeah.
Well, if it's like halfway, it's a bit under 3 months, but basically 3 months, yeah.
Thank God. I still have time to save money for HypeCon.
Yeah, we really should do that.
Yeah.
Both of us, really.
Yeah.
But these next two ones I haven't. Well, the other one I really haven't had time to play because it requires extra steps to get to play it. And the other one I haven't played because I basically just got it because it was cheap, even though I have it on Xbox One. So let's actually start with that one. This is Assassin's Creed Odyssey for PS4. We went to Toijala's ABC. Yeah, we did. We stopped. We passed through Toijala on our way to Tampere, so it was kind of unnatural that we stopped there. We also needed gas, so. But yeah, this game I haven't played this yet because I have this on Xbox One too, and I've tested that one, and I remember that I liked it, and it felt actually really smooth, and the combat and was nice. I don't know how bad the end game is because I've heard that these later Assassin's Creed games get really bad in the end game where you gotta grind a lot to get to do everything. But if I can just get past the main story without buying some XP upgrades or something like that, I'll be satisfied. But I'm not really sure yet. Ah, Sirius, hello. If you're wondering why I'm talking English, it's because we have a
English viewer.
Was he Swedish?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a some Swedish guy here, and he obviously doesn't know Finnish, so I'm doing a little segment in English, but I'm soon be switching back to Finnish at least for a while. But for a little while longer, you're gonna have to tolerate my English. So, but welcome aboard.
It's better than mine.
Well, I'm not that sure. Maybe
You have heard me talk like to other people in VR chat anyway.
Well, sometimes I say maybe my pronunciation is a little better, but I stumble a lot more than you do. Maybe
and
because
you stumble with Finnish.
Yeah, but maybe English a bit more because I haven't had as much practice as you have had. So.
Well, you know, that happens when you have a lover from France. I mean, what a nice weather we're having. He's just a good friend of mine. Yeah. He's still waiting for the maid pictures. I mean.
Nice. Many of my sukulaiset relatives in English, if you want to know, live there. Oh, so your roots are from Toijala. Okay.
So that means Akkirin persaus kesti.
Goody Nighty / Enderman. Hello. That's why we are speaking in English. Did you just arrive, or have you been listening there confused while we're talking English or something? Since you say that. But anyway, this next one, like I said, I haven't played because to play this I would have to set up my VR equipment, and it is Marvel's Iron Man VR, which I got for cheap on Prisma's sales basket pretty much. I've heard that this is not like a really deep or long game, but it can make you feel like Iron Man, which is actually one of the parts that kind of fascinates me. and scares me at the same time because being Iron Man, that involves a lot of flying, and flying in the air, like if you really feel like you're flying, is something that feels really scary to me because I'm not afraid of flying in a plane, but
he's afraid of heights.
I'm afraid of heights, yeah. And the idea of having to look down, like if I was on an airplane's wing or on a hot air balloon, and I would look down, I would probably get a stroke or something.
Nah,
So I haven't played yet, but hopefully this will be at least a nice/frightening experience for a little while. This English is amazing if you compare my Rally London Kimi Räikkönen and was my English teacher. Well, I haven't heard you speak, so I really can't argue with that. But I don't think it can be that bad. And knowing English,
Welcome to the hydraulic press channel. Today we litsataan muna.
you are not driving fast enough. You are driving too fast. Leave the rally into the professionals. Actual lines by Tommi Mäkinen in Tommi Mäkinen Rally.
My favorite is still that stick came up to Timo's ass.
Oh, right, that one.
I showed it to you. You
Yeah.
remember that?
And I also remember the year when Tommi Mäkinen won his first rally world championship. It was
I am so happy right now.
it was like he was being interviewed because they thought he would like place second because Sebastian and Loeb hadn't finished yet, but then he gets a call like in the middle of the interview that Sebastian's car was broken down and they don't want to bother pushing it to the finish goal, so he becomes the world champion, and then he starts being, like, Sebastian's car has broken and they don't want us push it over the finish line or something like that.
They don't want to push it over the finish line, so Timo won the race.
You have been sitting in there 3 minutes, I think, and was just asking why are we speaking in English, but then you said it why, so okay. I don't know about my English, but I like to think I'm pretty good at it, but I don't know.
I'm somewhat decent.
What I was about to say, the serious is that knowing English in general is good, because I remember when I was studying to be an IT guy in Kerava, I had a classmate who I chose to have optional Spanish lessons, and during one of the classes he explained to me how he doesn't really know English, and I was really shocked that there could be someone of my age who was really incapable at English, especially working at IT where knowing English is pretty much mandatory. And also, I'm not really trying to say that against him, but the latest our latest representative at the Eurovision Song Contest, Käärijä, I kind of facepalmed when I heard him try to make an interview in English and not knowing anything to say about English. It was like, oh my god, this guy's representing us. But the song is at least catchy, somewhat, in my opinion.
I still haven't heard it.
Well, I haven't heard it in a whole either, but I've seen and heard some clips of it.
I haven't even heard a clip.
Well, then there's a few Dreamcast games that I haven't tested yet, since I haven't really had the time or energy to put the device up. It's not like it's hard, but it requires some extra, and I really haven't been in a mood for that. But here's Choo Choo Rocket, one of the what's the term now? Now I'm losing it. One of the launch games for the system. From what I've understood, this was supposed to be like the big online game for the system, because it was the first console ever to have online play capabilities. And when it comes to the actual game, I guess it's some kind of a puzzle game, but haven't tested it yet, so can't say much more about that. And then there's... I understand English, but my pronunciation and is literally like vauhtimursus, if you have seen those memes. I haven't actually. Have you?
Hang on, vauhtimursu.
Hola, mi nombre es Goody in IT, not a real name though.
Oh, it's something like this. Yeah, no, I haven't heard.
Yeah. Now this next one is from Criterion, who many may know as the creator of the Burnout series, but a game called Trick Style, and Criterion actually made another game kind of like this, from what I've understood, on PS2 called Airblade. And Airblade is actually kind of good, so I'm hoping that this would be at least as good. This is kind of like a racing game where you also do pretty all kinds of tricks, like I guess the title hints at, and you try to beat everybody, and I guess there's also get points by doing tricks and stuff like that. Haven't tested it yet really, and haven't seen much footage of this, but I'm expecting at least it to be a decent game, I hope.
You can always hope.
Okei, vaihdetaan sitten kaivamaan meillä taas vähän Suomeen. I wanna hear Spanish someday, and I have slowly started to learn it. I can count to 10 and say my name and something else, I think. Okay, nice.
I mean, you could continue in English. You'll be doing so well so far, and even the chat is with you in English.
Yeah, I guess. But once I get to the playthrough of things, I'm gonna have to switch, because I'm planning to make that a separate video when Finnish is released. So, and
I mean, that's understandable, but
and there I have a really lot to say. But okay, let's continue a little bit while. If you want me to change back to Finnish, I'm writing Finnish into the chat too. But I'll continue in English for a little while at least.
Yeah.
And next up, since that was all the additional stuff now, I guess as we could then address the elephant in the room. I'm not gonna show the actual elephant actually, so to speak, but like I guess as you've what's seen on the streams and what I've talked about, I finally got myself a PS5, and I also have 2 controllers now. This came with the system, the standard white one, and then I bought this like a camouflaged thing later, and I also got despite Sami wishing I didn't, I got these little rubber protectors for the joysticks.
Condoms!
Condoms. Yeah, you can call them condoms, I guess. That this time the reason though isn't because I want to protect them like with the PS4, but this time it's pretty much that I've gotten used to it that there are like these little rubber things that have these little dots here that help your thumb stay put. I really like the feel of these, so that's why I got these this time. Matsukin says, yo, so are you saying that I should speak Finnish so that you can understand what I'm saying or something like that? Serious says, if you want to hear vauhtimursus English, go watch Tubettajat Spesiaali by Yle. Oh no. Who is vauhtimursu anyway? I have no idea about that either. Like the way Spanish is spoken, so I sometimes start speaking in Spanish accent. Is that even spelled out like that? No, it's not. It's like that. I think I'm not 100% sure myself, but my English writing is probably more rusty than speaking, because I haven't written that much in a long time. Mostly, I guess, because we don't RPG that much now. We really should get that started again.
Beep beep boop boop.
Playing Hamtaro.
Right?
But
I found some Hamtaro stuff from the Kupli, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah.
Because, like I spoke with Urumi's, one of the sellers, or the, I don't know what they're called, like merchants? You know, like the myyjät.
Merchants, I guess, yeah.
And they said that you can really rarely find any Hamtaro like merchandise these days. So technically you have to get what you have. But then again, the 3 figures I bought, they were so cute.
Enderman's thanking me about correcting him. You're welcome. She's YouTuber like Niilo22, real YouTuber, some people would say.
Oh, they're one of those.
One of those kind. Well, I'm still not sure what you mean, because I've never watched Niilo. I guess I've seen a few clips on TikTok or something, but
they're just insane.
Oh, go right. this next pile of games I'm just gonna go through really quickly because these are not new, but I'm just displaying that what games I have in my collection that had now I'm getting my tongue twisted. Had a free PS5 upgrade when you put them on the PS5 system. Yakuza. Yeah, it was still Yakuza. Yakuza Like a Dragon has a PS5 version you can get for free by inputting this disc. It kind of works funnily because you don't get like the download version. You still have to input this disc in every time you want to play it, but it gets an upgrade to PS5, but it's not. I guess it's just up to resolution or something like that. I don't know, and I pretty much don't even notice those kind of things. Vauhtimuoso was a thing years ago. She did smoothies and used like ainesosat. Okay, so what kind of smoothies did she do? Like some kind of garlic or what kind of stuff did she put there? Like actually, I remember. If anybody knows, I'm pretty sure everybody knows Arnold Schwarzenegger, but if anybody knows his movie End of Days, I remember at the beginning of it because he's like a broken down cop in it, and his partner comes to wake him up to go on a mission. Or I guess he wasn't a cop; he was former cop and now some kind of bodyguard or something. Well, anyway, his partner comes in to wake him up, and he makes a smoothie that has like everything he can just find laying around, like a pizza slice from 2 days ago, and various other stuff, and he just grinds them and just drinks the whole thing, and it was like gross. Yakuza 7, nice, let's go, good game. Yeah, I know, I've heard it's a good game. I actually got excited, and I'm thinking that now that I'm spoiling one of the things I'm going to talk about in this stream, but I just finished a PS5 game today, and I'm thinking that next I could start playing Yakuza 0 because Pro Jared recently did a video of Yakuza 0 and was like really hyped about it, saying why did it take me this long, and this game made me love video games again, and all the kind of praise you can give it. The next one that has a free upgrade is Witcher 3. Still haven't played this one, or maybe I'll play the enhanced edition at some point. Then there's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2. I actually played the PS5 version a little. Didn't notice there's a goddamn thing of difference, but at least a nice thing to have, and it gets double the trophies. Then I haven't platinumed this or anything, but a few of the trophies are easy enough to get, and if you can get them again from the PS5 version, that's just nice.
Next, can you do this part for me? You have to again.
What do you have to do?
You have to scrub the tiles, and you have the ability to do so already.
Pardon me for the slight interruption. What did I have to do?
You have to scrub those, like clean, those tiles before the ghosts reach their boxes.
And I can push these up to the ghosts. How do I... scrub. You have to scrub multiple times, I guess.
Yeah, twice. Okei, nyt tietää, myös Tampereen kupleissa oli niin helvetisti porukkaa.
No.
Siellä kävi kaiken kaikkiaan 23 199 ihmistä.
Ai justiinsa niinku tuossa viikonloppuna?
Niin.
Okei.
Mikä ihmekään, että siellä oli hirveä tuommois.
Luetko vaikka chattia tässä kun...
Chattamante kudasai!
That actually reminds me, I should show you a TikTok I saw that has an anime where a girl tries to show a guy how to put whipped cream on an order at a cafe or something, but the way they're talking sounds like she's trying to tell him how to put you know what into her you know what.
Oh dear. Sirius says she put stuff like old bun, like a lot of sugar, old Christmas cake jam. I don't know what is the correct word. It was half-eaten bun, not old. My bad. Yakuza 0 is a pretty long game, but that game is very good though. Yakuza 3 is only Yakuza game that I didn't like as much. It's an okay game. Then Enderman says, by the way, how's the lovely people doing? How has the week been?
Week's been okay.
Did you do it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's... You're welcome. Let's continue. The next one is a game that had a certain someone and has been hyping a lot since last year. Tales of Arise. I still haven't played much of it. The beginning in basically just maybe I'll play this one's PS5 version 2 when I get the chance, or maybe both versions again for double trophies. Then there's a game that's about to get a sequel in a few months, I think, or was it delayed? I guess it was delayed. Well, I guess it's still about to come out this year. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. This is another one of those games that I have both on PS4 and on Xbox One. I was thinking about restarting the game on Xbox One because I played this one a little bit, like maybe halfway through or something, but I've pretty much forgotten most of the things that come to like my minor details of the gameplay and the story, so I really should restart this no matter which version I play. But for what I've played, this is a great game, especially if you're into Dark Souls but think that real Dark Souls are a little hard. This is kind of hard too, but a little bit more forgiving than Dark Souls games, I'd say. Then of course there's Resident Evil Biohazard. Actually, this reminds me that no, I did remember to get everything on display because there's another Resident Evil game I might have, but this one I've shown on before and it has a PS5 upgrade, so that's why it's here. And get another Resident Evil game, the number 2 remake. Then there's a game that I actually maybe should restart also, because there's one aspect of this game in that made me really kind of sour to it, but Doom Eternal. And the thing that made me sour to this one, if anyone's interested, is because this game has...
You can't do no hurt Cacodemia runs.
no, not that, but... But this game has a lives system. Basically, you can collect lives, and when you die, you just lose a life and continue on where you died. But the problem there, for me at least, is that sometimes I die because I get ambushed by a big pile of demons, and I die just like that. And at that point, I wish I could have an option to retry from checkpoint or use a life, because now I got to the point in the game where I have 0 lives. And the combat is getting really intense, and it sometimes feels like that because of the life system it's not balanced correctly, because you really have to scrape and claw all the health you can get, and that means using special techniques that have cooldowns or getting in special abilities that produce health and stuff like that, and that really, well, maybe you could just say that get good, but it doesn't appeal to me all that much, which is kind of sad, because the beginning made me really like this game. I like the platforming stuff that some people hate, and Doom 2016 was really good, so I had high hopes for this, but really hasn't hit me that hard, at least not yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My pronunciation of those is probably bad, even though I did study Spanish a little bit. I think that is how you count in Spanish. I think you might be right. At least up to the 6, I'm pretty sure that you are correct. Those last few I don't remember, but you probably remember those better than I do. Fallen Order is a great game. It would be amazing if you could play it sometime in stream, and Fallen Order 2 would come out sometime next month, if I remember right. Yeah, I remember that was supposed to come out like next month, but didn't it have a delay for some reason not too long ago, or am I misremembering that? And I guess I could play it on stream for at least a little while at some point. I really don't have like a problem playing in pretty much any game on stream, but I don't like, for the most part, to play games blind unless they're like Xbox games that I haven't beaten before. And also when I play a game, I really feel like I have to finish it, even though I haven't finished many of the games that I've streamed, even though I plan to. So those are basically the reasons why I haven't streamed Fallen Order yet. But I could at some point, yeah. That's not that big of a problem. I'm not like embarrassed of my skill or anything like that. Tomorrow, a guy named Makkiri has a birthday, and same week his work and good birthday gift. Oh god damn. Yeah, I remember you just telling us that you're getting basically fired, I guess, but on your birthday. That's pretty damn sad. RE4 remake released, pretty hypocrisy. Yeah, I know. That's a game that I have to buy at some point, but not right now because I need to lay low for a few months, because I guess because it was my birthday month, I got a little bit too excited. And also, like, we're gonna see, I guess after I'm finished with these, when I go through maybe the digital games, that for a certain reason I had to buy a lot of those, but I'll get to that shortly. Then there's Borderlands 3 and Alan and Wake. I actually almost a few times thought of buying a physical version of the PS5 version of these two, because, like I've said a few times, I own stock by Remedy, and buying their games basically helps the stock go up. I know that, like, buying one doesn't do much, but I sometimes...
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing, and sometimes I think in my head that me buying them could cause some kind of butterfly effect, that the sales go up or something, but I guess...
You never know.
You never know, but that's partly wishful thinking. Actually, since I was just into the physical, I'll go through the few physical games for PS5 that I have, and then I'll go through the downloads. PS5 first, and then the others. Actually, for that I'll have to get the list out. Just a moment. Alan Wake is still coming this year. You mean Alan Wake 2, I guess, because I don't think they're re-releasing it yet again, because why would they? They just did. It got delayed last month, and the new release date is next month if they haven't delayed it again. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that's what I was thinking. I don't think they've delayed it again. There's only been one delay, but it was like from previous month to next. Okay. I will try to make that day a bit better. I do not have a plan, but I will think of something. You mean the day you play RE4 remake, or what do you mean? I'm not really understanding. But anyway, I have 4 physical PS5 games as of now, and this first one I'm going to show is actually the latest one I got into my collection, also bought to me by Jaffa, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's Atari 50th anniversary, and this is like it says in the box, it's like a collection and celebration of Atari's 50 year history. This game has like a collection of games from all the way from the original Atari 2600 console all the way to their last console, the Jaguar. And also what was really interesting to me is that there are a few who modernized his games himself from the original. A few modernized games made it based on the games on the 2600. Like there's a modern haunted house, for example. It's not really like any AAA level. It's basically just a 3D remake with graphics that really much resemble the original, which means that it doesn't really look all that impressive, but it's a nice little touch as either way. And also, what is nice about this game is that there are a few unreleased games in this compilation. For example, if I remember correctly, there's a game in here called Fight for Life that was supposed to be like a killer app for Atari Jaguar, but it never got released. And playing it, I can see why, because it's really bad actually. But then what's also interesting is that this has if anyone who is a fan of AVGN, and if you are not, you should be. But years ago he made a video about the Sword Quest games on the Atari 2600, which were basically adventure games where the hook was that you would actually win real treasures, like you could win a golden talisman, a golden crown, a sword, and whatever stuff there was, I can't exactly remember. But the tragedy about that was that when there were supposed to be 4 of them: Sword Quest Earth World, Water World, Earth Quest Fire World, Water World, and Earth World, and then Air World. But by the time they got to the 3rd one on Water World, then and the crash of 1983 was taking effect, and they had to cancel the competition, and eventually they sold the company, and the rest of the treasures never got given to anyone. And from what I've heard, the original 2 winners had to sell their winning in prizes at some point anyway, because they found themselves in a difficult financial situation. But anyway, the 4th game, Air World, was originally never released, but it is actually in this compilation. I'm not really sure how faithful it is to the original one that was in the works. Maybe they actually had it stored somewhere, they finished it for this compilation, but anyways, it's really cool to basically get to play a game that never was. Yeah, Alan Wake 2. Yeah, just I thought, jaksako PS5 pyörittää noita pelejä? Hakkini, goddamn you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to add the context to that. I will try to make tomorrow a bit better a day for Akkiri. Ah, that's what you meant. Okay. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but it's a nice effort at least. Then there's these next S3 games are games that I actually kind of got as a Christmas gift along with the PS5 from my mom. The first one is Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I'm actually gonna talk more about Spider-Man games on this stream because I have stuff to say about the original PS5. What I'm saying, PS4 game, I mean. And I this is also available on the PS4, but I really wanted the PS5 version, and I thought that this would be a great thing to get. The first thing I get PS5, and so I did. Still haven't gotten really into this because as I had other games to play and other games that really spiked my interests. But this is basically the same thing as the original Spider-Man game on PS4. Quality game from Insomniac, and because it's Miles, he does have some of his own tricks, like his Venom powers. And actually that's one of the things, because if you play this game and you have your console's language in Finnish for whatever reason, maybe you wanna be sure that you understand all the agreement stuff and that what you read. But when you play this, do yourself a favor and put your language back to English, because if you don't, his Venom strike in this game is called Myrkkyisku, and that's just fucking cringy. So yeah, Finnish subtitles, no. And then there's a game that I know if certain 2 people who were here, they would be really jealous of me about. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, the latest game in the now legendary series that I am really not that big of a fan, and still I have finished a few and I have many in my collection, and like some of you might know, I still have the project that I have to play the original 3 games, and from what I've tested this, it's pretty much as what you expect, the same kind of quality, with the new stuff being the alternative dimension version of Ratchet, or it's not like female Ratchet, I can't remember what her name is at this point, but basically there's 2 pairs. There's this time, there's Ratchet & Clank, and then there's the alternate universe versions from a universe where Dr. Nefarious actually won, so it has its own hooks and gimmicks like you'd expect. Spider-Man 2 is still coming this year. I haven't played Spider-Man 1, I think I should. Yeah, you really should. It's really a great game, and it's not really that hard to platinum either. I'll actually get into that a little bit later on, actually, but yeah. Not a big Marvel fan or superhero fan. And Rivet. Rivet. Yeah, that was the Lombax, yeah. But even if you aren't a big Marvel or superhero fan, I think you could enjoy Spider-Man. It's really great. The swing around the city feels awesome. The combat is is good. The story is great. The side activities are fun. It's overall an excellent game, and I'm really hyped for Spider-Man and 2. And then there's a game that I initially thought this would be the first roguelike ever that I finished, but then I actually remember that I have finished Dead Cells actually, and this game really didn't grab me all that much. It has really intense atmosphere and stuff, but now I really have games that they pique my interest a little more, but not a Finnish game, aka Returnal, made by the Finnish guys Housemark, which alone was enough a reason for me to buy, because I wanna support a local gaming company, because there aren't too many of those, especially you want to make AAA games. I guess there's only like Housemark and Remedy by this point. But anyway, this has great it's shooting. I believe it was this game where I really noticed the first time, because if you've played PS5 or heard of it, you know that these back triggers here, they have little motors in them. Like in certain situations in the game, these will push back, so you can't like push them all the way down. There's something in stopping you from doing so. And when I first time noticed that, hey, I can't push this trigger all the way down, I was like, what the hell is going on? Is this thing broken? But then I remembered, oh right, there are the motors in here, and then I was afraid that I might broke this goddamn thing, but at least I haven't yet, so I don't have the energy to make the game in the other day. Ratchet & Clank's size doesn't matter. Oh, but it says the opposite. It says size matters.
Ei oo ovo.
It's actually really funny from what I've heard and what I really understand why, because I don't it's really isn't anymore, I think, but at certain point all of the subtitles for the Ratchet & Clank games could be considered sexual, like up your arsenal, going commando,
Ovo.
size doesn't matter. Did I say doesn't? I meant to say does. I know, and that's
Says you.
You goddamn. But anyway, next we can move on to the. Whoa!
What did you do?
I don't know. I guess it was trying to put the memo to be whole screen or something. Maybe there's good. Let's go through the digital games that I've gathered, and there's a lot of these as well. I'll go through the PS5 games first, because there's not that many of them, and since I was just talking about PS5 and I was thinking about getting all the PS5 stuff away in the same section, and so I'll start with those. The first one is Demon Slayer, of course based on the now really popular anime series that I've also watched, like I guess the first season and some of the second, and was there like a movie in between? I think I've seen that too. It's kind of good actually, but then what?
Notice me.
Why?
Why not? I'm your wife.
Yeah, I was really into it with the series for a little while, but then I slightly got turned off when I found this channel on YouTube called The Almighty Lolly, and I know the name sounds a little bit scary, but it's not like that. Even though the guy does post like these sexual or hentai kind of pictures on his community, but they're not lolly pictures despite the name. Thank God.
Monka S.
But anyway, he mentioned like that he doesn't really enjoy Demon Slayer all that much because it's like Berserk, but the main character that I can't really remember the name again.
Tanjiro?
Tanjiro, yeah. Tanjiro is like guts, but a pussy who doesn't want to kill anyone. So when I realized that, I was kind of like, yeah, it is like kind of weird. Like he's sympathizing with all of the demons, and from what I've heard, that changes throughout when the series goes on, and I'm planning on watching it at some point again, but recently I haven't had the time. But anyway, the game, I should point here, the game basically is kind of like the Naruto games or Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi games, where most of the fighting is done from behind your back, but unlike at least the Dragon Ball games, in between the big fights there's like roaming around and some small or in between in fights that actually didn't happen in the series, but are there to give you more of a game feel, well, I guess. And the gameplay, from what I've played, it is kind of simple, but it also works pretty well. And I was really excited about the game, and really didn't fly off because there was other PS5 games, 3 in particular, that really got my attention after this. But I'll probably return to it, but then I'll have to probably restart the game because I really can't remember the mechanics anymore. But I could recommend this game, and it's also on PS4 if you don't have a PS5, and I do believe this one has the free upgrade if you ever get a PS5 afterwards. Akir is saying you. Why are you saying you? I don't know. I learned some Ratchet & Clank history from Pistetäänpä, the drawing show that Kuutti is in. Oh, okay. Sounds pervy. Mouth is getting really dry already, god damn it. Okay, but then next... Wait, what?
What?
I can't find the other pictures, what the hell? Or are they... No? Ah, okay, now I got them. Where is T? Ah, right there. Next up, Terminator Resistance Enhanced Edition. Like you can, I guess from the name, this is a sort of enhanced version of the PS4 original. I really liked the PS4 original Terminator Resistance. I actually platinumed the game, and I have platinumed this one as well. Both of them are not. Neither one of them is really hard. I don't remember exactly if the trophies are exactly the same. I think the Enhanced Edition has slight differences, especially since the Enhanced Edition has 2 extra modes, one of which you also need to complete to get the Platinum trophy. The other one is paid extra, so that is not required for the Platinum. And since I've already talked about how the main campaign of this one, at least a little bit, because I've talked about the PS4 version, what I thought I would do here is talk more about the extra campaigns. I actually, now that I think about it, I guess I should have included this one into the ending segment where I plan to talk about all the games that I've beaten, but I'll go through this here because there's not that much to say. Can't wait for the new Demon Slayer season. The Upper Moons seems promising. I've read the manga, so I have yeah. I guess you type out something in there. Can't wait for them to be animated. Wasn't the? Have you read all of the manga? Because from what I understand, the manga run is finished. Is already that it has really reached its conclusion. So you now know already how the anime is gonna end. Am I correct? Well, anyway. The 2 extra modes that this version offers is there's the Infiltrator mode and the Annihilation line. Annihilation line is actually paid DLC, but it's like 15 in bucks, so it's not 15 euros, so it's not that bad. Keep saying bucks. I guess that shows that I'm watching way too many American YouTubers who always talk about prices with bucks. So
I mean, even for me, like whenever I'm speaking English, and whenever I need to talk about like currencies and things like that, I always say bucks. And when someone notifies me that, hey, aren't you like from Europe, like Finland or something, and I'm like, yeah, what about it? And they ask like, don't you guys use euros? And I've told them, like, whenever you hear me speak and I say bucks, like for example I bought this game for like $20, I usually mean euros. Because if they know that I'm from Finland, I think they can filter it already filter it out that I'm meaning euros, even though I'm saying bucks.
Yeah, I guess so.
But then again, we could use markka, which actually apparently in English means mark.
Yeah, it was used to be mark in English.
But you know what that makes my small little head think about?
Infra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
so
yeah, I bought this with 20 marks, like, 20 marks. Nice guy. I mean, what? Hi?
I guess that would mean that the old Markantala would be called Mark's house.
Oh, yeah! I need to tell that to Kehubi. One of my friends, that is.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, let's talk about the two extra modes. The Annihilation line is basically just a small little campaign. I guess it's kind of roguelike because the premise is that you are, like the mode name suggests, an infiltrator, basically a Terminator, that is. And your mission is to hunt down this one resistance general and eliminate him. And to do so, you need to find various clues and reports about his locations. And basically the game is like, when you start the game, it warns you that it takes about 40 minutes to complete the game, but if you die once, you have to restart. And every time you restart, the clues and stuff can be in other locations. Or let's just say that there's a location where you first time found some data logs, but the next time there could be like ammo there. And then there's like resistance hideouts that can have ammo or data in them. And then there's roaming patrols that you can eliminate to get more ammo and information. Then there's other Skynet robots and Terminators that have been destroyed that you can get some more ammo and stuff. And also, I think the location of the general at the end when you find it out is also randomized, so there's a little bit of RNG there. And also, the amount of repair packs you can get is randomized and can be a little low, because the first time I played the Annihilation line campaign or small campaign, I think I got destroyed because even though you are a Terminator and well the Resistance guys are using laser weapons that can affect Terminators, but still you are not really all that durable. And it's kind of disappointing too that even though you're supposed to be an infiltrator unit, I guess you start of the campaign, your flesh a little bit, it's chewed out because the very first enemies you see immediately notice that you're a Terminator and start firing on you. So there's no stealth element or anything like that. It's just go around and shoot everybody kind of thing. And also what the campaign it has compared to the original one is that you don't have to lockpick any of the doors. You can just smash through them, and when you do, you get this slow-mo Matrix style effect when you can clear the room during the slow-mo before anybody can pretty much shoot you back. So that's cool, and it really doesn't take, like I said, a whole lot to complete, and there aren't a lot of trophies is attached to it, so it doesn't really make getting the platinum on this version a lot harder. And even though it doesn't really differ from the gameplay of the original like it should maybe, because you're a Terminator, it really is okay entertainment. Like if you want more of Resistance campaign, you get exactly that in the Infiltrator mode. All the upper moons are entertaining except one of them. I do not like one of them. And yes, I've read all of the manga. I do not want to spoil anything, but I want to say something. For as much as I'm concerned, you can say something, because even though that would be a spoiler for me, I'll probably forget it pretty soon, because
I've spoiled so many things for him already from different like animes like JoJo or like fucking Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball. Like he forgets it, then he comes to me after a few weeks like, oh my god, did you hear about this? And I'm like, I did spoil this to you, didn't I?
Yeah, maybe
Especially
so.
for JoJo season 4, like the Diamond is Unbreakable. Or was it Diamond is Unbreakable? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like I've already spoiled you a few things on it, and I don't think you remember any of those.
Yeah, I probably don't. I think you told me about the main villain before we saw him, but then when he showed up, I really didn't remember anything.
So you didn't remember the...
I guess... Yeah, I didn't remember the hand thing at first. When we when we first saw him and then when we continued watching, then I remembered. But if you had told me before, I didn't remember anything about the hand thing.
Fetish,
yeah.
I just remember when Unique is one of my moderators, and our moderators as well, like, told me that apparently in the manga, Kira Yoshikage says that when he saw Mona Lisa, he got a boner. He legitimately got a boner when he saw Mona Lisa's hands. He had an erection.
Oh, I was just about to ask do her hands even show up in the picture, but they're at the bottom.
Yeah, they're like really gently like laid there, but and he like specifically in the manga, and I think even in anime says that whenever I saw Mona Lisa's hands, I got an erection. And whenever, I think it might be like a bit spoilery as well, but I think when he's about to be killed, maybe, I'm not sure, but he's holding someone's hand and he says, I have a boner. Not like my guy is about to die and he's looking at hands like,
No. And the other reason why I really don't mind spoilers is because I'm not really that spoiler sensitive like many people seem to be these days, and that kind of
one of your friends.
Yeah, and that really annoys me sometimes.
Especially when you say them by accident, even after you apologize, they're like, I can't believe like you ruined my life now.
Sometimes I think when it comes to the friend of mine, you know, or this spoiler or obsessed culture in general, I'm thinking, at which point do we come to the point where saying who directed a movie is considered a spoiler or something like that?
Jesus.
I haven't seen that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Both the thing I want to talk about are upper or moon related. My favorite demon and probably character is now upper 6 or upper 2. I really like them. They are really cool and entertaining. Okay. Oh, Linda says she'll come onto the stream later. Okay, I guess we'll be here for a little while longer. I'm not sure how long my voice can and hold up. And if you're wondering why we're talking English, it's because I hope we still have a Swedish person in here, and I'm not doing this just for fun, but
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I could continue. I guess everybody's having as much fun as they would be if I was talking Finnish, so.
And the thing is that I think you could gain more followers like when you're talking in English. Like, remember when I was playing Serious Sam in VR, I was like talking in English and we got like few English viewers as well, and you gained a few subscribers.
Yeah, and actually, wasn't there that one guy who came in there and then he was on the next stream, but I haven't seen him after that, I think.
Was it the Joker?
The Joker guy, yeah.
I don't think he's been in these streams lately.
Yeah, he hasn't been, yeah.
But neither has Makkaramies.
That's sad.
I miss Makkaramies.
And I have been thinking about maybe I should just maybe I should just sometimes do like English gaming streams more or something, because I was thinking about that whenever if I would get into Twitch I would do those in English and everything here in Finnish, but maybe it's no different to talk English sometimes here. It would help to get some viewers, I think so.
I've actually considered like if I ever stream alone, I might move to Twitch, because I think it might be easier to get subscribers in general.
Twitch. That's also why I've thought about testing Twitch, because what I've heard there are.
And also, I would have a reason to replay Infra again.
like I've heard that there are a few like Finnish guys who started streaming like a few months ago, and then they gained like a few thousand followers in just a few months. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if they were just that good or that lucky or something, but it
or
really
both.
or both. But it really sounds like Twitch is a lot easier environment to get viewers in. But I don't know. Really should try to test that during this year at least, or something. During the summer break at least. Remind me of that.
Remind me that I should remind you that you should remind me of reminding you that I should remind you of reminding me that I remind you of reminding me of reminding you. Thank you.
That's like Erkki Tuomioja stuff.
That was what to refer to. You say that in English, that quote.
Yeah, I can't. I get my tongue twisted already enough to try to say it in Finnish. I've heard JoJo is so random that you can and really be spoiled on it, because you won't understand it before you watch it happen.
That's actually true.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, at least for some scenes that happen, or they're like something that when you try to explain them, they sound like so unbelievable that you're like that can't happen.
Matt is back. He went away for a while.
Okay.
But we've been talking English in this entire time for you, so if you want to rewatch some of the scenes, like you can.
Yeah.
And everything should be in English. Like I might scream something in Finnish, like every now and then. But like we immediately, but after that, switch back to English. And all because of you, Matt.
Oh, I guess.
Oh yeah, Mikke is here.
Mikke is here. And for your information too, this is now an English-speaking stream for funsies, and because of Matsi-kun, so
it's
that Matt, so that he could understand a little bit more about what we're talking
He's
about.
from Sweden, and neither of us can speak Swedish that well. I can barely introduce myself in Swedish and tell where I'm from and how old I am. I don't even know what 30 is in Swedish. Holy shit. 30? No?
I guess 13 is 13, so 30 would be 30, I guess.
I don't remember!
Me neither. Oh, pretty much as when I finished high school, I thought to myself, from here on, the only thing I'm going to say in Swedish is jag kan inte tala svenska.
I mean, I can just introduce myself and say that jag kan inte förstå du. Doesn't that mean like I can't understand you?
I guess, yeah.
Förstå is like understand.
Okay, then it's correct, yeah.
I remember something from the Swedish Sailor Moon. Because I remember like in a few of the episodes they were like, jag kan inte förstå du.
All right.
No, wasn't jag kan inte förstå.
Jag heter Goody.
No, but honestly, is it 30 or 30?
I think it is.
Because I don't want to look it up because I would look like an idiot. In case I was wrong.
I guess Matsi-kun could ask us, isn't 30 for 30 in Swedish? Good to know how to say that you can't say Swedish.
I mean, that would give like a good boost saying that, hey, I can say that in like Swedish that I can't understand it.
Mikke is also saying, jag kan inte tala svenska.
Yeah, but I can say one thing in Swedish. Solen skiner. No, wait, is it solen skiner?
Jag förstår någonting. It would be ingenting.
Yeah, even I remembered that it was ingenting. We really should go back to school.
What did you say? Is 30
What is 30?
In Swedish?
In Swedish.
I guess that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, that's a better way. Cause
you must be Muumi Pappa. What the hell does that mean?
This turned into a language stream.
Yeah. Also, from what I remember, my father saying in one of my favorite like sentences in Swedish would be "öde ö," which means deserted island.
Is it a deserted hay island?
I have no idea.
Or öde ö. Or something like that.
Well, maybe I should try to get back on track because I still had a few things to say about Terminator Resistance Enhanced Edition, and the other thing I wanted to talk about was the DLC, the Extermination line. Basically, that story, it's kind of funny because it takes place in the middle of the main campaign, but it's selectable on the main menu, and when you start the game, you already have a character that's like on level 15, I think, with the maximum being 20. So you have to rebuild your character just for the campaign, and that's why I think it's weird that why can't you like have it in the middle of the regular campaign where you have your character that you've built up already ready to go for the mission. But anyway, basically the story is that you get recruited to follow Kyle Reese, aka John Connor's to be father in the past, and two other her guys on a mission to go save a bunch of color nurse who have been gone missing. And during that, you also find the first ever infiltrator Terminator units that are based on one of the guys that is with you. And because of that, I think the guy is supposed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, because he's also this really big muscular dude who doesn't talk much, but he doesn't look at all like Arnold because they didn't have the rights for his likeness, I think. And I don't know if Kyle Reese is voiced by Michael Biehn like in the original movie, or if he even looks like him, I don't know. But basically he's with you, and I'm not gonna say much to spoil the story, but what I'm going to say is that if you decide to buy this game and play the DLC campaign, you should know that you really shouldn't put any points into stealth, because the whole campaign is very battle heavy. So you should upgrade your weapon skills and a little bit hacking, and then your survival skills, because those are the ones you're gonna need the most. And also the whole payoff of the story is to tell us how Kyle Reese got that picture of Sarah Connor that he was looking at in the first movie. So if you ever wanted to know that, then here you go.
I did my reply.
Yeah, saying 30 in Swedish would be 30. So yeah, you were correct.
So it was 30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's something my friend said a long time ago. It's a joke. The Muminpapa thing. Well, I still don't understand it, but I guess...
But if it's like a joke between friends, maybe we shouldn't even understand it.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember almost anything from my Swedish lessons, and I last had them like 4 months ago. That's basically me during in school at your age, Enderman, so I don't really blame you. Se kohta kun noita sanoo, te olette kai Muumipappa, sen jälkeen sanoo iltaa. Oh, right, now I get the reference a little bit better, yeah. Niin muistaaks säkin siis sinä? Joo. Yeah. Good night is same, it's been ages since my last Swedish lesson. Well, for you it's been longer than 4 months, but yeah, you and me both can't remember anything, so we should be ashamed of ourselves, kinda, I don't know.
I mean, the thing is that Finland is still considered like a land of two languages, like Swedish and Finnish, because we were under like Sweden back in the days.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's like a... oh no.
What?
I guess because I named this one picture .cat, it's not a picture, it's...
Oops.
Well, it's not that important, I guess.
What I was about to say was that, like, since we are like a land of two languages, like Sweden and Finnish, like we should honestly speak Swedish, but since we are horrible people, we can't.
Sometimes I think that's part of our past that should be let go. Oh, like I really hate the fact that a little bit. Just a few days ago, I saw a TikTok where it was by Yle that show. It was basically a series of videos telling us what each of the party is about, because we have an election coming up, and it was about perussuomalaiset. And there were a few things in there that I actually agreed with, and that really annoyed me. And one of them was making Swedish optional.
Yeah.
But still not gonna vote for them. But let's not turn this into politics. Let's shut up about that. Coming from my friend's place, I'm in a train. You're again and returning home, okay? På tanke av svenska fatta ni i det här. I'm so sorry, didn't understand anything about that.
We should ask my mom to join this stream so she can translate this to us, because she understands Swedish.
Nej, jag inte svär.
No, don't. Please don't. Not on this stream.
Well, he's not underage, is he?
He told me that he's young, so...
Oh, okay, maybe I won't say it.
Yeah, so... For this once, I'm gonna say this to my beloved husband. Shut the fuck up.
But anyway, next up, Serious Sam 4.
Best game ever! Best game franchise, I mean.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, is 4 really the best Serious Sam, but I guess, what would that be? What would it be in your opinion, actually?
Well,
My guess would be it may be this first or second encounter HD version or something like that.
my favorite games are the Before First Encounter, also known as Serious Sam 3. Then is HD remakes of Serious Sam First and Second Encounters. Then comes Last Hope, the VR game. And it's dropping on the 4th on my list because of the fucking bow and arrow sequence. I fucking hate it. Then comes the VR versions of second and first encounters. Then a 4th, because the storytelling in the 4th Serious Sam game wasn't that good, but it had Kenny in it, and he wanted to like. Well, how would you say, like, tutkia?
Explore.
No. The other synonym.
Study.
Yeah, study frogs. And he had space socks on. He was good, but he died. But also...
What about Siberian Mayhem?
It's actually before the 4th one, but it's on a low
tier.
Low stool, I would say, also, because of, like, the Russian, you know.
Oh.
Because it's made the... Was it like Time Lock Company or something like that? And there's a Russian company.
Oh, okay.
And then comes like the Serious Sam 2 and Random Encounter, and the spin-off games are a thing on their own.
Yeah.
I mean, the Siberian Mayhem apparently is considered to be canon in the Serious Sam 4 universe, apparently. But I wouldn't consider it that much, but you know.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, I basically bought this Serious Sam 4 because, well, she bought me the Siberian Mayhem add-on on Steam, and I guess maybe at some point if it comes to PS5 I'll get that one, but I decided to get this one because I'm more of a console player and I wanted to see if this port is any good, and from what I've played, it seems to be stable because I guess the original PC release was kind of unstable at first, so this console version was at least stable. But the one thing that annoyed me was that to change weapons you have to bring up a weapon wheel by pressing R1, I think. But changing the weapon can sometimes be a little clunky because sometimes you have to push the stick in the direction of the gun you want to switch, but it's not like that you just push it in the direction, and you also have to make sure that it highlights the gun, because sometimes you may think that you have selected the gun, but then you let go of the wheel button and then it just locks you in place for a little bit, so it's kind of weird.
PC Master Race.
But other than that, it seems like a fine game. Not much to say about that.
I really should do a good tier list of my favorite Serious Sam games, because now I'm really like
you should.
troubled because like which games I said first and what games I said last, and the spin-offs I want to include in as well. And oh dear heavens!
Yeah. Anyway, we really should do another tier stream at some point. Translation, please. Speaking of Swedish, do you understand Swedish?
Oh.
Well, as you can see, no. Or was that answer to Mikke? Or question to... Like I get a tiny hang of some Swedish sometimes, but I can't understand Swedish most of the time. For me, I'm not sure these days, but when I went to high school, and there were also Swedish lessons there, and the English lessons in high school, for me at least, were that for the most time the teacher was speaking English at all times, so you had to understand an English in order to understand anything. And the Swedish lessons were pretty much the same, and when I went to my first Swedish lesson in high school, I was like, oh my god, I will not survive this. But to my surprise, I understood at least most of the things that the teachers were saying, but I still didn't learn all that much, so I guess that was the problem. Well, this is my stop. Oh, Mikke's still in the train. I guess he's gonna be gone for a little while. What was next? This guy, I have to change to all files all the time too. Next up is a game that really didn't capture my imagination as well as I had hoped, and because of that I am really doubting about getting the sequel or the nearly next release that just came out, aka WWE 2K22. I really survived the Swedish lessons. Well, for you, those are your native language lessons, so it's really different for you. I guess you would be in serious trouble if you had to learn Finnish.
Yeah.
But anyway, this game is basically, you could almost call it a reboot for the series, because in 2019 WWE 2K20 was an absolute fucking train wreck. Like, that game was and well, kind of still is a little unstable, but on release it was a complete and utter goddamn disaster. It was so goddamn bad. And not only...
It wasn't even bad as in funny, but it was bad because of bad.
Yeah, it was frustrating bad. And not only because of the continuous graphical glitches, of which there were many compilations to be found on YouTube, probably still to this day.
Most likely.
But also the controls got switched around for absolutely no reason, at least in my opinion. And the idea of switching them up was because they kicked out the original creators that had been making this game in pretty much since the beginning of the 2000s. And they, I guess they did it because they were announcing that they would like to make a competing wrestling game, and the publisher 2K really didn't like that, so they were like, okay, fuck off, we're gonna finish this on our own, and it really didn't pan out well for them.
I'm gonna drop out on this part, but y'all can still go on without me. I might come back, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. And one of the reasons they said they switched controls was because they thought there should be a distinction between the old games and this new era. And also, I guess they wanted to streamline the controls to make them easier to pick up and play for those who haven't played the series in a while or ever before. But at least for me, well, I of course have played these games pretty much since the year 2005, so I was really comfortable with the controls. But at least for me, the newer controls were way more complicated than the old ones, so that really didn't work. Then in 2020, well, I guess also because of the pandemic stuff, they only made WWE 2K Battlegrounds, which was like a simple little brawler that also kind of sucked. Then in 2021 there was nothing, and then at the beginning of 2022 this game came out, and its gameplay was completely remade, because now it's not that much about the grapplings and light and heavy strikes like it used to be in 2K19 and for the most part in 22 when it worked. But now it's more about doing combos and mixing those combos with light and heavy strikes, and also grapples. You still have the normal grapples, but for me at least, the thing that demonstrates this game aims like off, well, how much it feels off to me is because in the previous games before this, like maybe from 20 up until like I don't know, almost as far as I remember, at least it's for maybe 10 years or so, you could Irish whip an opponent, which means that you grab their hand and you like throw them to a corner or towards the ropes. You could Irish whip an opponent like with just one button press. But now you have to grab your opponent first and then do a throw or an Irish whip. And that just feels so goddamn weird to me. And also, I guess, as the creator character, even though you have very cool clothes and other kind of options in this, especially doing the movesets is getting really tiring, because you have to like adjust all of the combos, or you don't have to, but I feel like I have to make sure that the moves really fit the character that I'm creating. But that gets really tiring, and the creation just doesn't feel all that special anymore. And even though everybody keeps saying that 2K23 is good, maybe I'll buy it a year later like I did this one, but as it is, it just doesn't hit me the same in way as 919 and the older games did. So I guess I've grown out of the WWE games by this point, or maybe I'll buy them a year or later or from now on, I don't know. But I could like recommend this, I guess, but maybe mostly if you haven't played these games in a while or you want to get into them now, maybe you'd enjoy them more then. The key to learn which is to yes read and learn things, but by listening into it you learn it pretty fast. At least that's how I learn English. Yeah, hearing English can really help, because as I remember when I was going to school, and back then, and I was on a class that had English right from the first class as onward, because at that point the standard was that you would begin to learn English on third grade, but I started it wasn't like we didn't have like English as a subject. We had various subjects in English at times. It was like a slow little thing, but we had some English from the very beginning, and I think that had helped. And also because I watched a lot of this the amazing Spider-Man cartoon in the 90s, because I was constantly getting exposed to English. I guess I subconsciously learned it too, and I guess that was also one of the problems with Swedish, because I really wasn't interested in any Swedish programs, so I didn't get exposure to the language all that much. So so it was easy to get much of it. Yeah, there was the Sailor Moon that Sub TV sent. That was for some reason the Swedish dubs, but that didn't help much. And I guess the same thing could be said for my French, because I had French classes like for 5 years or something, but I don't remember anything. Even though I did watch a few softcore porn movies in French, but I really didn't get anything out of them. Well, other than the more titillating scenes, if you know what I mean. Well, next up is a game that everyone who has a PS5 can and play, because this one comes pre-installed into every console. Astro's Playroom. Basically, it is a platformer game where you play this cute little robot thing that I guess is kind of a new mascot for PlayStation somewhat now, because there was also the VR game Astro Os Rescue or something like that. Ah, Mr. Luke. Oh, hello. Well. But this game is basically, the mission of this game is to be a cutesy little platformer, but it also works as a kind of a showcase for PlayStation history, because there's a lot of references to old PlayStation franchises all over the levels, and also it shows you all the various gimmicks and stuff about the PS5, like the triggers that push back and other that kind of stuff. So basically it's a tech demo, but it's pretty entertaining from what I've played. And if I remember Akiri correctly, he says that it's released to Platinum too. I haven't done that myself yet, but he should at some point. Anyway, those were the PS5 games, well, except for one which I plan to return to at the end, if we ever get to the actual end. I don't know. I'm really getting like thirsty here, and I don't think switching back to Finnish would really help matters all that much, because I'm gonna have to go get some more or to drink. But anyway, let's continue. Where's right here? Astro's Playroom has an easy platform on my first PS5 platform. Yeah, I said that. I remember you saying that. Astro, I have VR version of this game and I love it. One of my favorite VR games ever. Yeah, I have that too, but just like with Blood and Truth, I really haven't had time to play it. And I guess since Mr. Luke came and you're still big into VR, I should I already talked about this game, but I'll show it again, and so that you can see it. But here's my latest VR game, but since it's still wrapped in plastic, you can tell that I haven't tasted this as yet. But I'm hoping it would be a fun or scary little experience for someone like me who is afraid of heights. So me going to go to other stuff. Thank you for the stream. Have a good next week. but I don't know if you'll come back still. Adios. Oh, okay, Enderman, that's fine. How has your day been? Oh, well, we had a visit. One of Jaffa's friends here are staying by the weekend since we went to the Tampere Kupli event and yesterday, and today, well, I surprisingly slept, had a lot longer than I expected to, and well, basically because of that, the stream was late. But basically, yeah, I woke up, I had breakfast, I finished Marvel Midnight Suns, which I'm gonna talk about later on in the stream if we ever get there. Then I went in to give back the car that I had borrowed from my cousins to take my car back. Then I went in to get all of my old toys because this headhunter store says that he will buy all of them from me, even the ones that are broken. And then I came back at home through a store, and well, then I pretty much started the stream when I had the time. So an okay day, I would say. Haven't played the Iron Man game, but it looks a fun game. Yeah, it looks pretty fun. Not maybe that deep of an experience with that, which is why I'm glad I got it for a tenner and not much more than that. But I'm really just scared about how it's gonna feel for someone like me who is afraid of heights. But I guess I'll have to find out at some point, hopefully. But anyway, let's get back to business and talk about this game, Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. My history with Dragon's Dogma is kind of funny because when it came out originally on the PS3 and Xbox 360, it looked kind of interesting, and I had just played Dark Souls, and this has pretty much was somewhat inspired by either game. It doesn't have like the same kind of death system, but it is kind of a more of a hardcore action RPG from what I've understood at least. And I wasn't thinking about buying it, but then it was like €40 on the local game shop, and I just had a feeling like, okay, I'll get this. I played it for a little while, then got distracted by some other game, like it happens to me so many times. Then I got the Dark Arisen version for Xbox One, which I guess maybe can be seen. Oh no, it's not in the background, it's too high up there. But anyway, I haven't physically on the Xbox One, haven't played much of that version either. Then this thing was on March sale for €5, so I was like, well, maybe buying this one will eventually help me get to play it. It hasn't happened yet, but hopefully it will, because this game is kind of cool, because it has a very appealing basic fantasy setting, but the way you fight monsters with customizable allies is / pawns like they're called, and the way you climb the bigger monsters like Shadow of the Colossus and stuff like that, and it's really cool. I really like the style of the game from when I've played it. Next off is a game called One Finger Death Punch 2. I remember back in the day when Total Biscuit was still alive and making YouTube videos, he showed a game called One Finger Death Punch, and I don't really remember why I even watched the video, because even though I kind of liked his content, I didn't watch all of his videos, pretty much just the ones that were about games that I knew or were interested in. But I watched the video about One Finger Death Punch, and he absolutely loved that game. And if I'm not mistaken, I guess I have the first One Finger Death Punch on Steam, because it hasn't been released on console as far as I know. But then, and since I'm really not playing much on Steam or computer or otherwise, because, well, I still have a hard time getting adjusted to that for various reasons. But then he saw this thing on sale, like, I guess it's during the Christmas sales or something like that. No, it had to be even before that. Well, anyway, it was on sale on PS4, and I did like the first one, even though I haven't finished it. So I thought about buying this, and it is just as addicting as the original. Basically, it is a game that has a very simple graphical style. All the characters are like stick figures or pretty much anyone could paint, and then you have like two buttons, like hit left and hit right. But but then the various type of enemies that come at you with various techniques you have to do, like maybe you have to dodge or have to rapid punch them or block them or other kind of stuff. I don't actually remember all that well, but basically the game is very simple but very goddamn addicting. I really recommend you to test one of these games, at least the first or second one, depending on which devices you have. Anyway, it's really fun. Next up. Excuse me, I take a sip. And I'm out. Anyway, next up is Panzer Dragoon remake, and I actually have to be honest, I didn't even remember that I already got this game for PS5 because, not PS5, PS4, because I was really considering in buying this for my Switch digitally, because it's at least is at the time I last looked at it, like a few days ago, it was like $250 on the Switch. It's on Switch eShop, and I've thought about buying it because why not, I guess. But from what I've heard, this remake really doesn't do the original all that much justice. The original game is like a rail shooter where you just go forward at all times and you can switch your point of view and you ride a dragon and you shoot enemies. Basically this one is the same, but from what I've heard of the reviews, there's just something missing, or maybe the rail shooter formula just doesn't work that well these days. But from what I've played, I actually really can't remember what I thought of it. I believe I thought it was okay, but nothing really that's special. But I didn't pay much of it, so I'm really not that disappointed. But I'm really hoping is that I believe they said that they're gonna make a remake of the second one, Panzer Dragoon Way. But what I really would want them to do is make a remake of Panzer Dragoon Saga, which was the third one in the series, but it was not a rail shooter like the other ones. It was an RPG, and from what I've heard, a really good one. So really hoping they would remake that one, since the game is only available on Sega Saturn and it costs like a hand and a leg, so it's really goddamn expensive and really rare too. Ja ei tillbaka. I thought you didn't know Swedish. That was kind of accurate, I think. Next up is a game called 8-Bit Adventure and Anthology Volume 1, and I guess as you can figure out from the title that this is a compilation of 8-bit games, and the games that are included here are Shadowgate, Uninvited, and Deja Vu. Basically all of them are point-and-click adventure / mystery games, with Shadowgate being like in a fantasy setting with dragons and all kind of that stuff. Uninvited, I'm not actually sure what the setting of that one is, and Deja Vu is kind of like a modern day, or at least like a 30s, 50s is based detective story where you play a former boxer turned detective called Ace Harding, who has an amnesia and has been framed for murder. I basically wanted this game just because of Deja Vu, because like Akiri probably he knows a Finnish streamer called Retku has played Deja Vu, and I'm not sure if I saw him beat the game, but I was at least there to see him play it, and it looked really interesting. And from what I played myself, even though I got caught a few times and couldn't remember exactly what to do in the game, this is one of the games that I thought about streaming, because at least when you know what to do, it doesn't take all that long to figure it out. And it's really a unique kind of game, because it's 8-bit NES, but a point and click, and that's at least something I haven't seen in all that much. And the story he is engaging, and I've had really fun to follow Retku's playthrough, because the first time he played through the game, he really wasn't able to connect all the dots, so I guess he couldn't have been in the game properly anyway. But then when he tried to get rid of some of the evidence, hence to make it look like he didn't do anything, he got arrested a few times. And then the game has a feature where if you die at the same screen 3 times, the game will destroy your save file, which happened to him, and he had to restart the whole game. And on the second playthrough, he understood that his character didn't do anything and was framed and drugged. So I guess it was really a lucky break for him that he had to do that. But it was really fun watching his reaction and to the game removing his save. Sorry for or switching into Finnish and cursing for a little while, but his reaction was basically like, vittu se tuhos mun seivin! Tuhos mun koko vitun seivin! Et voi olla tosissas! Tuhos mun koko vitun seivin! Oh. Yeah, sorry about the coughing, that wasn't supposed to happen. I guess I used my voice a little bit too much. I go play AutoStorm 4, thanks for the stream, bye. Oh, okay, serious. I guess you went already, but thanks for telling me that, and thanks for being here as long as you were. As long as my most annoying neighbors keep it for once. Wow, well, at least they are quiet, yeah. NES games, yeah, they are. Bless you. Thanks, Matsi-kun. Well, like I said, mycket li, then I remember something. Okay. Next up would be... Don't know how long I'll stay awake though, getting pretty tired. Oh, that's fine. No requirements to be here, like I've always said. Next up, another old school game collection, Namco Museum Archives Volume 1, a game that has a lot of old school Namco arcade games like Pac-Man and Mappy, Digda, again, stuff like that. Basically about this compilation because it was on sale for like maybe a euro or two or something like that. And I really haven't played his classical games as much as I should have, especially when it comes to Pac-Man and Dig Higduck. And well, there were some games here that I don't think I've ever even heard of, but obviously since I haven't even heard of them, I can't remember them right now, because I guess I bought this game like maybe almost 6 months ago by this point, and haven't played it since I tested it quickly. But I really should though. But these are all classics. If you want to get into the classics, this is a good way to start. Bless you. Thanks. More ways than one. Are you referring to my help yesterday or something like that? Wait a minute, where? Oh, right. Nigrak was even in Death Battle. oh yeah, wasn't he against Bomberman? I think he was. Capcom versus Hudson Soft. Wait a minute, I have to get some more drink. My throat is getting really dry. Some good old cold Coke. No blessing you according to my religion. Oh, you mean like more than one because I coughed more than a few times? You mean? Against Marlboro Man. Okay, yeah. Okay, take it as you like. 12 min hype. What does that mean? Nice. What the? Sorry for caps. No, that's fine. You haven't been blasting all caps or anything. If you mean nice Coke, I don't really have like Coca-Cola. This is like a cheap alternative to that. Basically, this is a brand. The Rainbow brand is by the S Group here in Finland. This is basically their own version. But it's cheap and it tastes okay, so I prefer this over the regular Coca-Cola most times. Nice with Coke. Yeah. You mean like that kind of Coke?
Oho.
Oh, you're coming back.
I got mad at the fucking cat game, so... Well, technically, so did you.
Kinda.
I'm gonna put you play that game someday.
But anyway, next up is Call of Cthulhu, and for anyone who remembers, who has been involved with my Xbox project, knows that I have a bit of a history with Call of Cthulhu. Not this game, actually. The game that I've played is Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth, and by the end, unfortunately, I really didn't like that all that much. Like the mythos and the scare effects and stuff were kind of cool, yes. But the gameplay had some really annoying things, but I'm not gonna get into that now. This game pretty much has nothing to do with that, and other than it has the same universe based on the books by J.R. Oh, not J.R.
Salvatore? No, wait, not Salvatore.
Lovecraft. But what was his first name initials?
Yes.
H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, that's it. And basically, this game is a third person kind of an action detective game, I guess. But haven't played much of it. But it was cheap, and it feels and it seems like it could be cool. Maybe I'll make this a project to play during October, Halloween season, or something like that at some point. We have the same here in Sweden.
Oh, the Rainbow brand.
I guess so. You decide. I decide what? What do I get to decide all of a sudden?
My faith, I mean.
Button. Nothing. Button. Just ignoring me.
For this game, I hope Sami would be here because he would like this one. Although he does know that I've bought this one. But this is I'll actually have to check my notes to see the real title of this. Mega Man 0/CX Legacy Collection. The Coke thing. You mean I decide like what brand I drink, you mean, or something like that?
Or maybe which Coke you
You mean like if I mean Coke drink or this kind of Coke? Yeah, I guess that's what you mean.
I also think I might be allergic to fucking blasters. Or band-aids.
But you haven't had any kind of reactions before.
No, but this is the first time. I haven't scratched this or anything.
I guess it still hasn't healed all the way.
Maybe. But like, I don't mean like this, I mean like this area.
Oh.
Looks like a reaction or something. The older I get, the more things I get in my body. Jesus.
When I mean the same, I mean kinda the same. Kinda rainbow. Yeah, okay. But anyway, this game is a collection of Mega Man 0 and Mega Man ZX games that were released on GBA and Nintendo DS. basically he continue the Mega Man X series, but they follow Zero from those games, but way into the future. And from what I've heard, Mega Man X is like the main villain in one of these games. I guess it was the first one. But if you want to know more about these games, you can watch Some Call Me Johnny, because I still haven't even beaten the first one, because I know that the original Mega Man games and Mega Man X games have a reputation of being hard, but these ones, at least the first one, are really goddamn hard. Like I guess I made it into the third boss or something, and that guy like annihilates me in a few hits, while I need to punish him a lot for him to go down. So it really doesn't feel all that fair, and the button layouts don't really help, because I guess I could take the controller. From what I remember, your dash is here and your firing is here. So try to like dash and jump and fire at the same time. At least for my fingers, that's goddamn horrible button positioning. And also the buttons are not the same as they are in the Mega Man and X series, so that also makes it hard to get used to. By the way, the button of my smartphone, which was broken, is working again. Oh, did you take it anywhere, or did it just repair itself, or did someone fix it for you?
Also to this, I'm gonna a small commercial break. Totakin mä just tykkään noista Pluton fanarteista tai näistä, koska se on oikeesti mun mielestä niinku paras noista. Ja sit se olisi oikeesti tehty elegantti fanart, jos porukka vaan oikeesti niinku tekis sitä. So anyway, traps are gay. I mean, what? I didn't realize you were like in the middle of drinking.
Well, luckily it wasn't some kind of cartoon reaction where I would go like.
Yeah, but still.
It just repaired itself. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's good. Hopefully it doesn't broke again, or if it does, at least you now know what to do when that happens. Anyway, next game, Asterix and Obelix XXL 2. It really was surprised to learn that this game existed, and if I'm not mistaken, the first Asterix and Obelix XXL game was released on PS2, and there's also a GBA port that I actually have, which is really actually amazing, because it's kind of like 3D on GBA, which really is a technical marvel for that console. But anyway, I believe that this game came out on PS4, so that's really a big gap between his sequels. And also, there is XXL 3, and I believe then there's fourth one, which is called ExExistence. Like it has like 4 or 3 X's on it. And then there's also, of course, also the remaster of the first game, or Rowmaster as it's called for PS4. But I really remember thinking that there were like a big gap between these. But basically, what these are basic brawlers where you play as Asterix or Obelix and just beat the shit out of all the Romans that you see, and do some platforming and do some simple puzzles, basic stuff, but really entertaining. There's pogging for Asterix and Obelix. Aki like Asterix.
No siis.
My childhood favorite comic book and movie characters. Asterix. That was from Mikke. Hanuix. Next up is a gaming.
My beloved. I want this figure so bad.
Out of stock.
Yeah, I know. But also like, look at her.
It is nice.
Pretty.
I guess at some point we're gonna have to try to hunt that on eBay, maybe.
Or maybe from that one website where you bought the pull-up dolls for me. Where you also bought the Futaba.
Oh, right.
It wasn't Mandarake, it was the other one, the Sun Japan or whatever the fuck it was called.
Maybe at some point.
What the store was called again?
I can't remember. Oh, the only one I can remember is Mandrake.
It wasn't Groove Store?
No. Anyway, next up is a gaming classic that had remasters or re-releases of it, and I guess as released is just a few years ago, aka Quake. Still kind of wondering when they're gonna do a Quake 2 remaster. I guess it will be at some point, or maybe not, I don't know. But anyway, this was like the precursor to 3D first-person shooters, and I do believe it was the very first 3D FPS made by the same guys who made a Doom or those. So those guys really like revolutionized the genre more than once. Basically, what this is nowadays is less likely your basic shooter that has like nowadays kind of a rare aesthetic with its really groovy looking monsters and stuff like that, but you basically do nothing but jump up around and shoot with a lot, but it, at least for me it's really nice to kind of turn your brains off and just shoot everything, kind of entertainment, which you don't really get all that much these days. I guess the closest equivalent these days is the Serious Sam games.
Serious Sam? Where?
But if you've skipped this classic, I really recommend and you play it because it still holds up very nicely. Machikun is apparently familiar with Quake since he says nice Quake. Have you like played this original one or some of the sequels? Because as I know that at least some point Quake 3 was a really huge game because it was also one of the first multiplayer focused games that was really he played a lot, I believe. I have something to tell. Now it's official. I'm 23 years old.
Oh, yeah, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Akiri.
Oh yeah, because we switched dates. We're on Monday now.
Yeah.
And now I guess Aki is also fired.
Why?
From what I understood, from what he's talked, they are just letting people go for budget cuts.
Oh.
So that's kind. But yeah, happy birthday for you. And hoping you'll land on your feet at some point. I've touched the first one. Ah, okay. So you've like tasted it a little bit or something like that. But anyway, let's continue. The next one is a game that I'm not really sure I know how to even...
It was Solaris Japan.
Ah, okay. I'm not even really sure if I can pronounce this game incorrectly, but it's...
I also like this tagline they have for Nendoroids in the Solaris Japan. Bet you can't collect just one Nendoroid. And in my case that is actually true because I have Hatsune Miku, I have Hamtaro, I have Polnareff, Naranja, and Fuuko. And I kind of want Komi as well from Komi Can't Communicate. But you also told me that she's cute.
Yeah, she is. We really should try to continue watching that show somehow at some
But
point.
apparently season 2 sucks, so we can skip that. Apparently.
But we're still in the middle of the first season.
Oh yeah.
But we don't have Netflix anymore, so I guess we'll have to find another way to watch it.
Illegally.
Anyway, this game is called Eiyuden and Chronicle Rising, and for what I remember and for what I understood, this is supposed to be a prequel to an upcoming game called, I guess, also Eiyuden Chronicle, which is supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Suikoden games, and Suikoden 2 is actually probably my favorite PlayStation RPG and PlayStation game of all time, so I'm really excited for that one. I heard that this one is a prequel, but it is not an RPG or an RPG strategy game like the Suikoden games or the upcoming real game is. This is a sort of a side-scrolling action adventure that's story is a prequel to the upcoming real game. But since I want to be caught up on that, I bought this one, but still haven't played it in a lot of it, surprisingly, I know. Not today. Friday is the last day at work. I'm sorry if my English is messy. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I just thought you'd said that on your birthday you are getting fired, but well, at least you have a few days to get some more money out of the deal, I guess.
Also, just realized there is a Elmo Nendoroid available. Also, the Cookie Monster as well. And they apparently had made Nendoroids of the original 80s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh.
You can't collect just one, as they said.
But there's still no Abdul.
No, and not old Joseph. But they even have fucking Slime Rancher 2 character as an android. Oh my god.
What?
American android, imagine! Like
Well,
the infras.
Yeah, I know you meant that one.
But imagine Moomin's Merca.
Yeah, that one would
Or
actually...
Groke, I'm sorry, Groke.
That one would actually be kind of awesome.
That would be so cute, like imagine like how small it would be like this small. Imagine, it would be so cute. Also, honey, when we ever go back to the cottage summer house, whatever it is called.
I guess it would be cottage or
But technically
cabin.
it's a summer house as well, technically. But if we ever go there during spring, or fall/autumn, whatever you want to say it,
Why not summer?
because it's too like light outside. I want darkness.
Oh, now I get where you're getting
I
at.
wanna take Merca pictures there.
Oh, that! I thought you were gonna say that you're gonna force me outside and play the Croak theme.
Well, that too, but that's gonna be a winter. Maybe on November, when we have to leave to the cottage.
I'm not really sure that's gonna happen because the elevator thing hasn't really went forward at all.
But there's still time, you know. There's still like 8 months.
Yeah, but it's gonna like take a few months to even get started. So
But we'll still have like 3 months to June, and like during that time, anything can happen.
maybe, but it was supposed to be like
Announced like.
it was supposed to go like that. We solidify the deal like month or two ago. Then they take 6 months or so to set that stuff up, and then they start at November. And considering that we are now 2 months late already, I guess the starting point would be either set December or January by this point.
But what the fuck is the point then?
I don't know. I
They
haven't.
promised us they would start in November. They're already 2 months late. If that's the case.
Well, they haven't
But
really.
didn't the
Spokesman.
spokesman like told? Didn't you ask the spokesman like what the case was?
I asked him what is happening, and he doesn't know. I guess there's some kind of problem with getting loans right now, which wouldn't surprise me because there's still unpaid loan in our company from the pipe work they did, and also because
But it was their fault.
not that the original work.
Oh yeah, the
that they
original,
did.
but the second one was their fault.
Yeah, that there's no loan in that one, but also I guess it's kind of hard to get loans because of the situation in
In the world going
in the
on.
world going on, because I guess the what's called what is it the
Loan
word?
increase? No.
No, the loan indexes are kind of high.
Oh yeah, loan index, yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see if it even happens this year. Maybe it'll happen next year. I don't know by this point. And we really shouldn't be talking about this right now. But
they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. But I guess they don't care either way either. So.
And the thing is that if it... Ike, what are you doing to button? But the thing is that if they started in November, we have to inform your audience that you want to be streaming on November.
Or maybe I can try, but...
The internet in the summer cottage or summer house, cabin, whatever you want to call it, is horrible.
Probably won't be good, but...
I mean, we can record videos and maybe try to upload those, but would that be any fun in the end?
Well, I guess I could at least try to make videos of some kind, but we'll have to inform them when and if that happens by this point. But
I was all this time like thought that it would be like November.
oh yeah, Korko is interest, not index.
Interest, yeah.
Matsuking is poking for Stray. Also, he asked, what's an Android?
It's like a small figurine. Hang on a second, I actually can go get my...
I
you have your...
I have mine.
There.
It's like these types of little big-headed and cutesy characters.
Figures.
Yeah. These are androids.
Are you gonna open them, by the way?
I still don't know. Maybe I will.
But then again, you haven't opened your other...
Personas.
Yeah.
Well, most of them at least.
Haiku! Shut up!
Mitäs? Aki also says Kisu gay game. I really liked Stray, short but good. Yeah, I liked it too. And yes, well, I guess as many of you are. It was PlayStation Plus premium game and I played this that way. Yeah, me too. But then I also bought the full version because he said they're gonna donate money to help stray cats, and also because he did like the game. And this is also actually one of the games that has a PS5 upgrade to it if you have bought the PS4 or download version. Basically what this game is that you are in a, I guess, post-apocalyptic world that is inhabited mostly by robots, and you are a cat, and you jump around and collect stuff and try to get to, well, I guess you can try to get to your cat friends that you are separated from at the beginning of the game, but you end up doing a lot of other stuff in between. I'm really considering I should stream this game at some point because it's not all that long and it's really cute and really fun, even though the gameplay is really simple. I guess this was nominated for Game of the Year 2 years ago by this point, I think, and it didn't win, and I guess it's actually a good thing it didn't win because the gameplay really is simple, but it's still entertaining for what it is. So I was in the bathroom. Happy birthday, Akiri. Akiri was fired. Well, not... I guess there's explain. So sorry, pray for you. How many cats do you have? We have 2. We have Button, aka Nappi, and Haiku.
Here is my Hamtaro Android, for example.
It's cute.
And then the best boy. I'm gonna show this up close because...
And if you don't know, Machikun, Button is a girl and Haiku is a boy, but they're both castrated, so they can't get babies together.
And here is Polnareff, like a bit closer. They're like super small chibi figurines. And this would be this, like, the persona of an android that he has would be about same size as this.
Did I hear you guys mention Komi can't communicate? Was it Jaffa? Yeah, we did. I know you've been watching it too.
And yeah, I heard that the second season is horrible.
Mikael, I am good. I was getting tired of my work, so I was good. Ah, okay.
8 to 11 cats. Matt, what the? Whoa.
What? Like, well, like if you're young, I guess you're still living with your parents. But Jesus, that's a lot of cats.
Näkyykö se?
Joo, näkyy, mutta ei se kyllä pysy siinä.
No ei niin.
Because to like 8 to 11, like, and actually, how can, and you say like 8 to 11, like, do you take care of like 3 stray cats and you're not sure if you count them or something like that? Well, anyway, let's continue from the cat game and get into.
No, here's a picture.
Oh, those are his cats.
Yeah.
Aww. A big pile of cuties. Komi-san is so kawaii. Yeah.
She really is cute.
That's a lot of kitty love. Yeah, it is. Maybe a bit too much.
I'd be okay with 11 cats.
I also all of those TikToks I've seen where there's like a dozen or so kittens that are all like meowing for food. Like it's cute, but it also kind of gets draining on your ears or after a while.
Especially when they have the high-pitched sound like...
Second season was okay. I liked it.
Yeah.
So they can. There's always opinions, like we've always said.
But I've seen like clips of the animation quality and it's crusty.
So that's
it really is crusty.
Anyway, Trine 2, the complete saga. Trine games I've always enjoyed. I think I've played through all of them except for the fourth one, and as of yet, and actually fourth one. I guess I could skip talking about the fourth one because I can tell about it in this same section because I have that too. I have played Trine 2 before or on PS3, but since this complete version was for cheap and I thought about not getting more trophies and maybe finishing it again, this time solo, because I do believe I've beaten Trine 2 and 3 with a friend. The first one I've been in solo. And also what's funny to me is that these games are basically side-scrolling 2.5D platformer puzzle games with also some action elements, where in every game there's always a magician, a thief, and a knight who end up getting intertwined with the object called Trine, and basically you have to switch between all of them to switch puzzles and to combat enemies. The magician can like make boxes and bridges, the thief can and fire arrows and use a grappling hook, and the knight can and in some games lift objects and then destroy the objects, and he's the best combat that guy, and also his shield can be used as a platform for other characters when you sometimes have control of all of them. And what's funny is that as the first two and the fourth one, they are, like I said, 2.5D action puzzle platformers, but the third one is 3D, and I guess they kind of figured that it didn't work all that well. Like I enjoyed 3 well enough, but I guess it was kind of off with its puzzles and designs at some point. So maybe Trine was better 2.55D, so they understood that for the fourth one and changed it back. These are really entertaining games. I really recommend you play them. Reason why a lot of cats is my mom has a second job kind of breeding cats. Okay, well that explains it. Trine half. I've actually played one of those with my friend. Yeah, I remember you talking about it. Was the one you played 3 or 4, or do you remember which one? Well, anyway, let's move on.
Jesus Christ!
Next up, Bar Art's Tale, remastered and re-snarkled. Basically, this is a remaster of a game that I'm gonna have to play through during my Xbox project because I have it on the Xbox. It's basically a fantasy action game. The Nightmare Princess. Oh, okay. AKA
Basically, the quality
one
of the season 2 is apparently like this.
Well, not that horrible, but yeah, it is a downgrade.
Haiku, shut up! Yeah, it is a big downgrade from the season 1 at least. Haiku!
It was 4. Yeah, Nightmare Princess is 4, yeah. Bart Simpson. Not Bart, Bard, but yeah, I guess it is kind of similar. But anyway, what this game is basically this is an action RPG that makes fun of many tropes in many fantasy games. Like the main character is like a bard that's more interested in titties and booze than he is about saving the world. And there are many things that are made fun of. Like, if I remember correctly, the first mission you get is exterminate rats in the basement of some tavern you go to, and you expect like there'll be a few little rats that you will kill and get some money and easy XP, but then it turns out there's like a giant rat that breathes fire on you and you have to retreat, and then everybody laughs at you that did you really think there was going to be just a few rats in there and stuff like that. So
whenever you speak of rats, I immediately start to think about German ID5 rat song.
what?
Yeah, German ID5, the streamer. He has a rat song he has made.
Okay, now I get it.
And whenever you start to talk about rats, I immediately think about that. It's a fun song, it's cute.
But anyway, from what I remember, at least playing the original Xbox game more than this one, the beginning can be kind of hard, but this is a game that you really should play if you have played a lot of RPGs and would like to see humor played at all of the usual tropes of the genre. It was a joke. Yeah, I know. Giant 4 was actually quite good. You've finished it already, have you? Well, I still haven't, but yeah, I think it is. I would expect it to be good, like the same quality as the second and one. And so, fun fact part 2. One time I won Retko's raffle and I picked Ness as Bard's Tale to him to play. Oh, that was you. Okay, nice.
Nice.
Wasn't the NES one Bard's Tale 4, or am I remembering that wrong? No. It had to be like the first one, because Bard's Tale 4 came out just a few years ago. One of my biggest wins, the main character had my name. Oh, nice. I guess because that was your pick, and he made you the main character. And wasn't the main character like the Bard, like the name suggests? Which is actually funny to me, because when I first heard of this game, I didn't know what Bard was, but when I learned that they're like these guys who may basically do more singing and playing and are like support characters, that actually kind of ruined my plans for my writings at the time, because at the time I had this big like ultimate evil character whose name was Bard, but the name was not like, it wasn't just the word Bard, I didn't know it was a word. I had compiled it from the names Black War, Apocalypse, Randaris, and Destructness, and I just took the first letters of those and they made the word Bard, and I thought it sounded good, but then when I learned what Bard actually is, I was like, oh damn, I can't use that name for that character, it doesn't make sense at all. So nowadays I refer to him as just the ultimate.
As I'm looking at the figurines in the Solaris Japan, and I'm sobbing internally so hard.
I figured as much. Yeah, Bard was the hero. The figures as much. Actually, now my mind goes to random places, but I don't know if any one of you, well, I would pretty much expect only Akiri to know, but there's this legendary programmer called Burger Becky, who I believe was programmer for one of the Bard's Tale games. She's probably most well known for making the 3DO port of Doom, which is absolutely a horrible game, but when you think that she had to do it like in 10 weeks, it's absolutely amazing that it actually got even finished.
Jesus.
And also, fun fact, she has a nickname called Burger Becky because she used to have a burger drawer or at every spot that she worked in. I played flute and horn songs, had buffs and stuff. Yeah. I've understood that much about bards in RPGs. Next one.
Haiku!
This one has a really long name, so I have to look at my notes.
Haiku!
Record of Loda's War, Deedlit in One under Labyrinth. And basically what this game is, it is based on the anime and I guess manga series also called Record of Loda's War. And I actually, he had one other game that was also based on the anime and manga on Dreamcast, but since it was in German. Wait a minute.
German.
In German, I couldn't understand anything about it, so I gave it to my cousins. But ever since then, I've been kind of fascinated with the Record of Loda's War series. And when this game it was on sale, and I found out it was a Metroidvania or search action type of game, which I do like, I bought it. And from the little I've tested it is really fun, and it really has a nice art style since it's anime style. It's kind of given, but from what I've played, this is a really fun search action game. So if you like the later Castlevania games or Metroid games, I would consider, or at least is giving this a go. How long have you been streaming? A little bit over 3 hours now.
Whoops.
Why is the cat meowing? I guess he wants attention and wants Nappy to play with him. It's never.
And he's just talkative.
Yeah, he's talkative. He kind of meows for very random reasons at some point, and
We even took him to the vet at one point, and the vet said that he's just talkative. Like he has a lot to say. Like we can't help it.
Haiku is so needy. Yeah, that he is.
But then again, he is still partly stray cat, so like he came this from a patch of like kittens that were found, I think in a wilderness or in a farm or something like that.
I guess it was a farmhouse.
Yeah,
from
farmhouse.
what I remember.
They were like made by 2 stray cats or something like that. So he's still partly wild, and I think like he gets maybe scared whenever he loses Nappy that he's alone now or something, and he's trying to call him like, hey, I'm alone, where are you? You know, maybe, I don't know.
Wasn't it at some point because he was meowing all the time you thought that maybe he was blind?
Yeah.
And
Deaf.
Deaf. I guess that's also why we took him to the vet. And
But he's perfectly healthy little baby boy kitten.
Yeah.
Cat.
I sometimes think though that maybe he has a little bit of a poor sight or hearing because, or at least sight, because sometimes it takes him like a little while to react to the laser or light, and also because he keeps meowing for or not even though she's close by. So maybe,
I don't think he realizes that how loud he is.
Probably.
Because I've seen a video like in I think it was TikTok, Instagram, Facebook Reels, whatever you want to call those. Like there was this cat who was actually deaf, and he didn't realize how loud he was. He meowed like meow. He was like really loud. Not that like with low tone, but like his tone was really high, and he meowed like super loud, like meow. You know, he was really loud.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those too, I think.
Yeah, but they're like this sympaattinen.
Sympathetic.
Onpa.
Joo, mun mielestä.
Yeah. Like in a way. One still stands.
Yeah. He's like me. You're needy too, you mean?
Oh, whoa?
Just like Tilkku. Well, Tilkku wasn't as loud or as much of a meower.
But she was needy.
Yeah, she was needy at times, but she
and
wasn't
Ex
as
is
loud.
still mad at me to the fact that this one time I was alone in my room, and when we had Patch, also known as Tilkku, we had her before we got Nappy or Button, and she jumped on my lap. And whenever I told him about it, he got so mad. He was like, she never jumped on my lap. What the fuck is this? She jumped on my dad's lap, but not my mom's. She jumped on your lap, but not mine. What the fuck? I remember you being so mad about it.
Yeah, but what made me mad or really frustrated about it is because outside of like that behavior, Tilkku was really into me. She would often come to me.
She was like his cat and everything.
She would often come to me, jump next to me. He asked me to pet her, lick my hand, but she never jumped into my lap. But then she jumped into her lap and on my father's stomach, and that was like betrayal.
I mean, I can't help it. She loved me. Yeah. And I remember when this one time I was laying on the bed, and like minding my own business. I think I was like browsing my phone or something, and suddenly I heard this like, and she jumped on my chest, and I was sitting there like, what the fuck? Cat! I have a cat on my lap. I mean, actually she was laying on my chest, but I took a picture of her and sent it to him, to Exe, and I remember him sending me a message like, what the fuck? This is a betrayal. The cat is cheating on me! Or something like that. Yeah. It wasn't like specifically like that, but close enough.
I don't think Tilkku never sat on me or came on me, but she was sleeping next to me a few times at least. Like I remember maybe one of the last days we still had her along with Nappy before we decided that we had to
give her to
up.
your mom.
She like came next to me to sleep at night, and I tried to take a picture, but it was so dark that I really couldn't get a proper picture.
I remember the one picture you took, but it was with a flashlight in dark. And you look like you were like blasted. You were like.
Yeah, I remember that one.
But then again, with flash, no one looks good. No one.
Who lives with your parents? Yeah, she's living with them now.
Thank God.
Viime päästiin palasi just kotiin pitkään ja vaihekkaan seikkailujakin. Well, at least you're here now, Linda. And also, well, you don't have to, but as you can see, we're still talking English, so it would be good time for you to practice too, I guess. My sister's cat was ulkokissa. Pirkko is now home cat. Ah, okay.
Outside cat.
Stream summary so far. Talking about would update on collection Swedish learning cats. Nice Lego City. I mean, as in I'm very talkative. Ah, so that's what you mean. Yeah, okay. A wilderness cat. That was Tilkku. Tilkku and I also got along. She purred to me. Yeah, Tilkku was not nice to pretty much everyone. She was maybe a little bit scaredy cat at first, but she warmed up to people fast.
Matti, what are you doing?
Onnibus ei ottanut mua kyytiin, koska en ilmoittanut ja tilatessa ei lippua. Sain pienen hermoromahduksen ja isoveli korjasi tilanteen ostamalla alipuhun puolesta. Ai, tällainen tapaus. Ja.
No toistakin pitää kyllä ilmoittaa erikseen. Ei ne voi vaan yhtäkkiä kesken kaiken niin olla silleen, että löl.
But anyway, I guess.
Anyway.
Matsukin was already saying nice Lego City, and yeah, I'm not really into Lego games all that much. I have a few of them, and actually I'm gonna have a few more to talk about in this stream because we found few on the cheap. But Lego City Undercover was one that I was really interested in since it came out on the Wii U. I never got the Wii U version, and I was thinking about getting this on Switch for some reason, maybe because Switch is a successor to the Wii U, so it felt natural. But then this digital version for PS4 was on sale, and I was like, yeah, let's take it in now. And basically what this is like a Lego version of Grand Theft Auto, where you're a cop and you can go around and like crash cars and steal cars and do all the kind of mayhem you would like to do in Grand Theft Auto. But one thing if I remember correctly, my memory can be hazy because my tasting of this game was like maybe 5 or 4 months ago or something like that. But if I remember correctly, the using of your grappling hook is not as free or as easy as you would think. You can't use it right off the bat, and when you can use it, it's only in specific places. So that's kind of disappointing. But it feels like it could be a fun little game. And if say, well, I guess, yeah, I'm pretty sure that nobody here is a parent or anything. But if you someday are a parent and your child starts talking about Grand Theft Auto, maybe you should give this to them first if they're really young at that point, because it's basically the same thing but much more family friendly. Am I the only one who is the most outside, as in I don't know anyone in real life? Well,
not really.
Not really. There's Mikke here who we know in real life, but we've never met Linda. We've never met Akkiri. We've never met. Actually, haven't we met anybody who we've come to know through these streams?
Sami.
Well, but they were well. I guess they're. Well, Leguster is kind of a different thing, but Sami, I guess, would be one, even though I actually met him before I noticed him in the streams, but still, yes,
yeah.
that would count. And Unik is also...
Well, she is like my friend.
Yeah, but we know her like in real life, but we
then
don't...
there is Yuki Doggo that we know in real life. Then there is Elmo.
But they're like our friends first and not stream people, so...
The stream people like
pretty much anybody... Most of here and most of those who are regulars here we've never met. Hopefully we can at some day, but haven't yet at least.
I mean, we were like almost met like few people in real life as well, but because last year we got the coronavirus and
couldn't go to Tracon.
Yeah, we apparently could have met like Linda in there.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And I think I might have heard that. No, wait, hang on. What am I talking about? I think there had been like few cons that some of our viewers or regular had been in, but we never saw them in the cons.
Yeah,
in the end.
actually one of those examples, well, he's not that much of a regular, but Vesa Vihavainen, he was at Desukan at the same time as we were, but I never spotted him.
Yeah, me neither. I don't even know what he looks like, but point still stands.
Well, I guess you could spot him easily by the fact that he's in a wheelchair or two, I think.
Oh.
Or
Well,
at
I
least
didn't
as far as I remember.
Was it in a Desukan or First Bite?
Not sure about that one.
Because I only saw like 2 people in wheelchairs in Desukan, and they were both females.
Okay,
And
so...
one of them I know from my past, and they're a complete asshole. Not to trash talk or anything, but you know. But they're like, from these people that you've seen in the chat, Matt, right now, like only one we've seen in real life. So don't worry about it.
Everyone Finnish here. Well, except for you at this point, yeah, we have had at some international watchers a few times, but none of them have become that regular. There was this, like we mentioned before, this one Joker guy. I can't remember his exact nick, but he seemed to become a regular at some point. He was like in 2 or 3 streams in a row, I think, but after that we haven't seen in him. I guess he's been busy or something like that, I don't know.
But then again, we are like an English-ready stream that whenever someone... Like whenever someone comes to the streams and speaks English, we immediately change to English as well.
At least for a while, yeah. And actually that reminds me of one trend that hasn't been going on lately, because I used to get a lot of like these bots on stream that would try to put links in here, but that hasn't happened in a long time now.
That's good. But the thing is also that whenever I've streamed, like whenever XS streamed Infra and I did the Infra rerun on his channel, I think on both times when like Gehube Apteros, and I think there were like 2 other people from the Infra community like were in there. For the rest of the stream, for example, I started to speak English for the rest of the stream. For an example.
Yeah. Of course, I write what I can in English while being half asleep at the same time, being awake for 16 hours tends to do that. I also met with 2 of my Discord friends, and in Tampere Kupli. Oh, you were still there. Okay.
Who?
Linda.
Might have met them, actually, or seen them like pass me by, but because I was in a cosplay, they couldn't recognize me.
Yeah, because we were at Kupli yesterday for a short while. We only spent like a few hours in there because the crowd got way too much for us.
23,199 visitors overall in that event alone. No wonder almost all of us got a panic attack.
Well, I didn't get a panic attack, so to speak, but I was getting really like stressed out for having to push yourself everywhere.
And the thing is, like with me, because I had the mask on, and like me trying to like slide through, I had my backpack on my other hand. I was trying to do like this motion. I had the long fingers. I was like, move. But I wasn't sure that if it was you, Linda. But you know.
Yeah. I think I want to see you guys someday, but I think it's impossible. Well, if you...
Who said that?
Akiri.
Oh. Well,
If
you never know.
If you just come to HypeCon at some point, or maybe we should at some point consider if there's a con how close to you we could get there.
Or Truckon, maybe.
Maybe some years, yeah.
Because, like, isn't it in August?
August or September.
No, it is in September, yeah. There's also like 3 months after HypeCon. So if we keep like this phase going on, we have like one con in January or February. There's already one. Then there is HypeCon, that's in June. There's already like 3 months. Then there is Truckon, that's in August. That's already like again 3 months. So that could be like a good con pace to go.
Well, at least for now, yeah.
Yeah, unless we get super excited and go like to like summer Desukan, maybe.
No, not this year, but maybe
Not
some
this
other
year,
year.
no,
Yeah.
because the Kupli was already like a fucking traumatizing experience. I mean, it was
and since
fun.
HypeCon is so close to the Desukan and hype is free,
It's
so
already a week apart. Like first is HypeCon, and that is like week and then there is like Desukan.
Yeah.
And also I think that tickets might come on sale soon, but I don't think we should go this year.
Yeah, no.
At least to HypeCon, and then during the fall/autumn and winter, like we'll see, like if we have the like.
If I have willingness, more money and time, maybe we'll go to Tacon.
And just general wanting or needing to go there. But then it would be fun, like if I get the more like motivation to do more cosplays, or I could wear my Mörkä cosplay again.
Yeah, because it didn't get much attention now because of all the people in there.
The amount of people was so bad.
Hetkinen, niin wanna see you. I mean we kinda close. What do you mean much kinda close? Or what do you guys? You're Swedish, yeah. I guess you mean that.
Yeah.
Wanna see you guys in real life some point as well. I guess he slightly miss you at Tampere, but maybe some year into Tacon it can happen.
I'm still kind of sure that I saw Linda there, but I'm not sure because I saw 2 people in wheelchairs in that event, and so that's why I wasn't sure. Like I didn't want to go there. Like, hey, are you Linda or something like that? That would be like not only rude, well, not rude, but like kind of awkward. You know, like, hi, remember me? I'm this person, and they would be like, no, I'm not this person you're looking for. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
And since you were in costume, it would have been and also kind of weird.
Yeah.
And trying to get the talk or spotting anyone in that crowd.
But then again, my cosplay was recognizable. Oh, just a blob of blackness in the void.
Yeah. Okay, says he's lazy. He had going into events. No, nobody want to meet me. We would. I can assure you that.
It's talking about the info rerun. It's talking about the where join. No, this is a different one. It's on this channel, actually.
Osakko came here. What's up? Long time no see. I assume that we are speaking English here. Yeah. For a change, we're doing that. I was in the wheelchair and had a big pink bag in my lap. If you saw that, that was me.
Okay, then it was you. Okay, then I saw her.
Oh,
But
I didn't.
But since I was in my costume, like I couldn't see properly, and I had most of the time my gaze at the floor because I just wanted to get out of there because there's so many people.
I understand that.
But I saw like a wheelchair and a pink bag, yeah. So
what was your cosplay of? Didn't you post a picture onto the group?
Nope.
Oh, you didn't.
I might as well post it now.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna post a picture on the group. You're gonna see it there. And I'm gonna have to continue onward with the supposed real topic of this stream because next up is what was the actual name of this game? Art of Fighting Anthology, and this is basically a compilation of Art of Fighting games made by SNK on arcades and their own consoles and stuff. Basic to the fighting in games. I know. Well, now I can't remember if it was these or some of the other SNK fighting games that have the gimmick of you being able to switch between 2 planes and such, but from what I can remember, I tried one of these games on this collection. There were like 3 or 4 of them, I believe, and one of them that I tried was actually kind of hard. I'm not saying that I'm an expert on fighting games or anything, but still it was kind of hard though. But these are like 2D fighting game classics, and it wasn't all that expensive, so I could recommend it or at least for a bit of a history lesson if you are into fighting games. That's for you, Mikke, although I think you might be sleeping because you were so quiet, but anyway. What group? Who? This Discord. Yeah, we have a Discord or group. Should we, if he wants to join, you could actually give him the link if he wants to join.
Yep. In a moment. We also have an English section for English people.
You would be the second English speaking person to join.
But then again, the only English speaking member in this group lost their access to their Discord.
Oh right, that happened. Yeah.
But there are a lot of people who speaks English in the
Yeah, we are
in the Discord anyway. Like regardless there being Finnish channels. A lot of people will respond in English anyway.
Okay, says coffee. Yeah, these are from the same company that makes the King of Fighters games, but I believe these are the precursors to those games. because the King of Fighters games took characters from on these and from other SNK properties and put them in, but the King of Fighters proved to be the more sustainable one because it's still going on, and I don't think there's been another fighting game since I don't know, late 90s or something like that. And then we skipped Trine 4, so let's go to...
Let's not.
Well, this next one is something that you have played too. Where is it now? Right here.
I'm gonna invite Matt. So also Matt, when I invite you, there will be a notification. Don't get scared if people talks to you in Finnish first. Just tell them. There should be like. Hang on, is it in English? No, wait, there is.
Is there the English introduction?
Yeah. But I meant the introduction part.
But is there an introduction channel?
No, there's only chatting, images, stream notification.
Well, I guess you can give a tag to him and explain what that is so that he can write there.
Yeah. I'm gonna invite you anyway, Matt.
That is if you want to, I guess, as you do, but you don't have to take the offer. But anyway, next game, Tetris Effect Connected, or I did have the regular Tetris Effect actually. I only needed to buy the Connected and upgrade, which I think added the VR support and some various other things, and for a while Jaffa and I platformed this game together, I think, didn't we?
We streamed it as well.
Oh yeah,
I was
we
on my
did that,
Switch and you were playing on your...
PS4?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. And if I remember correctly, I actually made a bit of a mistake with this game because I didn't know that you could buy just as an upgrade for it, so I guess I ended up buying the upgrade and the game separately or something like that. I don't remember anymore, but I kind of fucked up a little with buying of this game. I basically put in too much money that I needed to. What was XS Cosplay if he had one? I didn't have one this time because I still only have 2 costumes, and one of them is like purely for winter and...
Well, technically you could have worn it like...
Well, I could have maybe worn it, but I really wasn't that much in the mood that I really had to focus on driving with a new car. Well, not new, but we borrowed one from our cousins for this trip, and I wasn't that familiar with it. And driving that in a costume could have been really stressful.
And risky even.
Yeah.
But the thing is also, the car itself wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't really.
But the longer I sat there, the more my legs started to hurt. And I still don't understand what's the deal. Even my friend at the back seat, Unikissa, like she had this exact same problem as me.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
I don't understand what the fuck was going on.
Kanji Tatsumi cosplay when? Well, I've been thinking about putting that back on for HypeCon maybe. I really should try to... Well, at least I've said myself that I will put that on when I manage to lose some weight first, but I should really either do that again and with some of the more extra accessories that I have, or then I should have to invent some new one, but I really can't think of those some types that would be for someone of my body size that I also like, that would be easy enough to pull off, because I would really love have the cosplay one of the characters from Starzinger at some point, but those costumes are way too hard, way too complicated. You would have to construct the whole armor for that one, and that's
I'm not doing that for him.
Yeah.
Like when I did the Gohe's like jacket for Exe, it was already like overwhelming. Like nope.
I'm still thankful for that though.
You better be. I did that like 4 in the morning, and I was crying and blasting music.
Didn't Uni help you with that?
No, that was all me. That was solo.
Oh, okay. I thought she helped you with that. Didn't she help you with...
It was Kanji that she helped you with.
Okay.
I mean, helped me with, that is, not you. But
And
I mean, technically you, but you know. But yeah, Gohe was all solo, made by me.
Okay.
So you better be happy about it.
And cool hair. Do you think I should dye my hair
No.
Actually, yeah, I don't think it's good idea either now, because when I see myself nowadays with the blonde hair, it looks so off. So
even one of his co-workers said that. Not to say this in a bad way, but ew, fuck.
in actual word what he says was, ei millään pahalla, mutta hyi vittu.
People are so much more brave than me. I would never dare to cosplay. Well, the thing is, Matt, on that case is that I actually got Exa to cosplay because I offered to do like costumes for him and everything, and I started to tell him like where to buy cosplays, where to buy accessories, what you can do like to create the outfit and things you get. Like you can even use the things in your closet to cosplay. Like right now I have my black tank top on. This was one of my undergarments on my Mörkö cosplay. And I'm still using this as my fucking PJs right now.
If you like simple
and I
enough,
wanna cosplay Mark someday, so yep.
yeah, if you can spot at like a simple enough of character to cosplay, it's really not that hard. But then my major respect goes to those who like make really these elaborate costumes. Like I'm not into Overwatch, for example, off the top of my head, but anybody cosplaying any of those characters, those costumes are oftentimes so goddamn good. So
even like armors in general.
yeah.
Like World of Warcraft cosplay, that one Gus cosplayer from Berserk at Desucon, full armor and everything. Like marry me.
Yeah, probably the most impressive cosplay I've actually ever seen was somebody he had made like an almost like a robot, or like he was sitting inside of it, and there was like this shell of a Dalek from Doctor Who had it had like a robotic voice coming out of it, its arms moved and everything. It was like really amazing.
But those people do those kind of things for job also.
It's more of the anxiety. Oh.
I have anxiety, Matt. I have anxiety, but I still do that because it helps me with it. But then again, there are different types of anxiety. But to me, like, actually cosplaying has helped me a lot. And me doing Mörkö cosplay was one of the best ideas I've ever done because I'm behind a mask. I'm behind like a hood, technically.
Technically, yeah.
Like, I'm behind a hood and I'm behind a mask. Like, no one can see me. And I can, like, technically pull a face on them. Like, there would be, like, a person talking to me, like, oh, you seem, like, really nice. And them sitting there, like, yeah, thank you. Like, you know, like I can be like pulling tongues on them or something like that.
Maybe one day I will be brave enough to cosplay something even a mushroom would do.
There were actually a few people with mushroom hats in the con.
Yeah,
actually wanted to do like a flying animatis.
Flying what? Flying like the
Punakärpäsieni.
Yes, I know.
Flying
Amanita or something like that?
Amanitas? Well, anyway, like, I want a hat like that, and I just want to put, like, really earth-tone clothes on, do a really striking makeup, put on some elf ears, and just go in the woods and cry.
What really actually surprised me about the cosplays was that there were a lot of snuffkins in there. Like,
yeah.
Like maybe like at least 5 or even more.
A few jokesters.
And one Groke.
I didn't say. I was a Groke too, technically. Technically.
Mamitas. No, it's not that. It's Anitas. It starts with an A and has. I have to check this. This is
actually
bothering me.
look at it in Swedish. What does? Eikö se ole punakärpäsieni tai kärpäsieni? Ykkösieni.
Ai no.
No pistä sinä kärpäsieni ihan vaan.
Niin, tai. Niin joo. Tossa. Joo, Amanita. That's it.
Look at it in Swedish. I kind of want to know what the kärpäsieni is in Swedish. Ruotsi tossa.
Fluxwamp. Wait, what? En Fluxwamp. Oh.
En Fluxwamp. I kind of want to do a hat like that. I mean, me and Uni did one for me, but it was too big, it was too heavy, and the color was the Maisera interrupta, one of the like glow in the dark mushrooms.
Yeah. Sorry, momutas.
Oh what?
What? We were trying to say Amanita, this red poisonous mushroom in Swedish.
I
guess he understood.
I don't know if it was...
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. Like, I want to do a hat like that and just put on some earth tone clothes on and like put on elf ears, do a striking makeup and just go lie there on the grass, like in the middle of the woods. We have like this small patch of like wood wilderness, not wilderness, but like forest, like small spot of forest here, where a lot of people actually take their dogs out for a shit.
Oh, you meant here? I thought you meant the cabin estate.
No, but there too, but also here, like...
Yeah.
I think you've been there with me, with Max, my brother's dog. I think we took him, like, over there.
Most likely, yeah.
But I've been there with Uni, like, to take a picture of our dolls and Huntara and things like that. But the point still stands that, like, over there, like, I just go lay down on a patch of moss and just be there one with the nature.
I am now broke. Those kinds of events are good for spending money, and comics are all kind are one of my weaknesses. Yeah,
Same.
I know. Actually, when you say that, Linda, I should really...
Mikael is going. Bye, Mikke.
False.
Can I eat it? Well, technically you can eat
Eat an amanita.
Yeah, but
it's poisonous. It could... I don't know if it could actually kill you, but...
It can.
Yeah.
But the thing is that if you eat like a small portion of it, you will feel really nauseous, really like you just want to throw up, you feel very sick. But if you eat like a whole mushroom and like maybe more, then...
Eat sloop them. No, don't.
No.
Yeah, but
I think there's the white version of that.
Yeah, actually that one is... I was supposed to say that one's name in English is probably one of my favorite word companies, because in English that is called Destroying Angel.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
But anyway, for Linda, I'll quickly show what I got from Kupli when it comes to comics, because I found this Nicke Knatterton on comic there, and then there was also this Planet Hulk comic book album, which was really good for me because I really love the animated movie version of this comic book story, and from what I've heard, this comic is more or darker than the movie was, so I'm really excited for this one. Eat an entire family of swamp. God. Well, I can eat kantarell. Well, yeah, those are good for you when they're cooked properly, at least.
That is now part of the group, but I don't know how to put the rolls in with my phone.
Well, go to your computer quickly, will you?
Hang on a second.
But if you can't do that with your phone, that's another thing that I really got frustrated today when I was on my way back.
Oh, there we go. Now I got it.
But I was really frustrated when I got back home and I tried to change the beginning date of this stream on my phone, but I couldn't. For the life of me, I couldn't. I tried using the browser version, the app, and YouTube Studio, but nowhere was I able to do that. And I don't understand why. But that's a rant for another time, so let's move on. Next up is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection. And this is a collection that basically it contains almost all of the old school Ninja Turtles games. There's the arcade version, there are the NES games, the first one that's like a side-scrolling platformer, then the second one that's a port of the arcade game, then there's Manhattan Project, which is kind of like a same kind of 2D beat-em-up too. Then there's Tournament Fighters, which is like a one-on-one fighter, which I believe was the only one-on-one fighter ever made for the NES, at least officially. Then there are the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis / Mega Drive fighting games that are actually completely different from each other for some goddamn reason. Then there's Turtles 4, Turtles in Time, and Hyperstone Heist, which is basically the version for that game for the Sega Genesis yet again that had to be different because of licensing and other kind of contract stuff. And I guess that was it. But yeah, 9 old school games all in one package. I've planned on streaming this at some point, but I've kept forgetting actually almost. I actually beat the original Ninja Turtles game on NES on this, which is very, very hard. And I did not though beat legitimately. I used the rewind features because I just wanted to see how hard it could actually be. And yeah, without the rewind feature, it's really goddamn hard. But with the rewind feature, it was fun little thing to just blast as true. So if you are interested in Turtles games, I really recommend and you play this one instead of the original ones, because I guess they're costly and kind of hard to find, and you need it old school systems, and this is on a modern console, so this is a really good introduction for anyone who's interested. There's always next year to spend money on comics, manga, plushies, and so on. Yeah, you can always think it like that. I really like they print the manuals into this game. Some other things. Yeah, there were like PDF manuals and other, and maybe I guess there were a few comics and other kind of bonus stuff here too. Yeah, I would have remembered that. Thanks, Akiri. And then from oops, wrong click. From one Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game into another, aka Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, basically a modernized sequel to, I guess it would be Turtles in Time, but anyway, this is like very much like a modern take on the 2D brawler slash beat 'em ups that really were the dominating genre of games, like in the early 90s, late 80s. And from what I've tested this one, and it's really fun, really addicting. Though on normal difficulty it can already be kind of hard, because you have limited lives here, just like you would in the original games. But it is very colorful, very flashy, and very loyal to the original animation style of the show, so it's really fun. Next we have something that I guess it's good that Jaffa's here, because she will have more to say about this one than I do. And it's
Cult of the Lamb!
Should I give you the stage for this one?
No, it's okay. I can scream at you.
Well, anyway, what this game is basically, I would say, a roguelike dungeon crawler meets Animal Crossing, because as you are a lamb...
Meets Binding of Isaac.
Meets Binding of Isaac. Well, Binding of Isaac is a roguelike dungeon crawler, I would say so.
Don't question me.
Anyway, basically you are a lamb that has a kind of a satanic cult here, where you have to take care of the cultists and build all the village for them and take care of them. Then also you can sacrifice them for various bonuses and stuff. Then you go into dungeons that are randomly generated to fight like bosses and other enemies. From what I've played of this, I've actually helped Jaffa beat a few bosses in this game, and the combat was really good, but I have no experience with the Animal Crossing in like the taking care of the town on portion, so I can't say about that anything.
I mean, it's what you think it is.
Well, I don't know what to think about it, because I really have... Well,
you played Animal Crossing.
Yeah, but I haven't built that much stuff up there.
Well, basically there's like a small portion of a like land that the old, I don't know what to call him, like a guide gives you, and he's like, okay, once you're gonna build your entire like cult, you have to take care of them, and then you plant like food for them, you make like beds for them to sleep in, you make a whole like church for yourself where you like give daily like blessings and everything, and as the time goes on you can like send your followers to travels to gather like supplies.
But it's really not that complicated.
It's not honestly really complicated. It's just like you need materials, a lot of them.
Actually, the way you talk about that, it kind of reminds me that it's a little bit also like the system you had in Dark Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And also I should mention that this is also one of those games that if you bought it digitally on PS4 like I did, you get a free PS5 upgraded for it too. Doesn't make that much of a difference, but it's there if you want it.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's like, you know.
Next up is a game that is something that I need to add into my collections and someday, but actually now that I noticed it's not that expensive. Maybe the release of this digital version had brought the price down, but Stubbs the Zombie Rebel Without a Pulse. And this is a really unique zombie game, because usually when you say zombie game, it's a game where you shoot zombies, and I mean a lot of them. But in this one, you play as a zombie, and you create zombies, because the basic idea is that you need to bite people and make zombies out of them so you can progress in the levels. And basically, this game is like it has a real good sense of humor. Like it takes place in what looks like a utopia, but that is not as fancy as its first look like, because nobody like understands as real life anymore, and nobody understands or is shocked about how they zombie walking around. And then there's also like boss fights that are disco dance competitions and stuff like that. This game is actually really fun and funny from what I've played it, and like I said, I really have to add it to my collection for the original Xbox. At some point I believe this game was like over $100 or something like that, but now that I checked eBay the last time, the price was like $40 or stuff like that, so not extra cheap, but not outrageous either. So I think that this digital version coming out really brought the price down, which is good for me at least, so I don't have to spend that much money on it. For this next one, I'm kind of sad, and maybe he kind of also relieved that Leguster isn't here, but because he would be talking about this game. But Salt and Sanctuary, basically this is a game made, I believe, if I remember correctly, this was made by a couple who were real big fans of Dark Souls, and basically what this is...
Have fun having nightmares.
I don't know. These are actually fun looking, and I mean they are kind of accurate.
And cursed in a way.
And I guess too. And for some of these, I don't know what Scooby-Doo or Hanna-Barbera characters they represent, but put that in the group. I want others to see that.
Got
Where was I? But anyway, basically what this game is a 2D Dark Souls game. It has very similar kind of dark atmosphere and dark storytelling, or bleak storytelling, I guess I should say, and the same kind of death and resurrection system, and also the currency in this game, salt, is very much like the souls in Dark Souls games, where if you die you lose them, and you then have to try to recover them, or you lose them completely. I remember trying this game, I believe the demo version on my Vita years and years ago, and I wasn't really that impressed, or maybe it was that Leguster allowed me to try his copy on the Vita, because I remember at some point he played this on the Vita and he was really obsessed with it. But I really didn't care about it too much. But now that I played this, from what I remember, I liked it much more than when I tried it initially. I can't really say that much more about it, but it seems like a fun game if you are into the Dark Souls kind of dark and hard action and kind of stuff. That got a little awkward, but anyway. Next up, I think, is a game that not too many of you, if any, have ever heard about, because as I barely even remember or know about this game, but this is called Crypt of the Serpent King, and when I spotted this, the reason and why it got my attention on some sale on PS4 was because, for one, I believe it sold for 99 cents, and two, I had this game on PS3 already, and I remember it being kind of clunky, but also somewhat fun, and since it was so cheap, I decided, well, why the hell not buy it again? Like 99 cents, like, what the hell else you're gonna do with that money? like that's nothing. But then when I played this, I don't know if the PS4 version is different, or if my memory of the PS3 original is bad or something, because, like I said, I remember it was clunky, but it was really, really clunky. Like, it felt like almost impossible to hit any of the enemies without them having the time to hit you back, and you moved really slow, and the dungeons that I guess are randomly generated too were really boring looking, and you barely found any health power-ups, so I died really fast on all of the 2 or 3 runs of this that I tried. So it really it wasn't all that good. Like it's a really poor man's version of the, from what I've heard, excellent Legend of Grimrock games by the Finnish developer. I can't remember their name anymore, but anyway, if you were into this kind of dungeon crawling, play those rather than this one. I've seen this PSN shop many times. I don't. What I'm trying to say.
Looks like a FMV game.
Well, it's not, but the quality isn't much higher than that. And I'm not surprised, Aki, that you've seen this many times. I think it's on sale all the time, and it's really cheap. So I guess it tries to get people to buy it for that. But from what I've played, it's actually not even worth the 99 cents. So I would recommend it actually. Next one.
It honestly does look like a FMV game, not gonna lie. I'm not so sure, but I don't think the graphics are that bad for PS3, but on PS4 they like really actually stand out. They're not good. But is it like that on purpose?
Not sure. Could be. What was I going to? Oh, right. It was gonna be.
Oh no.
Fallout 4 Game of the Year edition. I have finished the original version, or I should say basic version of Fallout 4 on my Xbox One. I believe it's maybe not the only one, but one of the few Xbox One games that I have beaten, because for some reason, and I really don't play Xbox One all that much, or when I do, I easily get distracted by other stuff. But when this one was on sale, I thought, well, why not buy it on 4 too and get some trophies and maybe play the DLC stuff that I never bought on the Xbox. We started the campaign and I thought about playing as a dick this time, because I was a good guy when I played the Xbox One version, but I really haven't played it all that far. And considering that I'm streaming Fallout 3 at the moment, and maybe I'll stream this one eventually, but I'll have to beat 3 and then go to New Vegas first. But maybe someday. It's still okay, but I think 3 and New Vegas are better than 4 is. Even though 4 is more easily approachable because it has full voice acting and stuff. But the dialogue choices and mechanics are not as good as in 3 or New Vegas. Next one is a game that I was actually kind of confused that why it is on the list, but I think it's here because I bought the full version, and because this was one of the games that really he impressed me when it was on PS Plus. But What Remains of Edith Finch, and I remember I did talk about this game before, but might as well talk about it again. This is one game that I really should stream, or maybe I should really try to get you to play it on stream, because
me?
Yeah, because it's for at least to me it was really emotional, and it only takes like a few hours to beat, and it has really strong emotional moments in it. But I don't know if it actually could be kind of heavy for you, because there's no like any of the I don't know if I want to say the word, but
Self-harm, suicide.
Well, there is I guess at least one suicide hinted at, and there's a lot of death by accidents and stuff, but not like maybe one on suicide, but not like RAPE. But there's not that. But there is maybe one suicide thing in there. And anyway, this game is basically a walking simulator that stars a character called Edith Finch, and talks about her tragic family history, and like you can maybe get at what I was saying. There's a lot of flashbacks into tragic deaths that have happened in her family, and there's like this one scene where one of her relatives is like working at a fish cannery, like chopping off fishes' heads and imagining himself in some distant and land at the same time, and then at some point in the reality got blurred, and I don't remember if he cut his hand off or something like that, but it was kind of beautiful and kind of grim at the same time. Like, this game had really a unique atmosphere. I really liked it, but I still didn't get the platinum there because I missed a few things, but I would really recommend this game. It is very unique, or at least for me, because I haven't played other walking simulators. Machikun is apparently... Have you beaten the game because you seem familiar with it? Or have you watched a stream or someone played on stream or something like that? Next up is another one that has a really long name. Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4 Digital Deluxe Edition. Can't get platinum. Oh right, there's no platinum. But I still missed a few achievements. I would like to get them all, even though you can't get a platinum. But yeah, I was starting to think if you even had one.
One can always dream.
Seeing Jacksepticeye finish it. Ah, okay,
Oh.
okay. I did all of the trophies. Yeah, I think I only missed like 2 because there's like this one achievement where you have to catch. There's a scene where you will play as an owl for a few moments. You have to catch a few rabbits, I believe. And the trophy was that you have to catch all 3 in just 3 swoops, and I did like 1 practice swoop before I caught them all, so that's why I missed that one. And I guess
You missed that one. Try another.
And I guess the other one was like finding all the collectibles that I wasn't able to find. But yeah, I only missed 2. But regardless, this one is... I know Akir is familiar with this series, as is Sami, but he's not here, so too bad for him. But I actually have like... I know that... I'm not sure if Akir did, but I know Sami owns all of these is physically. I have physical versions of 1 and 2, and now I have digital deluxe versions of 3 and 4. And well, this one is basically, it was on sale, and I thought I'd finish my collection now. Maybe someday I'll start playing in these from 1 to 4, because these are one connected story. So to get the whole story, you need to play all 4 of these. And from what I've understood, these are good. Actually, one other Legend of Heroes game that I'm really interested in is the one on Steam. Now I can't remember its name, but I got interested in that one when I saw Linkara do a review of it. Oh, it was Trails in the Sky, I think. But anyway, let's move on. Next up is actually a game that I was kind of disappointed in, and it's Shadow Man Remastered. And the reason I was kind of disappointed by this game is that I kept hearing that this remaster of this game is really, really good, because from what I've heard, the original Cold Steel 4, nice. I've been playing Cold Steel 3 now. Oh, you're already that far. Nice. But from what I've understood, the Shadow Man games originally, they came out on PC, PlayStation, Dreamcast and N64. And well, those who follow Cad Icarus know that the PlayStation version is pretty goddamn terrible. But at least the Dreamcast version that I have is okay, it's playable, and so on. But from what I heard, this remaster was supposed to be really good, like really make the game worth playing. But when I started playing it, it pretty much felt the same as the Dreamcast version. Like, it was okay, but it was kinda a redundant, kinda meh. The shooting wasn't all that special, so I don't know what everybody was seeing in this remaster, to be honest. Maybe they hadn't played the Dreamcast version, they had only played the horrible PlayStation version, and that's why they were so blown away. So I don't understand what was the big deal, but I guess if you know the comics or this kind of voodoo stuff and traveling between the world of the living and world of the dead interests you, you could try this out. It's not horrible, at least. Looks like a mix of Far Cry 3 and a little of FMV. You mean this Shadow Man game? Well, when it comes to gameplay, it's nothing like that, but maybe you can get that from the cover, I don't know. And actually, I have, now that you speak about FMV again, Machikun, I have to ask that, do you mean like full motion video, or is that some other shortening that I'm not familiar with? Like, do you know?
No.
You're thinking that it means full motion video too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. because I don't know where you get those vibes so much now, because this is the second time you mention it. Like, are you a really big fan of FMV games or something?
I have a few FMV games on my Steam library.
Yeah, so do I. And actually, when it was supposed to come out last year, I'm hoping it comes out this year. There's one FMV re-release that, and
Oh, don't say that it's that one.
It's that one.
Oh,
Plumbers don't wear ties.
Oh, we don't talk about that. Oh.
Well, I also have one other infamous one on Switch, the one called Night Trap, which along with Mortal Kombat was one of the games that had caused the ESRB to form and establish the rating system in America.
Oh no.
Next one. No, full motion video. Okay, so you mean that, yeah. Also Swedish Defense Material Administration. Okay.
Nice.
I own all Cold Steel games physically and download version. You mean you have physicals are still unopened? Oh, you like have physical versions so that you can have them unopened and then maybe someday cash in on the value, and then you have the digital versions for play. You're a sly one, god damn you, Akiri. Next up is a game that I have already talked about on Switch, but it was cheap on PS4, and I wanted to see if this PS4 version is as dodgy as the Switch version. The game is called Agony, and many have said that it's very appropriate title because apparently this game is kind of bad. But it has a very unique kind of style and atmosphere, because basically what this game is that you are in hell and you see hellish things like demons and tortured people all around you and stuff like that. There was also, I believe, a game from the same developers that just came out. It was called Scorn, I believe, and it kind of was dividing opinion. Some people said it was good, some people said it wasn't good, and from what I've understood, it's actually at least better than this one. I still don't actually know what's so bad about this one, but at least the Switch version was technically kind of dodgy, because there was one spot at least in there where the frame rate just stopped for a moment, and then you moved on, and because of that I fell into a hole that opened under me at some point. I don't think I've actually tried the PS4 version yet, but at some point I will, I believe. I would probably play at dead of night sometime. You mean the Shadow Man or this one? Well, either one. That's actually one of the reasons why I find it kind of hard to play horror games, because I would like to, but I would like to play him late at night to get the full atmosphere, but most of the time then I'm just too tired or don't feel like it, so...
Or if we are at the cottage, summer house, cabin, whatever, the internet there is so horrible that we can't.
And there, if I play some horror game and try to look outside, I start thinking of the croak and I get all uncomfortable.
And of course, since I'm there too, I'm just gonna make it worse.
Next up is also actually a little horror game that I knew nothing about, but I guess this was like under €1 or something. And, well, you don't see the title there, but this game is called My Little Sister. An FMV game from 2020.
Huh. Does it bring FMV games back, to be honest?
Well, they have been doing re-releases of the old ones, like Night Trap, Double Switch. There's supposed to be the Plumbers Don't Wear Ties one. Then there was this one...
What about Phantasmaphobia?
Yeah. Or Phantasmagoria, wasn't it?
Phantasmagoria, yeah. And then there was the...
Well, there's Space Ace and Dragon Slayer. They're kind of too. They're animation, but the same idea basically.
And then there was this one other...
Then there was like this something like American Hero or something that was like an FMV game that wasn't released initially, but now it was also re-released and made public for the first time. So it have become kind of a niche thing. Actually, now that you say that, do you know what FMV game I would love to see?
Hang on a second, let me quickly check the one I was talking about. I haven't watched this person in years, so they have uploaded a lot of shit.
Well, in between, I would say that what one FMV game I would like to see re-released is the Power Rangers FMV game that was released on Sega CD back in the day. Because from what I've understood, we just got some kind of a reunion and a show that had the original Power Rangers that are still alive and were willing to come into it at least. And I get a good promotional material for that would be the re-release of the old.
The 7th Quest is one.
The 7th Guest.
Guest, yeah, and Sanitarium.
But that's not like full FMV. That's like a point and click game too. Seventh Guest.
But it still stands.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Sanitarium is one of them as well.
Yeah, I guess that's like a point and click too, but it has like FMV movies in it.
Yeah.
And actually, if we're counting those the original Command and Conquer games also had FMV cutscenes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
There's a game that I want a remake or re-release someday, and it's the Anvil of Dawn.
Oh, that one, yeah.
I really want a re-release or remake of it.
I know actually another game that you would probably love a remake of. Unholy War. I just gave her an orgasm, I think.
Shut up. Then there was...
Actually, that reminds me that... Well, now I probably can't find it anymore, but there was like this top 10... Was actually... I think that it actually was a top 10 of cult classics that deserve a remake, and number 1 was Unholy War.
Unholy War is an amazing game. And one game that I want to re-release of is the Future Cop.
Oh, right. How about Legacy of Kain?
That might be coming, actually.
Yeah, actually, they've been talking about it, yeah.
At least hinting. And I'm so excited about Legacy of Kain so bad.
I want the Mulle Mech games to re-release.
Masa mainio, Mulle Mech. Masa mainio.
Okay,
to us Finns, yeah.
Yeah. Aki has a foot fetish, he's saying jalka.
Oh. You like my cactus socks? They're pink! Pink cacti.
Also, I think I've said this before, but since
it's not necessarily a fetish, they just know that my feet are showing.
Yeah, probably. But since you like Unholy War or that much, there's one game I would recommend to you.
Yes?
It's on, well, I have it on Xbox, but it was also on PS2.
What do you don't have on Xbox?
But it's a game called Wrath Unleashed, and it's pretty much the same game. You move on a hexagon and you do one-on-one battles when the units meet. And
I might consider trying it, but nothing will ever beat the Unholy War.
yeah, it's not the same, but it's the very same kind of thing, and I do think you could like the art style. Like it has 4 sides instead of 2. They're based on the elements: air, fire, wind, and water. And then there's like all these goddesses that can control
wind and
them.
air.
Oh, did I say so?
Yeah.
I meant wind, earth, fire, and water.
There we go.
Like the basic elements.
Or yeah.
And like the water has this water dragon that's cool, and the water goddess is kind of sexy. The wind goddess is like, well, she has like these purple things going around her like critical spots, but otherwise she's pretty much naked. And but I at least think the monster designs in that game are really cool.
That reminds me of the Populo's DS game that you bought me.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it also had the Titans and then it had the gods like in it. And the gods were like, there were a few female gods or like whatever you want to call them. They weren't really gods, but you know.
No. Mulle Mech remake wins, says Akki.
Mulle Mech, yes.
But anyway, this game, this game is probably supposed to be like kind of psychological in a little bit, because you play as the little girl you see in the picture, and she does have a real big sister, but then she has like an imaginary big sister, I guess, who then kills people uncontrollably. Like I played just the beginning, and there was like this hinting of, is this killing really going on, or is the big sister just psychotic, or what the hell is going on? I don't think this game is really long, so maybe when I decide to return to it, I should restart it and play it in one session so that I can get the full story. But it seemed to be at least kind of interesting, at least if you're into this kind of maybe a little bit disturbing kind of mystery horror stories. Matsikun says, I wish. I certainly don't think those will be coming, but you'll never know.
Here are they're like demons and the gods.
Oh.
Like those are the only ones. But like you know what I mean.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
are so cool. And there was also a character in Anvil of Dawn that I really like. This is such a good game. I love this so much.
Have you actually played a lot of it yourself, or have you just watched like you?
I actually had it on my GOG, but the thing is that since when I had the meltdown with all of my accounts and people trying to hack them and shit like that, I deleted those, so there went my Anvil of Dawn. But I don't think it was more expensive than €5 on GOG.com.
Yeah, I think I have it on GOG or Steam. Maybe GOG if you had it on GOG, and it wasn't expensive at all.
Yeah, I think it was like, honestly, €5, I think. At maximum.
Where the hell all is? Have I missed one game?
This is one of the characters that I really like in the Lady of the Sea.
Oh.
One of my inspirations for my role-playing character.
Ah, you mean Trelos?
Yeah. I don't know if I can find it on videos because Game Porter did a video on it.
No, I guess I missed one game. Sorry if this little delay. I'm gonna have to download a picture. real quick.
Do I really have to search it on YouTube? Game Porter. Anvil of Dawn. Where is... Shush. This character.
Ooh.
She's the sun and the moon, apparently. She's both.
Okay.
I think. I wish with the moon.
If you didn't understand, I meant toward Mull make remake. Yeah. I understood that. But yeah, next game, Dying in Light. I pretty much got this one too because it was cheap, and I was thinking about trying to get into Dying in Light because I really didn't care for the original Dead Island and game or its sequel Riptide, and this is by the same developers. And from what I understood, it was supposed to be kind of a fun zombie parkour game, and from what I played, it was okay. But what I was really confused about, I don't remember if I am remembering it all wrong, but from Angry Joe's review, I remember that the story of this game was supposed to be like your girl gets captured and you have to go beat the guy up who did it, and basic stuff like that. But when I started up this game, you were like some kind of a secret undercover agent who parachuted into some kind of community in the middle of the zombie apocalypse, and you had to like try to win their trust for some reason and stuff like that. And I was like, really, what the hell? I don't remember hearing about this kind of story. But other than that, I don't really have much to say at this point. Now we're Dying Light again this week. Oh, you've played it. Oh, did you enjoy it, or did you like delete it when you didn't think it was all that good, and now you downloaded it to see if you would like it now, or something like that? Anyway, let's move on. Oh, next up, I'm actually kind of disappointed that I actually got a comment from Jakskun after a very long time on one of my streams, and I was hoping that he would show up here, but he didn't. But next up is... I liked it. Wipe My Drive. So like something forced you to do it, or did you do it accidentally, or did you forget, or was it an update or something like that? Dying Light games are I guess you were supposed to say cool. In my opinion, second was better. I've heard, well, again from just Angry Good. I guess only from Angry Joe's perspective, he didn't like the second one really much, and I don't think many others did it either. I don't know. Maybe at some point that will find itself in my collection, but I'm not in a hurry with it. Yeah, but next up, mitä? En mitään erityistä. Ei. Reinstall Windows. Right. Something. Okay. But yeah, next up, Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 or Golden.
On molemmat eri kupeissa.
Oh. I'm being quiet because there's a cat moment going on.
Happy. Se on kieli ulkona. She has her tongue out. Proceed.
Aki says Persona, let's go. Yeah, like I said, and Yakskun, who really hasn't been around for quite a while, I guess he said as much in the comments. He was asking me if I played Persona 3 because he was thinking about how buying it, and he told him the same thing that I'm gonna say here, that Persona 3 Portable, even though it is technically simple, it has like this flat at background where you just move the cursor when you're exploring in the school grounds. It only goes 3D when you're exploring in the dungeon and stuff. But for me, the fact that you can control individually all of the party members, unlike in the original Persona 3, and the fact that it has some added interactions, like for example, if you are part of one of the sports teams, and you would decide to interact with them enough, a part of the trip to one of the tournaments is that you go to Inaba and you meet young Yukiko from Persona 4, which was really a pog moment for me. And also you can spot at the teacher Kashiwagi at the beach at one of the scenes in this portable version. And also, what I still can't believe is the only example in the series, the portable version has a possibility of playing as a female protagonist. Even more than that, I believe that the social links are way better with the female character than with Makoto, the original main character, because I still don't understand and why the hell he doesn't have social links with the male party members. He has with the female party members, so that he can have more girlfriend possibilities, I guess. But with the female protagonist, you have social links with the female and male characters in your group. Like, I could understand why you don't have a relationship with one of them, because he goes away pretty quickly. But still I find the relationships way better with the female protagonist. Cat moment, best moment. Yes, that's true. Bless the cats. I hope they remake Persona 3. I am not happy with the portable, so still Persona 3 Face is the best as for me. Yeah, I can understand why, because the portable version is very simplistic and very, like I said, technically not impressive. But for me it was the best simply because as you can control your party members. Because I remember being really frustrated when I played Persona 3 FES and the Answer or Extra campaign, and I could only control the protagonist and could not do anything with the others. And sometimes I would have to look at them standing there when he couldn't use their abilities instead of trying to use an item or anything. Maybe I would have been able to do anything in myself, but it was really frustrating that I couldn't control them many times. Yeah, and Persona 4 Golden, I still have the Let's Play of the original Persona 4 going on the channel, and Golden is my favorite game of all time, so of course I'm gonna buy every version that I have. I still don't have these two on Switch. I will at some point, but not just yet, not at the moment. But if you are going to get into Persona series, you could pretty much start with either one out of these. Maybe with 3 portable first, since it is kind in the simple or in this technical presentation. And if you can get past that and like that, then go for golden, or maybe start with golden and go to 5. I guess, I don't know. Play Persona. That's the main thing.
Please don't. Play Infra, it's better. Smiley face.
Next up is a game or a collection of games that I just actually realized that I have on all. Or wait, I guess I don't have this one on all of my console that is available on. That's another one that's coming up. But Contra collection, and this one contains like the original arcade version, the most famous NES version, the sequel Super C, both of their Game Boy versions, as the European versions of them, as well as also the Japanese versions, and there's the Super Contra 3 Alien Wars and its European version Super Pro Protector. Basically a compilation of all of the old school Contra games. Oh, and also there's Hardcore on the Genesis and Operation C on Game Boy. And I may be forgetting in a few of them. I haven't played all of them as of yet. But still, I really liked the original one and the third one when I was a kid. So those alone were enough reason for me to buy this thing. And even though it gives Konami some money, Konami isn't really the as bad of a game company these days as like Activision or EA are. And if they finally allow, or I guess they will be allowing, because as I've heard that there is going to be a Silent Hill 2 remake this year, maybe they are doing the right thing and outsourcing all of their stuff if they just want to focus on the pachinko games. Matsikun asks what's Infra. I guess he's trolling.
Infra is the best game known to man, made by Finnish developers Loiste Interactive. It's a walking simulator where you play as an engineer or constructive engineer. I don't know.
Next up is a game that actually by itself is not a game really, but it is mostly a platform where you can download for free, and then you can buy games into it, and it's called Capcom Arcade Second Stadium. And basically what this is that, and like I said, it's a platform, and inside it there are a lot of old Capcom arcade games that you can buy as a bundle or as individually. And by this point I have bought the original Street Fighter, which really isn't all that good. There's Street Fighter Alphas 2 and 3, and a beat 'em up game called Knights of the Round, which is based on the King Arthur, her mythology, and it's actually kind of fun. Then there was a game that I do believe the next time Sami comes here, I'm gonna have to try to put him into playing, because there was Mega Man Power Battle, which is basically a Mega Man one-on-one fighting game that still has like a Mega Man boss fight feel that I actually think was maybe the most interesting one, at least out of these. But that's all I have to say about those for now, at least. Infra tied up there in top 1 of favorite games, shared with Gmod/Gary's Mod, My Summer Car, and Mize.
Nice.
I haven't heard of Mize, but the other ones I am familiar with. My Summer Car is one that I plan on buying, but it's never on sale, and you don't feel like paying the full price for it.
But then again, you'd be supporting.
Yeah, I know. I guess I should just buy it full price at some point when I have some extra money, because
I was about to say you'd be supporting like Finnish game developers.
Yeah, I know.
Same goes with the Finnish Army Simulator.
Yeah.
I mean, I have My Summer Car. And the last time I saw any like gameplay of My Summer Car like was from WackyCast like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw when people at the Lois the Discord were, I think it was Gehube playing it, like one of our friends was playing it, and it has gotten so much more content to it now.
Oh, or has like the graphics improved or anything like that?
No, the graphics are still the same.
I guess that is part of the charm.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, and same goes with the Finnish Army Simulator. I think the idea on both of them was the same, that they wanted both of the games to look kind of crusty, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's like the charm of it, because like Gehube said that both the Finnish Army Simulator and kind of well, not as much, but somewhat the My Summer Car reminded him of Itsevaltiot.
Yeah. And it would be autocrats in English.
Oh yeah.
Now, not really sure if they say direct translation, but there is the one English special that is called Autocrats.
Yeah.
MSC playing right now. What is
My
that?
Summer Car.
Ah.
MSC. My Summer Car.
Yeah. That's actually a game where I'm not really interested in the main thing of the game, like building your car, but the shopping and the interaction with the cops and stuff that I've seen. That's really funny because like the shopkeeper talks in Finnish and has a funny way of speaking.
Pehmo, my beloved.
Well, actually, now we're done with the PS4 downloaded games finally. Now on to Xbox downloaded games. And this first one that I have listed here really reminds me of how long it's been since the last time I did this kind of stream, because I remember hyping this game up for what feels like ages ago, and I was really hooked with it, but then I don't even remember what game came out and took my attention away from it. You should try to return to it, because I really liked this game at one point. Where is it? Right here.
Etsimme pantalones.
What?
Yes.
Anyway, it's called Gears Tactics, and I guess if you know anything about games, you know that this is a game that takes place in the same universe as the Gears of War games, or I guess they are now just called Gears because the latest one was called just Gears 5 for some reason. But anyway, it's a tale of humans versus these locust alien things that come from below the ground and are trying to exterminate them. And this game is a spin-off of the main series, and it's kind of like XCOM, like the modern XCOMs, where it's a turn-based strategy where you have a maximum of, I believe, was it 4 units on the map, and you need to eliminate a locust and follow various other objectives. Also, there's this element where you can recruit new soldiers, and you can customize them and rename them just like in XCOM, but you do have some main characters that you cannot customize as fully or change their names because they are important to the story, but they are also kind of fun. There's the main character whose name I can't remember. I guess he was Gabe, I believe, and he's like a former sergeant and former medic who lost interest in war and just became a mechanic somewhere because he failed on some mission gloriously, but he's still now needed back in the fight. And he's basically, I could describe him as Guts from Berserk, but with a beard, because he has a white stripe of hair in his head, just like Guts does later on in the manga run of Berserk. Then there's Zig. Was it Zig? Like this old gruffled veteran and dude with an eye patch, who's really like all about getting the job done no matter what. And then there's a female sniper, at least now at least. I don't know if there's more characters later on, but anyway, if you are into tactics games, this one is highly recommended. Next up is a game that probably will cause confusion now when I say its name, because it just recently got a horrible, or I guess kind of I guess reboot is the right name here, and it's Saints Row. And I do not mean in that reboot version. This is the original one. which I just noticed on browsing Xbox One shop, that this one was there as a digital version, and we do have the physical version, but it had some crashing issues, so I thought that I'll get the digital version to make sure that we have one that is at least stable, or at least it is stable, and if it has crashes, it hasn't got anything to do with the discs, so I just thought, why not?
Oh, you mean the actual Saints?
The actual original one, not the remake, or actually reboot. It's not.
I was ready to cause a havoc.
I am kind of interested in the reboot because I've heard it's so bad, but I only want to pay like a maximum of $10 for it if it comes on sale at some point.
He's scary. He will attack. He's out.
Well, yeah, this is the original one. Maybe we should try to finish it at some point, because I know at least you're interested, because you really love the second one.
But the thing is that when we tried it, it kept crashing. Whenever we entered a vehicle, the whole world disappeared from around us. People started to respawn and despawn the closer they got to our car. We couldn't even the cops disappeared and no cars were close by, and what the fuck? That's why I lost my interest to the game, at least for a while.
But that could have been something to do with the somewhat bad disc off, because when
We had 2 copies of that game and both of them did the same thing.
Oh.
One of them didn't even start. The other one had those bugs in it. That's the thing, that's why I was so fucking frustrated. I had a whole fucking lore for the boss characters.
Right, yeah.
Because in Saints Row 2 I had 2 characters that I shipped together, because they're my characters, of course I want to ship them together. And I had a whole plot for them. Then came Saints Row 3, I had a whole character plot for her as well. Saints 4, we don't even talk about that bitch. Nothing. And for Saints Row 1 I was like, okay, everything started from there. I had this whole brilliant idea and everything, and suddenly my Xbox and the game were like, fuck you! I'm so mad!
Well, you should really try to play the digital version, because that would be more stable if all of those crashes and bugs had to do with the disc being in poor condition.
Honestly, at this point I think my Xbox was being in a poor condition.
Perhaps, but when I tried the digital version for a while, I didn't have any bugs then, so maybe it could work there.
I don't know, but I was so mad.
Yeah, I remember that bug when we were in a car and the car disappeared, and then everybody coming towards it disappeared, and...
Yeah, they despawned, and holy shit, I was so pissed.
So when are you going to end this stream? It's kind of late. I think I can be about 1 hour. Well, I don't know. I'm actually not getting that tired or that dry tongue. So, or should we stop and continue some other day already? Or
yeah, I think we should.
Actually, I think that I'll go through these download games that I have, so that I can put this list away for the next time and just continue with the physical games.
How many games do you still have there?
Some.
And that is approximately?
Approximately 25 or something like that.
Oh Jesus H Christ.
But some of these don't have that much to say, so it won't take that long.
I mean, you could say 5 and after that cut out, because after that you'd have 20 downloadables.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, could I had 3 on Xbox, then I would have to continue from Switch and 3DS and Wii U, and that's easy enough to remember, I think. So yeah, let's do those and then the unboxing thing, and then let's stop and have another part someday. I don't know when, but maybe a week from now, I guess, could be a good target. But anyway, what other comments were there? Reboot was good game. Okay, goddamn you. Attack, defend. Sounds like I guess Fallout 4 or release. You mean the box described, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, let's move on to a few more, and
I'm still so mad.
Next one is also a game that Sami would be really pucked about, because it's where is it again? Mega Man 11. And this was kind of a game that I didn't expect that we would ever get Mega Man 11 because well I guess many people all thought that Mighty Number 9 would become the spiritual successor and we wouldn't need Mega Man anymore, but well then that game flopped in more ways than one, and I guess after that Capcom saw that they could cash in on the Mega Man thing, and I guess this game was at least well received. I don't know anything about the sales, but now that it was the first Mega Man game in like after 10 then there was like at least 5 years in between, probably a little more. But now there's also been like more than 5 years since this one, so I really don't know why they didn't do any more and why they wouldn't like make more X games or something like that. But then I guess they're focusing on the re-releases of Mega Man now, because this year we are supposed to get the Mega Man Battle Network collection. But anyway, if I'm gonna talk anything about this game itself, what I can say is that I can't remember if I beat any Robot Masters, or if I did, I beat one, because they can be surprisingly hard. And like I said before, Mega Man games are known for being hard. And I don't say this game is too hard. It is challenging, but still feels very possible. And the double gear system can help you out. And the double gear system is like that you can power up your shots or slow down on time. And because there's mechanics like that, the game's really trying to push you when it comes to the platforming and all that kind of stuff. But if you are into classic Mega Man and classic 2D action platformers, I would recommend this one. If Mega Man 11 was good, where is Mega Man 12? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. At least, like I said, the critical reception was good, but if the sales were bad, then maybe that's why we haven't gotten 12, or maybe Capcom's forgotten again, or I guess Mega Man's kind of in a weird situation back at Capcom, because the original so-called creator Keiji Inafune left, and so there's nobody really there to champion for new Mega Man games right now, I guess. Well, next one is when I talk about the Contra collection. I already said that I have it on every system that is available to that I have, but that wasn't it, because it is this one, Castlevania collection. I have this one now on Switch, on Xbox One, and on PS4, and I do think it's on Steam too, but that one I don't have. I probably won't be buying that one anymore.
How do you know?
Well, I don't, but I don't think I will. It's not on my wish list, and usually when there's Steam sales, I don't browse through all of them because there's so many of them.
Well, you know.
Never
say never.
Yeah, never say never, I guess. But like the Contra collection, this is like a collection of the old Castlevanias. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then there's Dracula, or no, Dracula X wasn't this one. There's Rondo of Blood, and then there's the GBA games, Adventure, Belmont's Revenge, and was Legends there too? That one probably wasn't there. But anyway, collection of old Castlevania games, which means old school, pretty hard games. But I at least had fun playing Castlevania 1 and especially 4. 4 is probably my favorite of these old school ones that are like linear platformers and not the explorative kind like they have been pretty much since Symphony of the Night. When do you normally stream? I really don't have a schedule, so to say, but usually during weekends. Sometimes when I have like night or morning shifts, I can stream during in the week at sometimes, but not usually. Usually, my streaming times are pretty much like late in the evening on Fridays, like after like 9 or 10 p.m. on Saturdays, and then maybe like well on Sundays. It really depends on what shift I have coming up, but those are maybe my most common times I stream. Don't you agree?
Pretty much.
But okay, we still have one
And
more.
if he has night shifts, he usually does a let's stay up all night stream.
Yeah, that would actually be that's between in Saturday and Sunday nights, starting pretty much like 10 to 12 of p.m. and continuing on for Well, it depends on how sleepy or tired I am, but my goal is to stream at least to 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe even 6 or 7 in the morning, so that I can get myself into the night shift if the groove or schedule that I have, that I can and stay up during the night and sleep during the day. But let's take one more download game before we move on to the unboxing and wrap this up. We have been here almost 5 hours or so.
Imagine if you went through all of those games, like I said. We'd still be here all night long.
Probably.
This could be like an all-nighter stream, technically.
Almost, yeah. What was I even looking? Oh, right. This one is also a collection that I think I have the Steam version, PS4 version, and now the Xbox One version. Disney Afternoon collection, and this is of course a compilation of old Capcom games from the NES that are based on Disney Afternoon cartoons. There's DuckTales 1 and 2, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 1 and 2, Darkwing Duck, Tailspin, and actually was that all of them? I guess that was all of them. And basically the reason why I originally bought this was because I absolutely love the original DuckTales game. That was one of my favorite childhood games, and it's still a very great game even to this day. And I wanted to try some of the other ones, like maybe DuckTales 2, which I was kind of disappointed in. Chip and Dale 1 is okay. The second one I don't think I've even played it. Darkwing Duck is really fun, although it's really hard, especially one of the bosses. For the longest time I thought that one of the bosses would be pretty much impossible without the rewind feature, but then I figured out the good way, or I would have to say proper way, to beat it, and I was able to beat it without rewinding. Tailspin really isn't and all that good in my opinion, and I really can't understand why, if any one of you, or I guess it's only Akkiri and Machikon at this point, but if you are familiar with a YouTuber called ZoneVD, or Zone VD, I guess I would have to pronounce that in English. But he did a ranking of his NES games from his childhood not too long ago, and he put Tailspin in pretty high on there, which surprised me because Derek Alexander, who was one of my favorite YouTubers, really doesn't think Tailspin is all that good, and neither do I, quite frankly. I did play through it, I think, on this version, but I had to use the rewinds because the game's shooting mechanics are absolutely horrifying, because you can move your ship diagonally, like when you push your ship down, it points down, and when you push it up, it points up, but that means that it's really hard to shoot straight forward, and that's just stupid.
Says you.
And says Derek. But anyway, now since we are decided to put a stop to this, let's go on to the main event, which I guess there's only a few people to watch this now, but but still, this little big thingy right
little
here.
Little big thingy, what? You just described me, I'm a little but I'm big. Let's go! Hype!
Or should I I'll ask, what do you think is in here? What could it be? Do you have any guesses?
It's not a body. Like I said,
Matsukin says exciting.
Should we give them hints? I mean, the possibilities are endless. What could be in there?
A little body. No, we always say it's not a body.
Sadly, I mean,
I was evil and I decided that unbox at the end. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
An egg? No, it's not an egg. It's something soft. I'll say that much at least.
I mean, there's something soft inside of an egg. If I think about it.
Yeah.
It's something soft.
Something soft and, well, as you can see,
Big.
kind of big. Trash.
Well,
well, somebody could say that it is, but
I can say that it's trash, but you know.
Trash from the curb. No.
No?
It's a mail order. There's. Wait, does this have like only the? Yeah, it doesn't have. It doesn't have my address on it. It has my name right there. But this is a post package, and I guess I can say this.
Plushy or very comfy pillow. It came together. For some reason again, because apparently YouTube chat hates us.
Well, plushie and a comfy pillow are kind of close.
Technically, but not really.
Well, I guess.
I mean, one can use it as a pillow.
Well, I guess we should go on already so that we can wrap this thing up.
There was one more. So Silverfang or persona thingy. God damn,
Yeah,
he's
actually,
good.
it is a Silverfang thing. Actually, yes.
You need something sharp.
Tickle.
Do you need scissors, honey?
I guess I could use those, or
I mean, there are some holes in here, so you could have torn it from here as well.
I guess the cats have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course they have. They're cats. Haiku is looking from one of the baskets like, what the fuck are you doing? Button.
Actually, Akiri, you were correct, since this is a big Akakabuto
Plushy.
Like when Jappa showed this to me on Facebook when Urumi was sharing it, and I was all like, oh my god, I really have to get
Time to run with scissors. Please don't. So this is all thanks to me again.
Because like I really love Silverfang, and I especially love Akakabuto, but there's not a lot of merchandise on him. This was like the first really decent and one that was available. So I pre-ordered this thing, and I had to get it, and here he finally is.
Hang on, there's something here. It's something.
And based on the body portions and the look of this thing, I guess this is supposed to be like his final form when he has grown like the size of a building, because he's standing on his back legs and he's a big boy, so awesome. Yeah, this is really awesome. But what's in there?
I'm working on it. It's a fuck you fidget spinner.
Oh right, I do remember that there was like this thing that pre-order and you get a fidget spinner. Now that I think about
But
it.
it is a Silverfang fidget spinner. Oh, there's this for the Akakabuto.
Oh.
And Silverfang fidget spinner. Have fun.
There was also like this. I guess this is a proof that it's genuine, and because this says it's Hopeanuoli limited edition, and
I
on
almost
it.
tore it, by the way. I'm so sorry. By accident. Oh god.
Where?
At the top. Almost.
Almost. Well, it doesn't seem to have been torn.
Okay, good.
Or do you see anything?
I hope I don't. Okay, I didn't manage. Is that 45th of 100th?
45th.
Not your lucky number, smiley face.
No, but at least it's kind. Kerrankin olin oikeassa. Mietin kun paketti oli noin iso, niin hahmokin piti olla iso. Ja olit vissiin Akiri kuullutkin tästä vissiin vai? Yeah. And then there was this way fidget spinner that has 3 gins or silver fangs on it. And of course it has to be with the weed art style, god damn it.
Hang on a second, let me put this.
Now I really have to think a good place for this little big boy.
Hang on a second, don't Can I put this around his paw? This thing. This. There we go. Now he has a bracelet.
He's a pretty boy.
Now my husband is finally turned to a furry. Dear fucking god. There's also an option to buy this without the like articulations or anything. Like it would only be the, what do you call it?
The exterior. So she means that it wouldn't be filled. It would be like just flat, like a
Mikä se on?
like a pillowcase without the pillow, I guess.
No, it has a own name.
No
like
name,
whenever
yeah,
you
but-
shoot a bear and you like take the skin off of it.
It wouldn't be stuffed. 'Cause stuffed animals are like.
No, it had the own. Well, anyway, any gay.
Yeah. En aiolakiri kuulu edes. Se sitten oli aika hyvin arvattu kyllä, että. Täällä on jotain kovaa tässä muuten kanssa. Vähän niinku.
En tiedä.
Onko se vähän niinku auttaa, että se pysyy suorassa sitten niinku.
Siellä on ylleri. You have to take a picture of it and post to your Discord.
Yeah, I do. Pitäisikö ottaa joku tämmönen niinku kuva, en mä vitele niinku tätä ja ota se kuva.
No otas. Toisaalta sulla on kyllä housuja jalas, mutta...
No ota silleen vähän, ettei näy, että...
No tees mä yritän. No hymyile nyt enemmän. Hymyile kun sä näkisit tissit. Kiitos. Also told him to smile like he saw my booba.
But anyway, I guess we'll finish this here and continue with the other collection stuff that there's still quite plenty of another day.
Bye bye.
Now bye bye and good night to
And
you
eat
all.
your breakfast the next morning when you wake up.